Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shutdown going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. About a woman on a day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them die. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money to buy from other men? This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Huh? Send a link again? I thought you could get it in the messenger. Oh my God. Just go to Shabaka's page. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get Lady Che on here. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah. Lady Che will be joining us here shortly, and Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season, let me take this banner down so y'all can see me. On this season 4, episode 4, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Go Nuggets. How about them Nuggets? Smoking on that Laker pack tonight. We'll be discussing several things. The first thing is the topics that we didn't get to in part 1. And that is others in the African diaspora are following our lead on reparations. Well, they must have heard us when we said, Sue, you're a colonizer. Shout out to the anchorman. A male understanding who was a political prisoner in the Carl State Mental Hospital for helping us come up with that phrase, Sue, you're a colonizer. So somebody else that heard us loud and clear, because now several African diaspora nations are suing their colonizer. So we're going to discuss that. Then we got a situation with TicToc. The owners of TicToc, ByteDance, bold move, preferring TicToc shutdown. So we're going to be going over that. Who's in the comments? Oh, hey, Shaw. Yes, go Nuggets. Yes, how about those Nuggets? Exactly. I'm about to smoke on that Laker pack right now. And then we got AI discovery sparks urgent calls for regulation. Then we got Harvey Weinstein. New York case gets overturned. Where's the outrage? Where are you Me Too people at? Where y'all at? And then we got biracial sister tells the folks, meaning the white folks, to stop fetishizing Black people and making biracial babies. Then we got AI discovery sparks urgent calls for regulation. Then we got eye-opening comparison, Africans versus South American migrants or illegal immigrants. Then, of course, last but certainly not least, we got our unhoused neighbor news / illegal migrant news and our unhoused neighbor sweeps and illegal migrant sweeps. So, I'm waiting on everybody to get up in here. Lady Che, you should be able to get on now. And Shabaka should be tapping in here very, very soon. Yes, side. We are definitely smoking on that Laker pack tonight. Oh, shit. I'm on damn Mozilla. God dang it. I forgot I was on Mozilla, y'all. Okay. Sorry for the awkward silence. So our good brother TBA on his broadcast on Saturday went over this. Others following our lead on reparations. So Haiti is suing France for $200 billion. If you ask me, that's a little bit low. But it's a start. And then you got who is suing Portugal? Brazil. Brazil is suing Portugal for reparations. And it's another African diaspora nation that's suing one of the European powers. I think it is either one of the Spanish colonies, former Spanish colonies, or one of the former British colonies. Either way, they're suing their colonizers, so they must have heard us loud and clear. Gonna give us the update. And there is Lady Che. Greetings, Lady Che. You're muted.
Sorry, my fault. I had it on mute. I'm going back on mute. Go ahead. You can see your whole screen, guys.
I know I'm on Mozilla. I forgot. You gotta get on Chrome.
Yep, I had to shut down the computer real quick and then restart it. So I'm good now. I'm going back on mute real fast for a little bit. For a quick second. Yeah, I'm going back on mute. I'm ready though. I'm ready. I heard the opening.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So as the title says, others are following our lead on reparations. So Jason Black's going to talk about France forced to pay Haiti a ransom for its freedom. Or actually, France forced Haiti to pay a ransom for its freedom, known as the Louisiana Purchase. And this is how they acquired what is now the Midwest and now Colorado, the eastern part of Colorado. So he's going to give us a little update on that. Let me see. Let's see this I want to play. It's a very long video.
YouTube does not mess with it. From first post, this is an Indian news organization. I'm in East India. I want you to see what they're talking about here. A subject that before we brought it up, they've had over a century, never made an inch of progress. Never made an inch of progress. And now all of a sudden, you're seeing moves being made that before we said nobody was saying anything about it.
Our next story is about Haiti, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, a base for dozens of armed gangs who even forced their prime minister to resign. Haiti always seems to be in a state of chaos. It's been that way since it became independent, back in 1804.
Yep, 1804.
But maybe that's not the country's fault completely. A group of NGOs has gathered in Geneva. They're trying to form an independent commission to help undo a historic justice. They want France to pay a ransom that it took from Haiti back in the 1800s. The price it extracted for Haiti's freedom. How much money does the coalition want France to pay? Anywhere between $150 to $200 billion. Here's our report.
Have you heard of the term war reparations?
Lady
It's a specific type of payment given by a losing country to the winner of a war. This has always taken place in history. Germany paid this to the victorious allies after World War II.
We see you.
World War I as well. France paid this to Britain after Napoleon was defeated. War reparations are a way for the losing side to pay for the lives lost. This is how it has always been.
Greetings, okay. I sent out about 100 invites, man, off the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
What do you mean you sent 100 invites to the stream or just to the video?
Okay, no, to the stream.
I can't have that many people up here, Shabaka.
Okay, well, what we'll do is, brother, you fill it to capacity, man. You know, then everybody can get with us next time, man. I'm pissed off at your goddamn state of Colorado, man.
Oh, well, you're really going to be pissed off at the state of Colorado, Shabaka, because we smoking on that Laker pack tonight.
Oh, man. Yeah, goddamn state of Colorado sending me a fucking bill for $13 motherfucking dollars, man. Some damn toll road that bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you something, people. Listen to me when I tell you this. When they took all the motherfuckers, man, out them toll booths, man, off the Bay Bridge, going from Panthertown to Boys Town, and they took them tricks, man, out of off the Golden Gate Bridge, man, going from Marin County and the SF, man, I knew it was going to be a bunch of bullshit. So what the bullshit is that motherfuckers is going to be late for work, bum rushing, trying to avoid traffic, getting out of snow, rain, heat, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And the goddamn state is going to sit there and capitalize it. And if any of them punk ass motherfuckers up there in Washington, D.C. had any type of consciousness for the goddamn people, you see what I'm saying? They would outlaw that shit.
They would.
No, because
it generates too much revenue.
Yeah. But what it is though, man, if they really cared about the people, man, they know motherfuckers got to get to work, man. They know people is out here starving and shit trying to do the right thing. You see what I'm saying? They'll exempt that bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I always found that toll road real interesting because it's only on the eastern part. When you get to the western part, what they call the Northwest Parkway, there ain't no toll over there.
How convenient. And what's the demographics, if I might ask?
That is really white. That's Broomfield and Louisville.
Okay, so that's Lily White, right? So what a toll road is, man, is mainly they going after black motherfuckers, right?
Yeah, because the toll road is out there by Green Valley Ranch. Out there on East Aurora. So yeah, that's always been specifically to target us because they're moving us further east and further south. And where that damn toll road is, that used to be open field and prairie dog land.
I'll be damned. I remember the prairie dogs there, man. You know, and the prairie dogs, they pop their head out the ground, talk a bunch of shit. Then when you go up there, walk toward the motherfucker, he sink his head back in the ground.
Lady Che?
I know you ain't smoking no goddamn weed right now. And you know exactly how the hell it's going to make you do. You're going to fall out here in the next hour or so. You're all sleepy, leaning back by the looks.
I ain't mad at him. I can't smoke weed no more.
I'm feeling good right now. I don't think I'm going to be going to sleep.
That shit is loud as fuck, cuz it's all the way back here.
Damn.
Loud as fuck. Okay? That weed is loud as fuck.
It should be.
That motherfucker right here made my eyes drip. Like for a second. I just started warming up like I was catching a fever. That shit is loud as fuck.
There's purple cushion here. It's all kinds of shit in
here. Oh, man. I remember the last joint I smoked, man, that I found, man, you know, stashed, man. I smoked that shit, man. I forgot where the hell my goddamn car was parked at, and the motherfuckers was less than 100 yards.
Oh, man.
I was fucked up.
I hit the vape.
No, I was fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So I
rolling another one.
It was probably, you know,
better not. You don't be laughing. You have no enjoyment of this high, cuz I would be over here. My eyes are getting low. Like I got a contact all the way the fuck back here. That shit is loud as fuck. Hey, grab my thing out the thing, please. Please, pretty please, thank you. Shabaka.
Yeah.
They gave you a ticket? Oh, bastards.
Oh, yeah, no, Lady J, these punk ass motherfuckers sent me a goddamn bill for $13 for driving on a fucking toll road.
Fuck them. $4.70. Jesus Christ, man. That shit is loud, Jesse.
No, it ain't. No, it does.
Like, you smell like fucking, like you've been sitting in a key of fucking weed and shea butter.
Roadhouse.
And then the cold part about it is
he smelled great and shit. Then he smelled like when I used to have a big motherfucking trash bags full of weed in my closet. Yeah, like he had sat. This was way back in the day when motherfucker had to get it how they lived. I had a brand new baby, you know what I mean? I had a support. Yeah, he smelled like a whole 20 fucking trash bags of weed in my closet. Like he been in there marinating and shit. He walked right past me. He smelled great. He smelled like like he always do. He smelled great. And I'm like, God damn it, man.
Now let me show you something, Lady J, of some bullshit out of our county, the great county, Los Angeles County, in California.
We ain't never gonna get to the clip, and there's only
all right.
Certain amounts of the clip I want to play because it's a long ass broadcast.
Yeah, man, that show was good though. It was good.
Owes Haiti $200 billion. Hell yes, they do.
They should thank us for that because like Jason said. Nobody was talking about it. And we
Nobody.
Colonizers.
Us.
So nuts.
Us. We were the only one that was talking about it. We were literally the only one
France owes Haiti $200 billion. That and then
hey, did you hear how she started out the program though? She started out the program like she was hating on the conflict. You know what I mean? Like she was hating on Haiti.
Look where she from.
I know. She's
that's a colonizer.
I know. Look the way she talked. The way she opened up the motherfucking her show.
She was already upset about it. Like, how dare they?
How dare they? Yeah, get to it, Jenny.
Man, the cognitive dissonance, man, let me say this right here. The cognitive dissonance of white folk, man, is incredible.
I can't see everything like I normally can on Chrome.
It's what happened to Haiti.
I'm on Mozilla,
and the country has been suffering for
I need to switch
200
over.
years.
Let me do that real quick.
Haiti is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
The poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
And it was designed like that.
Let's not even say that better.
They purposely make it like that.
Exactly.
They could have did that better. They could have talked about better. Haiti, beautiful country in the continent of that war. Haiti.
Wow.
Hey, they're gonna take
and put it on them. Haiti was the first African nation that was colonized.
I know, Jesse. I just said the way they said it's all fucked up.
And the Haitians whooped that ass.
Yeah, what they did to the French, they didn't send them back to France. You know what they did with them French motherfuckers over there?
They put them in the gators and the swamps.
No, they kicked them off the goddamn planet. You're damn right.
Yep.
Hey man, French can get it.
But what did they do before that, Shabaki? That's essential. We gotta tell that.
Okay. Haiti was known for its brutalization of African slaves there in Port-au-Prince.
Yeah, you talking about the buck breaking, but I'm talking about what people do before they killed the and the Spanish and the English.
Okay. I believe that France and Spain, okay, I might be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, okay, I'm going back from distant memory, is that they had a war over Haiti, and then they formed a truce. But the main thing was this, okay, is that they were still buying and selling our people, raping our women and all this old shit.
Yeah, you're just going to a different slave trader.
Yeah, well, like you said so very well, Brother Paris, and I give it to you. Sue your colonizer.
Right, and that's what we coined. We coined that. Frontline campaign coined that. We were the only ones saying that back with the Mile High News, Unity Community News, whatever.
Hey, man, patting the goddamn saying, as in tomorrow. Because every time somebody...
Shout out to the anchor man, because he helped us come up with that.
No, he did. Yeah, most definitely shout out there to the anchor man. You know what
I felt left out because you think the other side of the island, that's what the Dominican Republic, that's a black island as well. The whole
island, but you see, but here's something
in the Spanish.
That's very, very interesting.
But you didn't get to the point I was trying to get to.
What
they did, Black family, was they got back in tune with the hoodoo and the voodoo and all of that. They got a full understanding with that, and they took care of the coons. That's what they did. They got rid of the coons. They took care of
them. Was the first motherfuckers that got to go.
They said it was like 1,000 of them, right? They said how many of y'all already lay down your life?
Can you stop that?
Oh, I'm sorry. How many of y'all who was trying to lay down your life?
Just in the other room
for this? Yeah, forward.
Okay, well, there was a system.
100 of the motherfuckers stepped back and got murked.
Quite a few. And also to the French, just like in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Because whenever you talk about these Caribbean islands, it's a lot of classism, but it's still racism. Racism still
and colorism.
And colorism, but the colorism is a product of white supremacy.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt.
Literally a product of it.
And then keep in mind, it's like I always argue with Sarge about
creation.
Okay, like
system of racism and white supremacy.
well,
Just
exactly,
ready
brother.
for me.
And this is one of the elements that I argue with Sarge about is because Sarge, you know, that bullshit, man, you was on that podcast. Well,
Yeah.
if it wasn't for the rape and slave trade and pedophiles, I wouldn't exist. I said, Sarge.
That is my argument all the fucking
Okay,
time.
okay, hold on, Lady Che. But me and Sarge got into the argument about the hummingbird. See, this is what I'm gonna call.
And remember the startup picture of the hummingbird showed up, and I took a picture and sent it to you, Shabaki.
Oh yeah, you did. Okay, and now you know mathematically he cannot fly, right? But if mathematically if he cannot fly, right? Okay, then why is he so agile in his movements? And why does he fly? And then why does he go? I mean, he be flapping his wings like about every bit of 1,000,000 times a minute, and he's very agile.
Yeah.
But mathematically, the motherfucker can't fly, but yet it does. So what you have right there, people, is what they call a paradox, which is a contradiction that is true. Business is war, and war is business.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
And then all these wars have been funded.
Yeah, exactly.
So Haiti was forced the French to have to sell large swaths of the United States.
The Louisiana Purchase.
Mm-hmm.
Louisiana, Illinois, where I was born, Missouri. And then when you go through those regions, and I would imagine
Missouri, Kansas, it stretched all the way out to what is now Colorado, Shabaki.
What's called?
And it went all the way up to the Canadian border.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. You know, Wisconsin, Illinois, all these are French names.
Yep.
But the thing that kills me, okay, that really kills me, is that a lot of our people are so fucking brainwashed, okay? I hate to say it, I don't mean no disrespect to anybody, okay? It's because when it comes to, okay, because the term ignorant only means you don't know any better. And me personally, being 60 plus, looking back on the course of my life, I had been a very ignorant motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know any better. Because I listened to prepackaged bullshit in my youth. Yeah, we're all the same. And all that. Then I look at the sunlight. I look at the desert.
Me too.
The heat. You know what I'm saying? It's 73 degrees right here in Vegas, you know, and it's clear. Today, yeah, today it cracked 100 degrees at one point. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit, that don't sound lovely.
No, it don't, you know. And Joe Gibson, you're welcome to bring your ass out here, man, in this desert, and let's sit down and
when it was 115, damn near 120 degrees.
I've been in that.
Nothing but excessive heat warning signs everywhere you look. And you step outside, it feel like a hot ass fucking blow dryers blowing on you. The air is just windy as hell. It's hot as hell. Even in the shade.
When I was living in Palm Springs,
in the casino.
Okay, now get this here, brother Che. As you know, out here they got the high desert and they got the low desert.
Yeah.
The low desert is a mile below sea level. Okay.
Yeah.
The exact.
You talking about like Death Valley? Death Valley is below sea level.
Okay, I'm talking about like Palm Springs and Riverside County, basically.
Okay. You know, the lowest point on the continent of this continent, North America, is Death Valley.
Oh, is that right? Okay, I'll take your word for it. I've been through Death Valley. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing nice. You know what I'm saying?
Look at
and my advice. Yeah, and my advice, if anybody's driving across that desert, the three things you want to have with you: plenty of antifreeze, plenty of oil for your car, and some fucking spare fan belts. Okay? Because this desert will dry out your fan belts. You know what I mean? And what happened?
I got stranded out there, Shabaka.
Where you were stranded in Death Valley?
No, in Nevada.
Oh yeah, you were in the northern part. Now the northern part is about 20 degrees cooler than the southern part.
Because it was usually 100 degrees that day.
Yeah. But if it's 100 degrees in northern Nevada, man, you could best believe it's 120 down here.
Yeah. It was feeling very hot that day. And these mothers out here hitchhiking, it was bad.
Yeah, and I'm sipping my last cup of coffee before I detox, as per the elder, McChesnick. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh
getting
yeah.
on some
So
green
let me get
herbal.
back to the clip, y'all, because we're just
Mhm.
30 minutes plus in.
Okay, so I can give you about we at 30 minutes right now, man. I can give you
On
60
average,
more
10
minutes.
times richer than the Haitians. What led to this stark disparity? Simply put, France. Haiti was once a French colony called Saint-Domingue. France filled it with sugar and coffee plantations and slaves to work on them. By the year 1789, 90% of the people in Saint-Domingue were slaves, subjected to barbaric cruelty by the French colonizers. So rose up to break their shackles. They finally won their freedom from the French in 1804, after fighting for over a decade. The people even defeated Napoleon's armada, making a place for themselves in history. But the joy was short-lived. Napoleon was beaten in Europe as well. The French monarchy was restored, and they wanted their colony back. France sent another armada in 1825. 500 cannons were pointed at the now free nation of Haiti, and the French made them an offer at gunship point. Pay 150 million francs for your freedom, or we'll enslave and kill you again. Let's look at a contemporary comparison. The Louisiana Purchase. The U.S. actually purchased...
See, look, I got to stop it right there. You see how far that reach west?
Hell yeah. Even down there with Governor Bud, parts of Great State, Texas.
Yeah, the northern part, what's now like the Panhandle, Oklahoma, all that, all the way up to Colorado. This is the Continental Divide right here.
And wait a minute, Montana, Wyoming,
all the state, all the way up to the Canadian border, parts of Canada too. What is that? Alberta. What is now or Saskatchewan? What is now Saskatchewan? Yeah, because like that's Montana, Idaho right there.
Yep. And going behind enemy lines up in them places, which was very, very dangerous. Them racist white supremacists.
Like literally,
or something else.
Like this is the Wyoming or Colorado would be like right here. We are like at least Kansas. Oh shit, that's KC. Okay, so that's the river. That's the Missouri River, and the St. Thomas. What is it? What's the one that runs through Chicago? Not Chicago. Kansas City.
Okay, you got the Mississippi River. And I think it's the Missouri. Yeah, it's the Missouri River, because you do have parts of the Missouri River up there in Montana and Idaho. I've crossed it.
Yeah, it starts out there, and then it merges with the Mississippi, the mighty Mississippi.
And each time I cross that nasty motherfucker, man, going from LA to Chi, man, I get the most eeriest feeling crossing, the most eeriest fucking feeling.
Yep. So all that west of the Mississippi. All the way down to Louisiana originally, because it's the Louisiana Purchase, of course. Including Louisiana. So yeah, all like 2/4 of the country, or a good quarter of the country.
Now, what we're going to discuss on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Brother Che, since you bringing us up here, particularly with Louisiana, okay? People have challenged me to go into the South. I met that challenge.
Yeah, we don't have time for the history, unfortunately. We got to finish this clip.
Okay, but okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yeah, we'll talk about that on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Yeah, make sure y'all call in tomorrow.
More than 2 million square kilometers of land, about 77 times the size of Haiti. How much did the US pay France? 80 million francs, or $15 million. 21 years later, France forced Haiti to pay almost double this amount, 150 million francs. Now, obviously, Haiti did not have that kind of money. So France made it borrow the money from French bankers. There were banker fees and interest, which meant Haiti was paying off the ransom for 122 years. The final payment was made in 1947. That is when Haiti was free of the French debt. So how much do you think the total debt was worth? Well, that is a question that will be debated by a United Nations group, the UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. 20 NGOs have come together. They're asking the forum for justice. They want France to return what it took from Haiti. When you add interest, it may be between $150 to $200 billion.
Wow. Now, I'll let that piece play here because I wanted folks to understand that's a rather hefty sum now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they've taken you through the short list of Haiti's history and seeing how diabolical the French have been. But by the way, now they're saying numbers here that of just a couple of years ago, you would have been hearing folks, oh, you crazy. You ain't going to get that from France.
Mm-hmm. Remember, Shabaka?
Yeah. But you see, if we hadn't paved the way, is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's right.
If we hadn't paved the way, they wouldn't even be discussing that insufficient $200 billion number either.
Right. Because ours is what now, Shabaka?
The number should be closer to a couple of trillion.
$800 trillion in fucking tangible.
Does not.
And not a goddamn dime less.
We, the freedmen in America, if we did not stay persistent on this, none of these other side conversations would be occurring.
That's right.
Now, all of a sudden, you see, it's been a bunch of years here trying to leech off of us and feed off of us. And we've been saying, no, you need to go talk to the French.
Mm-hmm.
That's who you need to go speak to. You need to go speak to the French.
Yep.
Not sitting up here trying to eat off of us and leech off of us.
That's right.
You got to go speak to them.
So you're
and you've been scared and cowardly to speak to them because talking to the French means that you can no longer tell yourself that you're some French ass-kissing imitator.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to actually cut ties with them, which is what you know will happen. Mm-hmm. And we ain't just talking about a little bit. This requires the exercising of power.
Yep.
And you don't exercise power over someone who has mentally and emotionally colonized you.
Right.
That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
They can't fuck up on France because there's a little Napoleon on every Haitian shoulder telling him, don't you get out of line.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you do that, yeah?
Yeah, they really think they're black French people.
Don't get out of line.
It's really bad, y'all. But there's some writers I met when I used to live in a house.
That's the issue.
Shout out to Shaba.
There's where you're running the trouble at.
Mm. But I was telling him, like, yeah, y'all go, y'all see
There's
them.
Where you're running the trouble at. When we sit up here and sound crazy to you because we're not talking like slaves.
I mean, he's straight from Haiti, too. Like,
we're talking the language
or Haiti
of defiance. And it sounds treacherous from where you standing at. It sounds treacherous.
Mm-hmm.
This is why for us, all it does is scare them.
I actually want to go.
They just scared.
I've been wanting to go to Haiti for a minute now.
Well, you wanted to talk to the French? We cannot do that because you trying to find some kind of way to identify with France after all these centuries of ass beating.
Right.
You're still trying to find some way to identify with them. You're still trying to say, hey, if we take it easy, we're honorary Frenchmen, aren't we? See, there's the real damn difference. We got to lay it on the bricks.
And on the other side, we Spanishmen.
Jamaica is a place that still considers itself to be British subjects.
Yep.
They want to be acknowledged by the British Commonwealth as British subjects.
When the Queen died, y'all remember they
think that raises their status. They like that.
Yeah, that part.
Haitians, what they've been fighting for is to be acknowledged as Frenchmen. Just like the Dominicans, oh yeah, I ain't forgot about you.
Shit.
Just like the Dominicans have been fighting to be acknowledged as Spaniards.
Thank you, TBA.
When you get off the damn airplane in the middle of the square there, big ass statues of 3 white men.
Yep.
The Dominicans have been fighting ever since to be acknowledged as Spaniards.
Kid you not, y'all.
I want you to recognize this beat.
This is a fact.
That's my poor twinsy. He's always giving us that work, talking all this crazy stuff. But we gotta be so.
Man, got a cousin. We gotta come real with it.
Oh, my little twinsy.
And this nigga was darker than me, y'all. And he did not want to be called nigga.
Nope.
Or black. You do not call that nigga black or nigga. Something else. Damn, that was back at 60-second News Network. Yeah, we've been around for a minute. I guess that's where we got our start at. Yep, 60-second News Network. Shout out to the OG. Big slow. All right, y'all, let me play this.
Behavior. I want you to recognize this. That matters a lot. I want you to see the difference. We ain't trying to identify as none of those people. We're not trying to identify as German. We're not trying to identify as British. We're not trying to identify as Spanish. We're not trying to identify as French.
Don't worry, I'm doing the back work, so don't worry about
these things.
Carry
But
on.
what we have seen is that we have spent the last 2 centuries migrating away from them. We've established a separate identity to the extent that we have built American culture.
Yep.
That's the difference.
That's the difference.
That's the difference.
Yep.
They have not done that over there. They haven't established a separate culture, nor are they on the way to doing it. They want to be recognized as the flagship for French culture where they are.
As subjects.
That's
the
the
European
difference.
rape and trait and pedophile.
They want to be recognized by their European colonizers. So when they talk reparations, they want to leech off of us and piggyback off of us for folks who don't owe them anything. Because otherwise you got to buck up on the French. And you know that if you do that, you are going to be disowned.
Well, shout out to Barbecue.
Not just geographically or financially, but culturally. France is going to disown you.
Well,
you will be regarded as the niggas in the Caribbean. You will not be French anything. And you know it.
And you know it.
Which is why everything has been centered around that. How do we put some pressure on France, but without doing so much that they disown us? And you look at us and you say, how can you niggas, how can you do this? How can you do this? Where is your culture? Our culture has literally built and rebuilt the world. So when you say culture, you mean France, your connection to France.
Yep.
That's what you mean. You mean that.
Yep.
Yeah, he should have been hurt. He should have been hurting motherfuckers with that comment. That comment was hard.
When you take a look at us and you don't see us trying to tether ourselves onto any of these other folks' cultures, we have consistently and persistently created our own. Why you need to make that jungle music?
Yeah, that's what they
Why
used
do
to
you
call
need
it.
to make that jungle? You have this good polka music that the Europeans have given you. Why do you not just simply ballroom dance? Can't you do the waltz?
Music-wise,
Why
I
do you
think
want
that's
to
the only
make
thing
trouble?
that must create it.
You can just dance the waltz. These are good European dances. You can just dance the waltz.
They have to have the
Why
steps
do
on
you
the
have to make
floor,
something
y'all.
new?
They ain't got no rhythm.
Where did that come from? It's called building a culture and building an identity, a foreign concept.
Yeah.
When you sitting in the Caribbean trying to tether onto somebody else's because you don't think that you are good enough. You don't think that you are legitimate. And thus you made yourself illegitimate.
Yep.
We came over here and did something that blew your minds. How can you just make the culture?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make this out of thin air? I cannot get jiggy with this. And yet you've been trying to imitate us the whole damn time.
The whole time. No,
it is not that we don't have a culture. You're saying you created this, but where does this connect to the European culture? It is not legitimate if the European. Where is this connection to the European culture? It doesn't have one. That's the difference.
That's the difference.
It doesn't have one. Ours isn't connected to them. We had to create it out of the soil with our own hands. We don't have any connection to them. This is an organism purely created by us, a foreign concept. When you're still trying to be a part of France, and still trying to be a part of Spain, and still trying to be a part of Britain.
Yep. Get them TV.
And you and your crippled slave encumbered mind. Well, that is not a culture. The British did not sign off on this. We don't need them to sign off on a damn thing.
That's right.
We are our masters.
That's right, TVA.
Geographically, intellectually, culturally, spiritually, we are our own masters.
Yep.
We simply seek to draw our connection to ourselves. We are not looking for a European colony, nor a European nation, nor a European culture to tether ourselves onto.
Not at all.
That is our culture, and it has redefined planet Earth as a result. Meanwhile, back in Haiti,
barbecue.
now they're like, ooh, different identities. This is why Jamaica. I ain't beating up on Jamaica tonight, but I got to call it like it is. Marcus Garvey couldn't make any headway in Jamaica because he was talking about Pan-Africanism, which was a new identity for the average Jamaican. That was new. Pan-Africanism was, by its name and its definition, isn't something that you can trace back to Europe.
Nope.
That was the difference. That's why he couldn't get them on board. Because, as I've always told y'all, they wasn't going to listen to Garvey unless what he was selling them was taking them back to Europe. Yes, I know. Scotland, I get it. But understand, he wasn't going to get them on board. He wasn't going to get them on board. Wasn't going to happen.
He wrote about it, y'all.
Not at all.
Several of his books, and he wrote about
So they wanted to see about Germany, Ireland, Scotland.
Not with no
give us something.
Pan-Africanism.
Something that we can go to some white folk. We can get jiggy with that. Couldn't sell them on Africanism. He couldn't sell them on themselves. Then he came to the foundation.
Foundation.
Finally stopped messing around with the soup cans and the ash cans and the cast-offs, and he finally made his way to the foundation. And that was when he found, I'll be damned, these Negroes over here don't define themselves by the European. They're not looking for a European nation to tether themselves onto and to identify themselves with. That was when he found fertile soil. That was when the message took root.
I'm a garbage.
Because he finally found some people who were not looking to tie themselves to Europe and could define themselves by themselves. Brand new novel concept. And we were doing it way before Garvey was born.
Back in the 1920s.
He had discovered some folks who were already doing it.
Yeah.
And we showed him how to make it pop.
100 years ago.
And we've been carrying the banner before him and carrying it ever since.
Literally 100 years ago.
That's the difference.
Yep. And he amassed the following of 8 million people, Black people, and created several chapters of the UNIA, which is Universal Negro Improvement Association, African Communities League.
Yep.
They haven't had anything else to do with that. Haiti was supposed to be talking like this 100 years ago. Let's just be totally honest with it. They supposed to be talking like this 100 years ago. What they were afraid of was losing identity.
We're listening.
Like those things is the point I'm trying to tell you. They like being able to dress up like Frenchmen with the funny hats and the shoulder pads. They like that. That's what they've been waiting on. That was the identity. And the only folks who were actually resistant to it, once they died out, that was it.
Yep.
That was it.
That was it.
That's the point I want you to understand.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
Folks here been sitting up here trying to leech off of us, and that's the thing we've been trying to back them up off of. This idea of leeching off of us. You supposed to been having, we have been at the United States government's neck since before the end of antebellum slavery. Do you understand that? We here in America, we've been the only folks taking folks to task and being at their necks.
Yep.
We are the only ones who did that. Just
nobody else in the diaspora, Shabaka. Just FBA, descendants of American child slavery freedmen.
Just us. Nobody else has got that. Nobody else has done that. When we attempt to have that conversation,
I will. I'll get to it. I'm doing like 2 things. I'll get to it. Jesse, is this, where are you going with this?
Start backing up in this.
I got it. Go ahead. I got you, Shabaka. I'm on it. I've been on it the whole time we've been in here.
Is anybody in the comments?
Nobody's in the comments, Jesse. Just keep going.
Start getting scared. That's when it becomes an issue.
Yeah. And it's very, very interesting.
Now they're going to sit up here, and after all these years, they're trying to sit up here and jump on our backs. After all these years of wanting to do that, now all of a sudden it's changed. Now all of a sudden they got to go in a different direction. Well, hell,
years later.
They've been further along, by the way, if you had bothered to do this before now. You'd have been further along if you had bothered to do it before now.
It's been 220 years since the Haitian Rebellion.
But they're following the game plan that we laid out here. They were supposed to be talking to France decades ago. They were supposed to be talking to the UN decades ago. Yeah. There's the difference.
What about CARICOM? What happened with that?
That's the difference.
Yeah. They should have been on that. And they didn't include us in that either.
We set down the template.
I was saying, when they did that first little reading, but they wanted, I was like, nah, you think too small, remember?
No,
I was like,
big difference.
Because CARICOM, they're what they're asking for in their reparations package was really minimal and non-important.
You want to know what we
200
built?
billion?
They weren't asking for that first.
What we have?
Oh no,
They weren't asking for that a long time ago.
much lower than that.
They weren't asking for that at all. They weren't asking for that at all.
Oh yeah,
That was a long time ago. Don't you remember?
yeah.
That's what we've done. That's what we built. Yeah, you're starting to sound like us now.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Now you're suddenly starting to sound like us. Oh yeah, one more thing. Let me go ahead and replay this one more time. I want y'all to hear what they're saying now.
Okay.
I want you to hear what they're saying because I want you to understand exactly what's going on.
For your freedom, or we'll enslave and kill you again. Let's look at a contemporary comparison. The Louisiana Purchase. The US actually purchased much of the present-day South and Midwest from France back in the year 1804. More than 2 million square kilometers of land, about 77 times the size of Haiti. How much did the US pay France? 80 million francs, or $15 million. 21 years later, France forced Haiti to pay almost double this amount, 150 million francs. Now, obviously, Haiti did not have that kind of money, so France made it borrow the money from French bankers. There were banker fees and interest, which meant Haiti was paying off the ransom for 122 years. The final payment was made in 1947. That is when Haiti was free of the French debt.
Now, you do realize this goes straight across, world wars, right?
Yeah.
You do realize that, don't you?
Final payment was made in
Facts.
1947.
I mean, you do realize we talk
What?
about across world wars, right?
Yep.
World wars are broken out, and we're still bowing to France.
Mm-hmm.
Europeans slugging it out over there, and we're still bowing to France. We're not taking this the time to regroup. We're still bowing to France over there. That's the issue I want you to take a look at.
War reparations are a way for the losing side to pay for the lives lost. This is how it has always been, the business side of war. But what if the roles were reversed? If the winner of a war had to pay the loser, even if the war was justified, if it was the morally right thing to do? We don't have to imagine that scenario. It's what happened to Haiti. And the country has been suffering for 200 years.
Okay, now I want you to understand, did you
design.
hear this right here?
They're indebted
I want
to
to go
France
back here
for 122
now,
years.
Because I want you to hear, did you hear the tricky ass language these Indians put in there
Yeah.
for that? Did you hear what they just said?
War. But what if the roles were reversed? If the winner of a war had to pay the loser, even if the war was justified?
If the winner
That's
of
what they
a
did with World
war
War II.
had to pay the loser, even if the war was justified.
This is all a big motherfucking game, cuz.
Now, what the hell kind of logic is being suggested here?
That's what they
They're
did.
sports and they require payment. That's pretty much all I got for
If
them.
the war was justified.
This is a motherfucking game. It's always been a game.
Attacks you and you win the war, paying them even if the war was just. Excuse me, if I got attacked, what the hell are you talking about? What kind of moral test is this supposed to be? I mean, you won the war. I mean, even if it was justified, could you still have to pay them? That's exactly what. Even if it was justified.
That's what they did with World War II.
Yeah, y'all heard them say that there. Well, I mean, even if it was justified, who's still kissing the French's ass?
It has always been the business side of war. But what if the roles were reversed? If the winner of a war had to pay the loser, even if the war was justified, if it was the morally right thing to do? We don't have to imagine that scenario.
Why is that a morally right thing to do?
And
It's
the
not.
country has been suffering for
It's
200
just unwhite,
years
and I
because
say
of this.
so.
Haiti is the poorest country.
So they're letting you know here. It's like, oh boy. Yeah, man, look here. Even the way in which they're reporting it. Wow, we have to pay them even if it was justified. That tells you a whole lot right there, doesn't it?
Total debt was worth. Well, That is a question that will be debated by a United Nations group, the UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. 20 NGOs have come together. They're asking the forum for justice. They want France to return what it took from Haiti. When you add interest, it may be between $150 to $200 billion.
So you get that. Now, I want you to understand something here.
Right?
I want you to ask yourselves a question right now. I want you to ask yourselves a question.
I'm glad Shabak is engaged.
There's some different.
I could fucking bank. Every weekend he just goes up billions of dollars.
All the Haitians or people from the
every weekend I'm just like throw myself back in the chair like fuck no, man. It's not realistic anymore.
The original number isn't
and
realistic.
you should pull yourselves up by
Really
your
hard to wrap our brains around.
What did TBA say?
Somebody find me the Haitians or the folks in the Caribbean wagging their fingers at the Haitians, giving them that talk. The one they try to give us.
Mm-hmm.
And can you find somebody doing that? Because you see, when I open up my phone lines, when folks come over here, all of it, they sitting up here telling us about what we don't need and what we should be okay with. We should be all right with. Oh, well, just leave that there. Well, that's what you hear there. But by the way, I'm just asking the question here. By the way, has anybody jumped up at them and started back talking to them and telling them, hey, you don't need that? Has anybody done that?
No. It's because we got class, man. We should do that.
Somebody got class.
Just asking for.
I got class. I don't know who the fuck you talking to like that. I got class.
I couldn't find them doing it.
Who the fuck you talking to? I don't do that. I don't do some of these low brow things. Okay?
I'm doing it.
I consider very low brow, Jazzy. I really don't.
Notice they're not giving them that talk now, are they?
No.
They finger at them.
They're not sitting up here wagging them. Nobody's telling the Haitians about what they don't need to have and they don't need to do. And that was so long ago.
Instead of saying pull yourself up by the bootstraps, you say pick yourself up by your machete and get to work.
What you guys need to do? You don't
pick your machete up and get to work.
You don't see them saying that to themselves. You don't see the Haitians saying that to themselves. No. You don't see the Caribbeans saying that to themselves.
Hell no.
Doing that.
They don't say that kind of shit. They just say it to Americans.
Don't see any of them doing that.
You don't see
it.
They're not taking them to task and telling them, you just lazy niggas.
Right.
You don't see that happening.
With guns.
You don't see that occurring. You don't see that happening at all. Why do you think that is?
Different levels of respect.
Why do you think that is that all of a sudden we're not hearing the same things?
Because they're benefiting from it.
Why do you think that is? All of a sudden, you're not hearing the same. You're not seeing the same conversation taking place.
Because they qualify.
Why is that?
Because at the end of the end, the racism.
Why is that?
Because remember, who told them no? No claim. You get your own claim.
Because when we talk about reparations,
right,
you get a whole bunch of folks who jump up here telling us what we don't need.
Right.
Telling us about how long it was ago.
Back then.
Right, they hear it. Nobody in this generation.
Right. That's what we hear, and I just couldn't help but notice that when the conversation has come up in Jamaica or Haiti, you don't see them saying that to each other. Did you notice that through all this, by the way, you know what you heard, but did you notice what you're not hearing? When you go down into the comment section of the video, well, they're not sitting up here yelling at them, telling them, that was so long ago and Haiti needs to fix its own. What about black on black crime? That.
Get them TBA.
In the comment section, they're not talking about what about black on black crime. Not doing any of that. They're not doing any of that. It's straight, yes, Haiti needs, the French need to pay, and America needs to pay, and everybody needs to pay.
What?
All of a sudden now.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not giving any of the usual white supremacist talking points, and that conversation's not happening.
Confirmation they've been listening, Lady Che.
Now, they are talking about getting something. All of a sudden,
I'll be all about it. It'll be like, sit it down. I've been saying sit it down for the last 4 years.
Not talking about black crime and Haiti. Taking black on black crime to a new dimension.
Oh man, don't even get me started.
No,
yeah.
Just saying. That's not what you niggas need to.
One of the shithole countries. That's what Trump
stop being lazy. Where is your culture?
He did say that.
Yeah, he did.
Y'all so ready to go out there, man.
One more thing. One more thing here.
But when it's time for them to call,
because they didn't even mention reparations or nothing. You didn't talk about that. Y'all ready to throw your panties at Trump. Stop it.
Look at the comments, y'all. This is the comments now.
Talking about France. The poorest countries in the world, irrespective of the continent, seem to have one thing in common. France. Trying to drag the USA into it here. Can we get more money? We want more. Another one here trying to drag the USA into it. We should have reparations.
All of a sudden.
We need reparations for people of Haitian descent.
Now.
Okay. See what's going on there. Trying to drag
Keep in mind, he's the one that said leave us alone. They say, look, leave us alone. Hey, look,
without France. Well, we
they
get
got that over there.
France needs to leave the alone.
Our sister.
They really do.
Sister, she did in the chat.
I believe that.
Late with us.
Welcome, sister. I'm working the board team.
I can't see anything.
Did you all
Hey, Sister Akshita, how you doing, ma'am? Greetings from Sin City.
And how much money does Spain owe Latin America?
And also, too, Sister Akshita, check out our comments right there of what I'm talking about in regard to the rebellion in Los Angeles.
By the way,
32 years ago.
Thank you, sister.
Okay, but do you know what nobody in the comments is saying? Nobody is saying France can pay us 200 billion or they can give us scholarships.
No, you don't.
That's all they were talking about during that first time when they were
in Bitcoin.
Hell no.
France can pay us $200 billion or they can pay us with college tuition.
Shit, they were talking the wackest shit. It was us that said, no, you gotta do better. Look, take example, but say thank you. You know what I mean? We trying to go out with that carrot shit.
That money.
They wanted a statute of fucking apology. We let them have it. Their way. We didn't give them no education. Talk about money and all this extra shit.
Now they all talking about cash money on the table.
Right. They weren't even talking like that. They were talking about education.
Nobody's talking about
and an apology and a statute. I think.
Talking about fertilizer and cattle feed.
Nope. No land.
All that garbage that they come over here, that the Coleman cruisers come over here and try to sell to us.
Yeah.
Right.
None of them are doing that. Nobody's in this comment section talking about, you know, the real way to deal with this, it would be to, we need Haiti to have scholarships. If Haiti would only have scholarships, then this would leave stuff out of our
access to education and all kind of shit. That's what they wanted initially.
This one runs Bitcoin, cattle feed, fertilizer. If we only had some land,
who have to pay?
All you hear is folk down here backing the money. Yes, it owes billions. ain't nobody talking about a damn thing but cash payment. No, France owes Haiti a great deal more, but 200 billion is a nice down payment. Well, I'll be damned.
Now they're gonna listen to that. They're gonna listen to that. We have to help them out because they weren't listening before. Just another thing we gotta add to the list.
Anchor babies and everyone else tells us we don't need cash money. Folks who
before that, I said that. Yeah.
So they're telling us what we're not owed. That we don't need no money.
Mm-hmm.
You looking for a handout.
That's what they said to us.
Talking about them, it ain't nothing but cash money down the line. Why, not a one of them has said a word about college tuition, Bitcoin, farmland, potato sacks, comic books.
What caused the rebellion, Sista in Haiti, is that the slaves that tired of being brutalized by the French, colonizers, and they just said, fuck it, and went for what they know. And they put some work in, Sista that they did. Okay, are you talking about what caused the rebellion in 1992, Sista Okay, please tell me in the chat room.
Principles, why is it that when it's time for your folks to talk about reparations,
what was it, 5 or 6?
You don't want to discuss anything but cash?
Lapdogs got acquitted.
Okay.
Everything you talk about.
Lapdogs involved in the beating of Rodney King are as follows. Stacey Coon, okay, yeah, that's what I'm getting to. Stacey Coon, Timothy Wynn, Lawrence Powell, Theodore Bracino. Okay, that's 5. It was 5 of them. Shit. Stacey Coon, Lawrence Powell, Timothy Bracino, Theodore Bracino, Timothy Wind, and Stacey Coon. That's who it was, Lady Che. Stacey Coon was the sergeant of the Foothill Division of the Los Angeles Police Department. Mm-hmm. When you traveled on Interstate 210, to get to Interstate 5 a few years ago, man, you passed by the exact location of where it happened at. It was caught on tape by a guy by the name of George Holliday.
Yeah.
Daryl Gates was the chief of the LAPD at that time. George Holliday walks in with a film to Gates's office. And I got this information from reading a book called Chief. And Daryl Gates had signed off on all the reports that they gave him out of the Foothill Division saying they did a good job. So George Holliday had came in and said, hey, man, we got a feature film for you here for you to see. And then what had happened was that, unfortunately, Mr. Holliday did not copyright the film, and that's why Spike Lee was able to use it in the opening scene of Malcolm X, okay? So then what had happened is that when the LA County DA's office says that we want to change a venue up there to Ventura County, ultra conservative, ultra Republican, Ronald Reagan supporters, and what have you. So after the verdict was read, they found all those officers not guilty.
Don't make
and then
I got this.
And
don't
then
get the next clip.
And then what had happened was
because I'm
that the jurors
right now.
I just got to share it.
We already did this. I've been sharing.
You've been posting his comments from the private chat.
Right, you sure haven't. Doesn't you see my work right there? You're touching on it. I did that. Yes, he put it in the back. I did that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's what I said. Don't touch nothing, man. Just carry on what you were doing.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chewbacca. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish telling me.
Okay. So then what had happened was that they had all the jurors come out on media, the radio, the television, and they stated that Rodney King got what he deserved. Ooh. And the Black community, standing along with whites, Hispanics, and what have you, stated that this was an outrage. And a white woman from Granada Hills, California, brought her
5-year-old daughter to protest right in front of Parker Center, which was LAPD headquarters at the time. They asked a brother who was standing next to her, what does he feel about it? He told the newsman, and this is an exact quote from memory, "What the fuck you mean it was united? All gangbangers unite." And the party was on.
Yep.
And it was on. April 30th, it looked like Beirut. George Bush Sr., who was the president, had stated is that the California National Guard has been activated. And Bush Sr. had stated that he is sending in the regular army to assist the National Guard. Now you got a fucking problem right there. Okay.
Daddy Bush.
Yeah, the Papa Bush. Okay. And so then now the reason why you got a problem right there is because, see, this was the worst riot in U.S. urban history. And Bush Sr. had stated that he's telling the U.S. Marshal's Office and the Federal Justice Department to go pick them motherfuckers up. Yeah. And they did.
Yeah, this is Watts, right?
They shut down all the highways.
No, Lady Shay, Watts is what happened in 1965. I'm talking about 1992.
Oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah.
Watts was 1965.
Yeah, either way. I'm sorry, you're right. I was thinking about, for some reason, when you're saying that, I'm still thinking about what Watts did. Separate issue. We'll talk about that.
That was Marquette Fry. Okay,
yeah, we'll talk about that later. Let's talk about that later.
Okay, but the Watts riot.
King Alfred plan.
Oh, God, we'll talk about that later. And you know what, Chewbacca, the Watts riot, the Watts rioting, always ignited a little flame in my heart.
Okay,
I just got to say that. We'll talk about that later.
I think I might know why. There was a DJ on KGFJ at that time, and every time that he played a record like by Martha Reeves or the Miracles or any of the Motown hits or any of the Stax record hits, he would always say, "Burn, baby, burn." KGFJ fired Montague because they stating that with him making that statement is that he was inciting the riot, which he was not. Okay. Just like as they stated in Los Angeles, okay, 32 years ago, okay, no justice, no peace.
Right.
Okay. And that was not justice of how them sons of bitches walked up there in Ventura County.
Yeah, so do better. I mean? We'll see you protesting and you're lame at it. Do better.
So then what had happened was into the O.J. Simpson case.
You gotta show me how it's done, Lady Che.
White America is going to sit up there and say is that them black jurors let OJ go because this was payback of what happened to Rodney King. Me personally, I don't give a good goddamn if it wasn't.
Right. We needed a win for sure, but no, it wasn't. There was hurt. They're still hurt. They're still hurt over OJ. Poor OJ. He can't even. He's probably resting, laughing up there like these motherfuckers are stupid. They never let him have not a fucking moment. They consistently trashed OJ. They're still mad about it. They're still mad. That is when you know, motherfucker, they truly fucking not liked you since you killed the horrible white girl.
With her lover.
Yeah, she was whoring around and shit, doing drugs, and they hate you for it. They hate you so much, right? You didn't do it, but they hate you. They hate you so fucking much. Okay. For love football star. They made him look like shit for the rest of his life.
Okay. And keep in mind is that Willie Williams was the police commissioner in Philadelphia, okay, before he was the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, and he was the one that carried out the order by Wilson Goode to bomb the Move House
on May 17th,
and they burned up the whole fucking neighborhood
on May 17th, 1985.
Yes.
Yeah, another birthday.
2 days before Malcolm X's birthday.
That was fucked up, man. Exactly. They should have did that because only like one kid survived that. And they couldn't find him. Remember, they have never found him again.
Mm-hmm.
They thought that he went somewhere else, and he didn't. They never found the little boy again. Like,
okay, so Okay, so I hope that answers Akshita's question. Is she still in the chat room with us?
Of course she is.
I can't see everything. Like,
Yeah, I got it. No, she is here. I'll find her here shortly. Yeah, she's
so I'm gonna have to move us along because we're definitely
Okay, yeah, please move us along because I'm gonna have to crash out in a minute.
Oh shit! All right, Shabaka, you gotta stay for this
Because it's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock right here where I'm at. It's midnight where you guys are at.
Go ahead, just go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm going back on mute.
All right, well, thank you, Lady Che, for holding it down. So we got Lisa Cabrera. She's gonna give us an update on the owners of TikTok, ByteDance, bold move preferring TikTok shutdown. So they actually wanted to shut down. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. She reciprocates the love.
Ladies and gentlemen, TikTok parent company ByteDance said they would rather shut TikTok down in the US than sell it. They are not interested in selling TikTok at all. So ByteDance preferred TikTok shut down in US over sale. TikTok owner ByteDance would prefer shutting down its loss-making app rather than selling it if the Chinese company exhausts all legal options to fight legislation to ban the platform from app stores in the United States. So the algorithm TikTok relies on for its operations are deemed core to ByteDance over all operations, which would make a sale of the app with algorithms highly unlikely. Yeah, they said they're not going to turn over the algorithm. And their algorithm is different from the one that is used here in the US. So without certain components, it would really be useless to sell it. So they said, without them turning over the algorithm, it would make the sale of the app highly unlikely, the sources said, who are close to the parent. This is what they said Thursday. TikTok accounts for a small share of ByteDance total revenue and daily active users. So the parent would rather have the app shut down in the US in a worst case scenario than to sell it to a potential American buyer, they said. A shutdown would have limited impact on ByteDance business, while the company would not have to give up its core algorithm. This is what sources are saying, who declined to be named as they were not authorized to speak to the media company. ByteDance declined to comment. It said late Thursday in a statement posted to the media platform it owns that it had no plans to sell TikTok in response to an article by a tech platform. The information saying ByteDance is exploring scenarios for selling TikTok's US business without the algorithm that recommends videos to TikTok users. In response, Reuters requested for comment. A TikTok spokeswoman referred to ByteDance statement. Okay, all right. So now they are saying on Wednesday, the social media company expects to win a legal challenge to block legislation signed into law by President Joe Biden that he said would ban its popular short video app used by 170 million Americans. The bill passed overwhelmingly, but the U.S. Senate on Tuesday was driven by widespread worries among U.S. lawmakers that China could access American data or use the app for surveillance. Biden's signing sets January 19th deadline for sale,
green asses.
1 day before its term to poise to expire. So they said he could extend the deadline by 3 months. So it can go from January to April. So, ByteDance does not publicly disclose its financial performance or the financial details of any of its units. The company continues to make most of its money in China, mainly from its other apps. And they said the US accounted for 25% of TikTok's overall revenue last year, said the separate source with direct knowledge. ByteDance 2023 revenue rose nearly $120 billion from $80 billion in 2022. 2 of the 4 sources, TikTok daily active users in the US is also just about 5% of ByteDance worldwide. So algorithms not for sale. TikTok shares the same core algorithms with ByteDance domestic apps like short video platforms. Its algorithms are considered better than ByteDance rival at this time, and it would be impossible to divest TikTok with its algorithm, with its intelligent property license is registered under ByteDance in China, thus difficult to disentangle from the parent company. ByteDance also would not agree to sell one of its most valuable assets, its secret source. The rival said, all right, so they're referring to TikTok algorithm. In 2020, Trump administration sought to ban TikTok and Chinese-owned WeChat, but was blocked by the courts. A short-form video app has since faced partial or attempted bans in the US.
Welcome, buddy. You changed your name back up.
It would likely to reject a forced divestment of TikTok app.
Let me stop there real quick.
Hearing in March of last year.
Just talk a little bit.
Pretty much summing it up in a nutshell, they said, even after Biden passed the bill, they're saying they still will not sell. They will just shut down TikTok in the US.
I'm on it. I got it. Don't worry about it.
That's what they want. But turning over to some US company, they don't want that. So that's where it stands. Look like if they can't come to an agreement, it looks like they are going to just shut down TikTok in the US. It probably still be access in other countries around the world. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this video and TikTok's response to Biden signing the bill to ban them. And they're not going to give up their algorithm. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you.
And subscribe to Frontline Black News.
And they shouldn't give up the algorithm. You shouldn't even have to go through it.
And that shooter's right. Algorithms are vital to the content that it is spread.
Yeah.
But they be spreading a bunch of bullshit on there.
It's the algorithm. It's like giving up the secret to your secret sauce. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that too, Lady Che, but this is why we got to get some of our intellectual scholars and some of our computer majors to put some algorithms in there to safeguard us. It's because every other motherfucker out here is benefiting off of us except us. And then when you go up there and say that, you're a black racist guy, and I'm like, man, fuck you. You know how I get down.
No, theft of intellectual property is a real thing. I mean, I talk about that all day long. Theft of a motherfucking intellectual property is a real thing, especially when you stealing it right from Black people. Also, too, Black people though shouldn't be stealing from other Black people. This is not the case. In this case, like unless you use TikTok personally, I don't really know. I don't use it, but if you use it, I'm sure it's gonna hit your pockets and you should feel some kind of way about it. But as far as them giving up their algorithm, fuck no. They probably wouldn't have known that until they read the motherfucking fine print. You know what I mean? Most people don't read the fine print. That's how they get screwed in the end.
Well, that's why they, Lady Che.
Reading.
Lady Che.
What?
That's why they make the fine print so fine so you will skip past it.
Yeah, they make they put a word salad language in there so that you would get bored before you get to the fine print. All these bills and shit, they all got the long fucking word salad fucking conversation in it. The language is broad and ambiguous, so people don't even read all of them like that.
Okay, but Lady Che, that's just it though. Like Dr. Huey P. Newton proved in Alameda County in the early 60s. Any statute or any document that is so ambiguous that it cannot be understood by the common man is not a statute.
Exactly. Exactly. Man, I should be thinking about it like that more when I'm making my little city council speeches. Yep, because a lot of this shit is so fucking dry and ambiguous. It's like no wonder people just give up and we're fucked. Because when it comes time for voting and shit, and they don't really before that, when they know what's going to be voted on, they don't even ask the right questions, because if they started reading it, they get like maybe 3 pages in and they get fucking bored, because it is just a long, lengthy, fucking broad and ambiguous involving.
It's ambiguous.
But it's designed in general. When it comes time for in general, Jesse. In general, like we got a whole year to read up on certain things. You know what I mean? And when you get to reading it, the shit's like fucking lengthy. I got one right now I'm looking at. I can't even get into it right now. I can't remember the name of it. I forgot what the fucking name of it was because I was in 20 pages in.
I'm only gonna be working for 5 months out of the year.
Jesse, can you please get to the next clip? Get to the next clip. Yeah, no, I'm on it, but I got questions that I need answers about these bills that I really don't understand, but I will ask the.
Now, here's what I suggest you do. If you got a contract that is so ambiguous that you cannot understand it, hold on a second.
No, I get that part.
Because I've done it. As you go to the closest college or university and go speak with a law professor and get one of their graduate students to look at it, because the professor will give them extra credit for it.
Yep.
Ooh, that's smart. I wouldn't mind helping a little young Black student out like that.
Yeah.
No, but also too, it gives the law student experience. You see, it gives them some hands-on experience and advanced apprenticeship before he is actually has to go take his bar exam.
Little young student right now, get there.
That was part of the Paris plan, Shabaka.
Yeah, exactly, Jesse. Thank you. I wrote that. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's carry on.
All right, so getting on the AI. So AI discovery sparks urgent calls for regulation. Wait a minute, I thought Sleepy Jim Crow was on this already.
This motherfucker trying to repack bullshit.
No, he wasn't.
Sleepy Creepy Jim Crow.
Now, let me tell you something about AI. AI comes across my computer, right? I says to AI, and this is a direct quote, "Do you understand the concept of go fuck yourself?"
And what did it reply, Shabaka?
Oh, that's not acceptable. That doesn't compute. Fuck AI. Because the next thing you're going to know is you're going to be having these goddamn cops using AI robots.
Shabaka, remember when Eric Adams
attention. I was showing that shit.
NYPD got the robot dogs and the robot.
Yeah, and the San Francisco Police Department got them too.
Was over there bringing around the homeless.
Robots that they had got. And they start ushering them out in New York.
Yeah, they over there fucking harassing the homeless. They got them delivering motherfucking food and shit. And I'm like, man, I'll kick that motherfucker over and steal everything in his box.
Whoa. Hold on, Lady Che. Hold on, Lady Che. Let me show you something right here.
You
When they first came out, when they first came out with those Lime scooters up there in the Bay Area, they got a great big sign on there saying that if you tear up this Lime scooter, all your information is going to the local police agency and you will be arrested, and motherfuckers have been getting arrested.
Yeah, well, they gonna arrest me after I fucking dismantle it with a fucking bottle of water and fucking cattle prod.
This cool ass Adams is about to start.
I'll gladly take that out.
With the robot.
These things
I
are
only used one of them damn Lime scooters only one time, right? And the motherfucker who was out there collecting them, right, you know, to turn them back in, I said, hey, man, how much does these damn things cost? There's only so much by a mile. Yep. So, quite naturally, of course, they want you to use your bank card. Fuck your bank card. Get debit cards, okay? Yep. And this son bitch charged me $32. What the fuck?
Our boy Rapper Roy Ball, that's what he does, but he has his own company now. So
yeah, but you see, but what it is, what needs to be hauled off into the Santa Clara County courts and San Mateo County courts and the San Francisco County courts is that this shit is so ambiguous that it cannot be understood by the common man. Thus, in turn, the contract is unenforceable.
Sound right and exact to me, man.
And a law or a statute is only as good as its enforcement.
Sounds right and exact to me. Carry on.
All right, so Lisa's gonna give us an update on the AI.
Okay.
Need for regulation.
You just sell it, Jesse. No, you're wearing my dirt cell down.
Oh, you haven't seen what's in the living room.
I know, man. You're a real buster back up front. You know, I just need you to know that. Real buster move.
This story comes out of Baltimore. There was a teacher that used the principal.
Come on back, young man. Come on back to the room.
AI. And the teacher has since been
put yourself back here. Come on.
Charged. You know, although there are no AI laws.
Get out of there. Don't touch them. We got it.
In fact, not many across the country. So
get out of that window too. Everybody can see it.
Calls for new laws, better technology. Yes, you know, anytime you come out with a new technology like AI, there's always someone that's going to abuse it. I mean, make no mistake about it. Everybody's not going to do that. You know, most people won't, but you always got this element out here that will do these things. And of course, and it's always the same people, y'all. It's never anybody different. It's always the same people doing these things. And, you know, you can expect misuse and abuse of AI and any other technology.
It's designed to be misused and abused. Don't you fucking
get
it?
So they're saying, in fact, this is one of the first that they're finding around the country where a teacher, I guess he did not like the principal, took the principal's voice and made a racist rant out of it. This is according to Baltimore County State Attorney. As we dug into this a little more, it seemed very clear that we may need to make our way down to Annapolis and the legislature next year to make some adaptations to bring the laws up to date with the technology that was being used. Schellenberger made those comments yesterday at Baltimore County Police announced charges. And now this person's name is Dazon Darren. And this is Pikeville High School. and this person was the athletic director. Investigators say Darren used AI to create a fake racist audio recording of Pikeville High School principal, resulting in a federal investigation and the temporary removal of the principal. In this particular
lawsuit,
obviously had some statutes that were right on point, but we do in fact need to take a look at some others. For instance, the charge of disrupting school activities only carry a 6-month sentence. Certainly something we need to take a look at, but we also need to take a broader look at how this technology can be used and abused to harm other people, Schellenberger said. So one of the representatives said that Baltimore County, there are currently no laws on the books centered on AI, and agrees this should change. To be specific, to AI, there isn't a law because it's such a new technology. There are laws with impersonation and fraudulently misrepresenting yourself or another, but this certainly is so harmful. And you look at what people can do, so damaging using AI to impersonate other people. So they added, they stand with this Baltimore Attorney General. The laws certainly need to be updated. We've seen this, and they're going into a whole different subject matter, which I'm not going to touch on because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I know they're saying this is a first of its kind, but I don't think it is. I just think that people have not gotten in trouble up until now because the technology is new. And like they said, a lot of places don't have any laws for AI, at least for now, but that will change, of course. So they're just saying that they need to invest in new technology that identifies and protects against these emerging attacks, and will likely require us to examine laws at both the state and federal levels to ensure that this new technology and those still yet to come cannot be used in ways that harm individuals in our community. So the police will have to update and modernize to keep up with criminals. The government is going to have to step up and invest in tools to protect the public from crimes like this that could potentially ruin someone's life. So the person that did this Darren, according to what it says, that he bonded out of jail and is due in court on June 11th. So y'all, these technologies will always be abused, no matter what. Even when laws are on the books, you're still going to have people out here abusing these.
And that's what makes it dangerous.
That are out there.
Yep.
So,
and that's what makes it dangerous.
This person must have really had it in for this principal in order for this to happen. Yeah. So anyway, y'all gonna have to tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the
Frontline Black News.
And I'll see you on the next
video.
Peace.
So just to give you a time stamp. So it's after midnight here, and we still have about 3 topics.
What's the other 3 topics?
So the next topic is Harvey Weinstein. And where the hell is the outrage?
Glad you brought that perverted bastard up.
Go ahead, Shabaka.
That son of a bitch deserves to go and stay in right to straight to fucking jail. He's a pervert.
He is in jail. But
and let his ass right in there.
He's been hospitalized, but he got his case in New York overturned.
They overturned his case in New York?
Yes.
So they're going to be released. Okay, where is he in custody at? New York or California?
I believe he is in New York.
I think he's incarcerated in California still.
Okay. But either way, his conviction got overturned.
No, that's his New York conviction, but he still has cases pending in California.
Correct. So we're wondering, where is the outrage? Where in the hell is the outrage from the Me Too movement? Where the hell y'all at? Tarana Burke says you can't expect the carceral system to produce justice. Oh, you think? Oh, you really think Tarana Burke? That's KRS-2 for those that didn't know. Shout out to but yeah, that was super gone. I went on her speech before this, like, what was her response to Harvey Weinstein's conviction being overturned?
Okay, newsflash. Okay, Francis Ngannou, the guy that knocked down Tyson Fury in the fight, his son just died.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Like today,
and then I'm looking here on Fox News. Non-citizens allowed to vote in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and they almost got licenses to drive in Wyoming or Wisconsin. I mean Wisconsin. So yeah, and they couldn't get work permits here. So in about 6 months they'll be able to work here. Quiet as kept if you read between the lines. You read the actual paper. Yeah, you listen to the stupid ass mayor talk. That's he's making it possible. So that I'm like, man, I don't know how to feel right now. Because
newsflash, just came over the news, Lady Che, not cutting into your wisdom, ma'am. Great news.
Oh shit, what happened?
Great news. Elon Musk has publicly dumped California for Texas. Now the Golden State customers are getting revenge, dumping Tesla in droves. Great news. Great news. Great news.
Leave the world behind.
See?
Great news. Great news.
Okay, so this is her response, y'all.
That's stupid. Why do you do that? Why did he do that? That's what I want. I'm gonna find out on my own.
Because California has crazy ass laws. And he wasn't trying to
but that's like your main. That's like somewhere your money comes from. Like, I don't understand. I just don't get it. Carry on. I'll find out. I'll read it on my own. I'll figure it out.
California was limiting his access to.
This Me Too movement was funded by a black woman.
Yeah, you didn't know that, Shabaka?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yep, feminism at its highest. As fight as for.
All right. So what's the professor talking about?
Well, wait. Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead. Jesse, try to give us a little context, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I got 12 minutes.
God damn it, Shabaka. Okay.
Damn, Shabaka, Jesus, just go tap out now then. I'm kidding. Go ahead, Jesse. You got 12 minutes. Make it quick.
Okay, so this is her response to this. One of her responses to this goddamn
Harvey Weinstein thing.
Case conviction being overturned in New York. So this is the founder of Me Too, y'all, KRS-2. And she's gonna give us a response to this.
He's basically saying that she an ugly ass sister like KRS-One.
Well, brother, he's a teacher. She looks a lot like
Fuck
him.
the ad, skip the ad, fuck the ad, fuck the ad.
There will be headlines in the coming days and weeks talking about what this means for the Me Too movement. We've seen this happen over and over again. There is a court case that comes out and says, you know, Cosby has been released and the Me Too movement is over. And then there's another court case that says E. Jean Carroll has won. And they say the Me Too movement is back. So I want to be clear that this moment and this decision actually means that we have a movement. It means we have a movement. You know, 10 years ago, we could not get a man like Harvey Weinstein into a courtroom.
Yeah, look, this little Me Too movement has been the thing.
The man is powerful.
Hey, how can they say it went away? Everybody got on Diddy's case.
Actually, just described
Diddy's made Me Too movement.
And we need to acknowledge that. We also need to understand.
We also need to acknowledge that you said it was not your responsibility to go after white men that you're describing right now.
Yeah, after you did it. Hey.
The legal system has never served survivors. This is not a blow to the movement. It is a clarion call.
No, it can't be, because your main topic right now should be a motherfucking Diddy, because we need a Me Too. Real shit. He's like the he should be the poster child for Me Too right now. Everybody's like, hey, me too. He touched me too. He made me do something too. Diddy too. Me too. That Diddy's like the fucking Diddy's like the face of Me Too now. Be like, that's the Me Too right there. Everybody jumped on it.
What this means for them.
No,
he touched me. He made me do it. I went to his parties. Me too. I went to his party. Me too. Yeah.
So that was her response. So Professor Black Truth is going to give us his take on the situation, and we're going to critique that basically. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. If you're not subscribed,
if you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted.
I gotta get this out. So if you are black and you're not subscribed to Professor Black Truth, what the hell are you doing? I've been listening to Professor Black Truth for a good 10 years. I say at least 10 years at this point. He's been around for 15 years. So he is one of the fathers of the new black media. And everything that he has said to date has come true.
Yep.
So what are y'all doing? Subscribe to Professor Black Truth.
Right. And slap yourself 3 times on the tray.
Right. So he's gonna give us an update.
And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. Mm-hmm. And now the Sunday address. Oh, just when you thought it was safe to speak against white power, here they come again. The New York Court of Appeals has overturned Harvey Weinstein's conviction in his New York rape trial, and they've ordered a new trial for him. The basis they gave was that the introduction of prior bad acts witnesses should not have been allowed in his trial. So what they're saying is when the judge allowed the prosecution to bring in other people other than his accuser to say he did this and he did that, they're saying, that's foul. He shouldn't have done that. According to the white media, whether or not to allow the testimony of prior bad acts in a trial is supposed to be up to the judge's discretion. Now, a standard like that is a recipe for I'm white and I say so. You had a lot of people, of course, who have been crying tears about this, others who are shocked and such, but over here in the black media, we're not surprised at all. We'll get to that in a moment. But I do think I have to add that during the Cosby trial, accusations from other accusers was allowed into evidence at that trial. And when it came time for Cosby to file an appeal, the appeals court didn't even mention that. They didn't think that was important at all. So were it not for the blatantly illegal introduction of the civil trial deposition, Cosby would still be in prison right now, because in the case of Cosby, prior bad acts were fair game, no problem at all. No technicality here, no procedural violations either. Now, the case against Weinstein was far stronger than the nothing burger that was tried against Cosby, And in the case of Weinstein, he was actually on trial for rape. Bill Cosby, when they tried to do some phony baloney rape accusation against him, that failed. That's why the prosecutors had to downgrade the charges and go with something else that basically was a form of sexual misconduct. Like, well, there was some unsanctioned hanky-panky going on. But with Weinstein, it's actually rape. But look at how they ignore one set of circumstances and conveniently consider another. See the double standard? And all these cases of police murdering Black people, and not one of these prosecutors has tried to introduce prior bad acts for any of those thugs. And most of them have prior bad acts of violence long before they finally killed a Black person. Before he strangled Eric Garner to death, Daniel Pentalio had been successfully sued twice for racial profiling and police brutality. The city of New York had to shell out $100,000 to settle those lawsuits. Derek Chauvin, before he murdered George Floyd, he had already been involved in a number of police brutality cases. One where he did the same kind of kneeling on a Black person's neck for minutes on end. But in the case of Daniel Pentalio, the white media memory hold his prior bad acts. And in the case of Derek Chauvin, they didn't introduce his prior bad acts at all. Nobody tries to introduce this at trial, even though these demonstrate a pattern of behavior. Now, all of a sudden, they want prior bad acts to be thrown out. It's not fair game. Yeah, now it's not. And understand something, these white media executives all have tons of women who have been accusing them of things. This appellate court ruling is good as a warning to prosecutors who may be thinking of going
I'm still here for a few more minutes.
setting up an unofficial boundary for what the prosecutors can and cannot.
Can you give us another 10, Shabaki?
What happened?
I was just asking, can you give us another 10?
Yeah. After the Harvey Weinstein story here.
Okay, because after that it is. Yeah, that's a good cutoff. Because I actually skipped a topic after Harvey Weinstein, or I jumped ahead with the AI discovery. So yeah, that's a good cutoff, because after that, it's biracial sister tells the folks to stop fetishizing Black people and making biracial babies, and African versus South African migrants.
Oh God, more of that goddamn division again, huh?
Yeah, and the different treatment.
Okay. Well, that is some fight, of course, for tomorrow night.
Aggressive tactics like introducing prior bad acts against non-Black defendants. You can only go that far and that aggressively if it's a Black defendant that you're going after. Oh, and before I forget, no less than Tarana Burke was quoted as having said that she sure hopes that the Harvey Weinstein conviction being overturned isn't a blow to the movement. Now, isn't this the same Tarana
Burke? The hypocrisy of this bullshit.
Why is it my job to go after white men? She said that because you had a lot of people pointing out her hypocrisy. That she only seemed interested in screaming the Me Too thing if there was a Black man sanctioned by the white media to go after. Other than that, she wasn't saying that at all. Never mind the fact that Black women like Lupita Nyong'o had made accusations against Harvey Weinstein. Apparently, Tarana stand up for Black women and girls. She didn't feel like standing up for Black women and girls when the accusation was against Harvey Weinstein. But now she's going from being mum on the issue of white men who are accused of something to all of a sudden, I sure hope that this white man's conviction being overturned doesn't hurt the movement. Oh, now she's concerned. Now it's her job to go after white men, apparently.
Just all of a sudden.
Now, there is one other thing that I do need to mention in passing. Yogi Berra said that predictions are hard to make, especially about the future. Before Weinstein was convicted, I had done a video 4 years ago saying that he would beat the rap. Now, he was convicted, but you'll notice that I left that post up. I left that video standing because, as I've said about the Microsoft antitrust lawsuits and these cops who have been murdering Black people, you can't really say someone's in prison until you see how the appeals process works out. But there were people who made hay of the fact that Weinstein was convicted by a jury. I got the usual, that didn't age well, etc. Well, it seems the video aged better than the trolls' comments did. And while a retrial for Weinstein doesn't guarantee that he's going to be acquitted, there is something that needs to be said. Black empowerment doesn't depend on whether one white movie mogul goes to prison or not. And the accuracy and reliability of the Black media doesn't hinge on the Weinstein case either. Even if the appeals court had upheld the Weinstein conviction, it still would have meant nothing outside of that one case, because as the Black media, we make tons of predictions.
Hold it down, Jesse. I'll be right back.
Exactly like we told you. For example, take my prediction about Trump winning the election in 2016, how a Biden victory in 2020 would turn out to be a total can of worms for us, how Kamala Harris was making all that hay as a senator because she was trying to position herself for a half-baked run for the presidency, and I also predicted how she would utterly fail, and I also predicted that DeSantis was trying to position himself for a 2024 presidential run, and that's what all of his racist stunts were about, and that it would ultimately prove useless. I told you that no matter how much kvetching the white media was doing about DeSantis and Christopher Rufo's asinine machinations down in Florida, I told you that Ron DeSantis' presidential dreams were DOA before it even began. And also that all of that racist agitprop that Rufo was doing, that stuff would get overturned. Their little candidates were going to get trotted out of office. I told you that these guys were going to fail, and this was years before they fell flat on their faces. While the rest of the white media and some black folks who should have known better were telling you that, oh no, DeSantis is going to be president with a bullet. We're all going to be living under the same racist laws as DeSantis got through in Florida. I told you that the people in Florida ultimately would not be living under DeSantis' racist laws. And that's exactly how it turned out. And those are just a few of the predictions that I made, long before anyone else told you. I made predictions about China's population crashes, plural, 15 years ago. The white media's only caught up to me in the last 2 years. Neither the white media nor the trolls in the comments section are ever right about anything that they say is going to come to pass. The point is, my take on Weinstein was just one of a bunch of predictions that I offer to you on a near weekly basis, the vast majority of which are correct and play out exactly as said. So if the only thing any would-be detractors have to crow about is this one little exception that Weinstein was convicted, then that means they didn't have much to brag about. And you can see how long their bragging lasted. I notice that those people are real quiet about now. See, when you're the black media, it's about playing the long game. The Weinstein case, while noteworthy, ultimately isn't what the credibility of the black media is based on. White supremacy existed long before Harvey Weinstein slithered out from whatever rock he was born under, and regardless of whether he went to prison or not, white supremacy would still be here. Tell me something. After he was sent up the river, did that change the white media's jihad against black people one iota? Did they give up their media mission of deflecting and diverting attention from the white media men who had been put under a spotlight? Did things improve one whit for us? So please tell me what difference it would have made whether he was convicted or not. It changed nothing. The white media's overall goal of demonizing black men to make black men the face of what had been a white male scandal up to that point hadn't changed and wasn't going to, and indeed it didn't change at all. So if you expect me to get all excited about this recent development as being some sort of validation, I don't need to. You only get excited if you're surprised, and I'm not. 4 years ago, I told you what would happen, so as far as I'm concerned, this news is way late. The black media's credibility is ironclad. We're still years ahead of the curve, and one particular trial of one particular scumbag won't change that. And that's the reason why I left up my video from 4 years ago where I said Weinstein would beat the rap. I didn't take it down, didn't edit it, didn't do anything to it, because I know my enemy. The trolls and wannabe detractors don't. All right, now back to our commentary on Weinstein. We've been saying since the beginning of Me Too that when the attention was put on all of these white male media executives, that they would go on full alert and use their media monopoly to put a false spotlight on black men, and that's exactly what they did. Their goal was to change the headlines. This was made a lot easier by the fact that these white men in the media control what the headlines would be. They then went on to invent their own phony white media-owned false flag organization, Time's Up, which was created by, funded by, and promoted by the very white male media executives who wanted to change those headlines. I did an entire video naming for you exactly who they are and how much they gave to Time's Up, an organization that's supposed to be all about empowering women, and it was created by, owned by, and funded by a bunch of white males. Individuals who in many cases were themselves accused of sexual misconduct. Men who freely associated with and still maintain close ties to child rapists like Roman Polanski, or people who have been accused of sexually violating their own children like Woody Allen. By the way, I also put for you numerous times that Time's Up was going to be the tip of the spear, going after any and every black man they could, which is exactly what they did. I would love to.
And Michael Hancoon, Lisa.
Right. And this is why I'm not passing no judgment on P. Diddy yet because of this bastard right here.
Let me finish about here, and then we'll get your take on the situation.
To call them controlled opposition, but truth be told, since they own the white media, they didn't really have any opposition, now did they? And so the would-be sexual revolution of Me Too / Time's Up has come officially to its end. Kevin Spacey beat the rap. And while I would like to think that Alec Deadeye Baldwin will go to prison, the reality is at most he'll probably only get some sort of probation. That is, if he accepts a plea deal. Though if he does go to trial, he'll probably be acquitted altogether. And that's assuming his legal team doesn't succeed in getting these revived charges tossed out. After all, the state had offered Baldwin a plea deal, but they rescinded the plea deal when they found out that he was planning to make a documentary about his case and that he had been in contact with some of the witnesses to be in the documentary. So the double standard is still going strong. Now, even with the prospect of a retrial looming, Harvey Weinstein still has his conviction in LA to contend with. His neck is certainly not out of the noose just yet. But the point is that white power wasn't going to let itself be put on the spot, and that it would make sure that if there was one high-profile white man who went down, they would make sure that at least 2 high-profile black men went down. They certainly maintained that ratio. A lot of the actresses out there who thought that things were going to be different, they thought that jumping on the Me Too bandwagon would jumpstart their stalled careers. Spoiler, it didn't. You had Rose McGowan, who thought to herself that she was going to be able to score some easy make-work gigs for herself, but those didn't pan out. Yeah, those same white media executives, they went ahead and released a phony press release. Oh, we're going to go ahead and have a project that's going to have her in there. See, we're throwing her some work. And no sooner that stuff got printed, they immediately pulled that back. Oh, it ain't going to be nothing for you. Next thing you know, Rose McGowan was running around with freaking Larry Elder. That's how you know you're scraping under the bottom of the barrel. And of course, there are a few other press just about now. Mira Sorvino, Ashley Judd, and others. They're heartbroken, gut sick. I'll bet they're sick, all right. For a hot second, they thought that they were on a roll. But it turns out that those same white male media executives who they've been thumbing their noses at, well, as far as they were concerned, they were just going to wait this one out. You see, the black media is not the only ones who believe in playing the long game. White supremacy believes in that too. That's the reason why they love a joke that takes a long time to pay off. They have patience when it comes to a cruel prank, when it comes time to see how the thing comes to fruition. They can wait. Sure, patience is not exactly white supremacy's strong suit, but it is part of their repertoire. No matter what the trolls and fools told you, this outcome shouldn't come as a surprise at all. Now, what I want to know is, at this point, whether Kamau Bell's going to come out of hiding and do a documentary about Harvey Weinstein. After all, he was so hot and bothered to do one about Bill Cosby. He had been working on that one since the instant Cosby was convicted. I mean, he couldn't wait to get started. Well, now we have the man whose scandal started the entire Me Too movement. The man who had, albeit briefly, been the face of sexual assault in America. A man who actually had true power, who controlled the careers of countless Hollywood A-list actors, who could blacklist you at will on his own. And yet you don't see Kamau Bell champing at the bit to do a documentary about him.
Nope.
Well, geez, so much for his motivation being that he went after Cosby because he wanted to start a conversation about powerful men. It's all about powerful men and how they use that power. Cosby didn't control anyone's career, not even his own. He didn't have the desire or the ability to coerce anyone into anything. Harvey Weinstein, on the other hand, did. Harvey Weinstein was the quintessential Hollywood mogul. He threatened people's careers constantly. And he had the power and ruthlessness to follow through on those threats. And according to his victims, he did. And he wasn't alone. How many women accused people like Les Moonves of destroying their careers? As the head of CBS, he was certainly in a position to do it. Now, when did Cosby ever wield that kind of power? Answer, he never did. Eli Mistal was cursing and carrying on and acting so outraged about Cosby's case being thrown out on appeal. So he ought to be climbing the walls about this Weinstein development, shouldn't he? He should be cussing a blue streak. But I think we all know he won't be. The white men and the white media who he hopes to get a job from, they won't like it if he calls himself running his mouth about them. Ordinarily, people might say something like, this is the unofficial end of Me Too. But in reality, when you consider that so many white celebrities and white media executives never got charges put on them, they were allowed to gracefully retire or otherwise still allowed to work in many cases. People like Louis C.K. had a documentary being made to rehabilitate his image. When Tom Brokaw was accused, you had all the women at NBC, including Rachel Maddow, racing to defend him. So much for believe all women, huh?
Yeah.
In reality, Me Too was contained almost from the very beginning. The white media's goal was to limit the scope of it, and they did. White supremacy understands that sometimes you have to sacrifice a pawn in order to save the king. And the king are not so much the white men who run the white media as much as white supremacy in general. That's the king that has to be preserved at all costs. So, in its own perverse way, I guess all of those whacked out feminists who were making a big deal 6 years ago were right after all, when they said that with the beginning of the Me Too era, America was experiencing a moment. Well, it seems the moment's over. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Burkett Cochrane.
Check out Frontline Black News. 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 Check out Frontline Black News.
Thank you, Shabaki.
Okay. Okay. What my thoughts is on that, man. Harvey Weinstein is gone. Okay. Harvey Weinstein is a sexual deviant.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey Weinstein belongs to remain right there in fucking jail.
In the coming days and weeks, talking about what this means.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He belongs in fucking jail. The motherfucker's a sexual predator. Like Roman Polanski. You see what I'm saying? Why the hell you think Roman Polanski hightailed it back to Poland?
Yeah, but this one on the screen said it wasn't her responsibility to go after white men.
And so that there's my final comment for this evening. Please check us out on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. When is that? Tomorrow?
Yes.
Or I should say today, for all practical purposes, 6 p.m. And Brother Che, I'm going to have to call in. I'm going to ask you, to run the studio, okay? Because, I don't want to, be risking blowing up all the data. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. And then, of course, you know what to do, man, when people get ignorant,
Mm-hmm.
the eject button. You know what I'm saying?
And connect with the heartbeat.
Okay. And I'm going to bid you all a good night from Sin City.
All right. Good night, Shabaka. Thank you for staying up late with us.
Yes, sir.
Talk tomorrow. For
Okay.
Spencer Hands.
Yes, sir. Okay. And which will be on in about 18 hours my time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for viewing Frontline Black News. Okay, this is Shabaka
Lady
saying
K hi as well.
Night, Lady Che. Okay, and we want the board filled up tonight, you know what I'm saying? So let Joe Gibson know, Sarge, all our haters.
Are they gonna let us win, Shabaka? With us, or are you just gonna play it by ear?
Okay, run that by me again.
Is the Blog Talk still messing up?
No. We got an episode produced. Hopefully, man, that it'll let us go through, and if it don't, then we'll simply do it on StreamYard. But I'm thinking we can
StreamYard on the panel. We can have up to 6 people on the panel.
Okay, all right, we'll do what we can, and then I'll be communicating, with you a few hours, before, and then of course I'm gonna call up some other shows if Blog Talk is not fucking up again, okay, and to see if we can get some of our haters in there and have them hit our chat room, and then quite naturally, of course, we love all our supporters there. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And we deal with the Black experience from the beginning of time to 10 minutes ago. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good night from Sin City, commonly referred to as Las Vegas, Nevada. Take care.
Go Nuggets. All right, so the next topic is biracial sister tells the folks to stop fetishizing Black people and making biracial babies. Ooh. So I'm going to let the sister from the African Diaspora Network give us the update.
The African Diaspora. Download our African Diaspora news channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
So we have a sister who is a product of a biracial relationship, and she has a message for all people in interracial relationships. Take a look.
I just got done crying because I had a fight with one of my family members. I just want to come on here and say, Black men and white women, please stop fetishizing each other and having children. You guys bring children into this world with no intention of actually supporting them how they need to be supported. And a lot of the times a random ass white girl that you choose to knock up is racist, and so is her family. You're bringing a Black child into this world with one parent that cannot relate to them, doesn't know what it's like to be them. They're a white person, not even a person of color. And when these relationships are based on fetishes, obviously that white person has no intention of learning about Black identity or doing anything to be anti-racist to support their children. It's so frustrating to have to deal with constant racial gaslighting and erasure of my identity. The constant microaggressions too, but the gaslighting is definitely the worst. And there's nothing I can do but be isolated. Like, what am I supposed to do? Go continue to be around them even though they refuse to learn and be a subject of their racism? I'm not going to do it. Stop fetishizing Black men, white women, and interracial babies.
So this sister obviously has life experience that she's speaking of. She mentions having an argument with a family member. She is advising Black and white people to not engage in relationships if they fetishize about each other. She talks about not, them folks not wanting to understand the culture, understand Black people, or understand why, they may feel the way that they feel about certain situations that come across as being discriminatory. Mm-hmm. She, although being biracial, obviously one of her parents is one of them folks and one is Black, obviously identifies as a Black person and probably goes through things that Black people go through. Although she is of a lighter complexion, we know that when we're out here, no matter what shade of melanin we are considered to be Black. Yep. So her experience and her lived experience is what she's going off of, and she is asking that we please stop entering into biracial relationships if we're not prepared to learn about the history. There are several one of them folks, females that are with Black men, and then they have biracial babies. And the simplest thing, like being able to take care of their baby's hair, they can't even do. Yep. I know from experience of having family members that are them folks, and I have had to school them on how to take care of their baby's hair because it is, mixed hair, and sometimes it could be a little more coarse than their hair might be, and they don't know what products, they don't know how to manage the hair. Some of them chop off all of their baby's hair because they just can't deal with it. I've even heard from a family member in my family say to me, oh, I just gave up, so I just cut it off all the time. Mm-hmm. So I then had to tell her, here are the products you have to use, here's where you get it. I myself have even brought products because this child's hair was a hot mess. Mm-hmm. And so this sister is saying, unless you want to know and really understand what she is saying and what she's going through as what is a Black identified person, then stop entering into these relationships. Learn about the culture. We keep hearing that, they love the culture, but they don't love us. Or they love our music, but they don't want us singing it. This is the narrative. But you want to be with the Black man or the Black woman, but are you prepared to give up your privilege so that you can defend the honor of that Black person or Black child or Black friend or Black coworker? Are you prepared to do that? Just to be in a relationship and say, oh, I have this beautiful Black man or beautiful Black woman isn't enough. What else are you willing to do or sacrifice?
I just got done crying because I had a fight with one of my family members. I just want to come on here and say, Black men and white women, please stop fetishizing each other and having children. You guys bring children into this world with no intention of actually supporting them how they need to be supported. And a lot of the times a random ass white girl that you choose to knock up is racist, and so is her family. You're bringing a Black child into this world with one parent that cannot relate to them, doesn't know what it's like to be them. They're a white person, not even a person of color. And when these relationships are based on fetishes, obviously that white person has no intention of learning about Black identity or doing anything to be anti-racist to support their children. It's so frustrating to have to deal with constant racial gaslighting and erasure of my identity. The constant microaggressions too, but the gaslighting is definitely the worst. And there's nothing I can do but be isolated. Like, what am I supposed to do? Go continue to be around them even though they refuse to learn and be a subject of their racism? I'm not going to do it. Stop fetishizing Black men, white women, interracial babies. It's traumatizing.
And this is what I feel like this sister is saying. You need to ensure that if you're entering into this relationship, don't let it just be about what they call it, the dream of being with that Black person or that Black experience. Yeah, no. Based on stigmas or what you hear about the Black man or the Black woman, and then you just want to try it out. Don't do that. We are not experimental pieces. You can just decide, oh, let me just try it because I've never been with a Black person, so I wonder what it's like. No, don't do that with us. Don't do it, because here you have a child who is going through a lot, and it seems to me like from her messaging that she's not being heard. And that's a problem for her. To the point where she's coming on camera to plead. Don't do it. So think about what you're doing and what you're entering into before you do so. And if you choose to do so, please try and learn our culture. Listen, the heart wants what the heart wants. We get it. Love is love, and love has no color, and all of the narratives that are pushed around. Fine, you want to be with somebody of a different race, just make sure you know the culture, especially if you choose to have babies. Because when those babies go out in the road, they are not considered to be them folks. They're considered to be Black. So you want to ensure that you know and understand the culture and continue to learn. And when they are telling you and expressing what they're going through, listen and understand where they're coming from and find out how you can help. Like I said, are you willing to give up your privilege? Let me know what you all think about this. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also,
don't forget to sing Frontline Black News. Now, Lady Check, what are your thoughts?
Oh man, I just got back in here.
Almost same complexion.
Huh? I missed the whole video, but I don't, cut the gist of it, I guess.
Look at this.
I could say from my personal experience, who is obviously mixed, but I have ambiguous looks. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But I say that let me back this track up. I'm sorry. Just got back in the room. I would say this. I could relate to. I guess I can relate to what she's saying. Because I'm a product of that. I'm a product of I'm a mixed child, or multiracial. Whatever. Yeah. But very, fair skin. I have ambiguous features. So that for a person like me, that has to be on the defense sometimes, because of colorism It not so much because it is so much colorism, but it's also the facts of my features. And in my thoughts, if you ask me personally, I love me, and just because I don't, my features aren't just representative of one race. It's kind of I just feel like I was blended correctly the way the universe wanted me blended. You know what I mean? I don't see it as a problem because I love me. You know what I mean? So I just say that that's the way the universe created me. Yeah, what you want me to do? Crawl back in? I'm not doing it. Like fuck no, I didn't. Fuck no. You got me for a limited time. So however, because I live in the world, that the dominant society doesn't see me as part of the dominant society. And I can just speak from this because from the time I was 7, the dominant society wants to put their fucking hands on me. Even before that. But it's the dominant society, meaning i.e. the police or whatever. I can't get nothing to be positive for me. No sorts of, they think because your skin is fair, that you should be able to get all kind of privileges and whatever. No. Then to grow up like I did, whereas my real father, my blood father, has been dead since before I was born. I didn't really have nobody to defend that, that was mixed or whatever. And let me tell it, I would have never known. I would have never known until I went in the motherfucking system. And because going in the system under being an abused child, going into the system, I would have never really known. I guess if when you let like my brother tell it, brother said that I was told and I wilded out and never been right. Wasn't right ever since then. I used to get in trouble a whole bunch after that. Like I was intentionally running away and leaving. Let me tell it, I was remembering that I don't like to be hit. So yeah, the motherfucker running off. And they catch me every couple of days. This is since I was 7 years old. I've been running away from my house. So I would think that, dominant society, has never really respected me or seen me as part of them. In that I was raised, with a mother. My mother's white. My mother is white. So what does your mother tell you? What you think? You think it's the right and exact, but in reality, it's going to hurt you in the long run. So if my white mother says to check this box, I'm supposed to check that box, not knowing that I should check other boxes too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not just this box. So there might be a time in my life where you could trace it back to where I had to check the white box, right? It's solely. And that was because, if this is my mother, who am I to question it? You're not supposed to question it. You're supposed to think she's doing something right until you get out in the world and you realize there's such a thing as racism, white supremacy. And I was out in the world being, running away and seeing this shit and looking at things and seeing things, but nobody could really talk to me about it. And so, for a motherfucker like me who is multiracial and with ambiguous looks, who am I gonna do? No one wants to. No one. It's hard to be accepted in certain things, even with our own people. Sometimes it's like I gotta fight extra hard, even with our own people. And sometimes I'm more conscious or vibrate higher. It's like, come on, man, don't you see me? Because it's like you don't see me. You're not seeing me. I'm the same way. Like we's just alike. The only difference is my fucking skin is lighter than that. I'm sorry I got too much milk in my coffee. Am I sorry though? You know what I mean? It never really got me nowhere. It hasn't got me nowhere.
I seen it.
What?
I seen it.
You said what?
I seen it.
Yeah, you seen it. Yeah. See? Okay, but look how much trouble. Look how much, like when we debate on, we have these little discussions. Look how much you blame me for other people giving you a hard time because of my shading and whatnot, and my circumstances of how I had to live my life. How much they don't want to, they can't be your friend or whatever. Fuck, you know what I mean? That's stupid shit. That ain't on me. It sure as fuck ain't on you. That's on them. You dig? But to me, it's the sorriest fucking thing to hear because to me, if you look at it the way I see it, how a motherfucker like me have to hold all the blame and shame of the fucking world because I don't my skin don't permit me to go certain places somewhere sometimes, it's a mindset. It's a mindset. Your mind is my mind was like until this recoding and re-education, my mind was all fucked up from programming. I call it programming, right? So from programming, you got programmed by your parents, you get programmed by the news, you get programmed by motherfuckers you hang out with. It's just that, right? So in my defense, my thing is I can't help it, me being biracial. I don't even say that. When I took that out of my you see me stuttering? Because I took that out of my language because it was confusing. And so to have platforms like this, it has to be one way. That way it's simple, it's right and exact, right? Black first, right? So in you asked me what they say, like motherfuckers asked me before I was even on any program with you guys. What did they say? I said, what's your ethnicity or what's your race?
Yeah.
And it's black, Indian, and French.
Yep. Creole.
Creole, right? It was like, and then I'll say now it's black first, Indian. I said black, Indian, and French, right? It depends. It really don't depend. Even when I'm talking to brothers, with you or whatever, and they'll try to put this black and brown shit on me. I'll be like, because you realize I'm black first,
right?
Meaning, speaking to y'all codified, meaning, I don't recognize anything else first.
Right.
So even there's no such thing as a black and brown coalition, black and. No.
That's another form of gathering.
Right. And people that put all this inclusivity. Look, what the fuck? And this is really how I talk all fucking day long. It bothers everybody. Everybody in my motherfucking family that comes here, except minus my little brother, is black or Crip, or Crip or black, right? Or probably both. It's usually both, right? So it even bothers them where they're like, "Oh, yeah, well, you got what about everybody?" So no, man, there is no such thing as everybody else for me. Let me tell you why, though. I've experienced the world. I've been outside my whole fucking life. Nobody has ever loved me or want me or fucking cared for me. I've been outside. I'm a fucking outside, the typical fucking revolving door cycle story. I am that motherfucker right there. Okay, so I've seen outside. I've seen the world, and I can tell you right now, this inclusivity shit is for the birds because it doesn't matter when it come down to black people. They only are using us. They're using us to get what the fuck they want. When they get it, where the fuck are we? We're at the bottom still. So my mind right now is FBA first. Is what we can do until we get what the fuck we're here for. We accomplish the fucking mission. Then we can talk about doing something else. But until then, sit it the fuck down. Leave me the fuck alone. Why? Because it's just that way. I've seen the world. So when motherfuckers try to push that shit on me, like, like if I wanted, like me and you had a baby, right? And I hear it from like my brother or whatever. He won't say nothing about that. He'll say like, "Oh, you gotta give me every excuse to deter me from wanting to have a baby, right?" And I'd be like, "Why?" And I think about the most important things because you hear me constantly talking shit to these white bitches, right? About having biracial children, having children with black men. First of all, they're not part of the culture. No. These white women is not part of the culture because they're not. I don't give a fuck what you think. They're not. I don't care if you think they're ripped. They're not. At the end of the day, family, at the end of the day, this is for personal experience. It goes with white men too. Okay? They don't give a fuck about us either. Okay? Nope. They're only using us for whatever the fuck they're using us for at the moment, whether it's a bitch trying to trap a motherfucker in a family or it's fucking a man who can't get what the fuck he wants out the system. He decides he want to put her in jail or get her killed. One of the two. That is always how it ends. It doesn't end right. It always is some bad shit. Okay, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I had to experience it in the worst fucking ways. Okay, motherfucker tried to put me in jail. Motherfucker tried to murder me. It's really fucking ugly. So I'm telling you, family, it's not a rip. And for motherfuckers to have children, okay, with a member with a white person who doesn't have any idea of the culture, okay, the culture, what we always talking about, or how to raise a young black child, because at the end of the day, like the sister said, the dominant society don't see us as motherfucking white, contrary to popular belief. They see us as motherfucking niggas. That's just the way they see us. That's how they treat us. Okay. But you would think that we get treated so motherfucking special. No, it's the opposite of that. It's the fucking worst shit ever. Okay, because we have to hear it. Not only do we have to hear it, but we who are on the black side of things, because there's two different types of mixed people. They're either on the black side of things all the way, all day long. They never fucking switch. That's the side I'm on, right? Or they're on the white side, and they can't relate to any of the things that we're talking about right now. Right now, everything I'm talking about, this type of motherfucker look just like me would fucking talk the biggest shit, and it would be so fucking disrespectful. And I would probably got up and slapped the fuck out of him, because it would be all white talk points to me. Okay, where on my side of things, I feel like this. I'm gonna go with the side of people that I even give a fuck how light I am or what you think it is. I'm gonna go on that side where it's always been pretty much damn near acceptable. They came and got me. I didn't go nowhere. They came and got me. Somebody came and got me and brought me over. Okay, how about that? Because I like what I tell you yesterday, or 2 days ago, just yesterday, man. You know, give me this speech, and you know how many fucking family members how many houses I done stayed in to where they'll say that I'm their family. Clearly to you, no problems, no nothing. At least 7 in this motherfucking state. They've took me in since I was a little girl. And whenever you see how hyped she get when she come over here. Okay, so it's a reality. It's a real thing. I didn't go nowhere. I didn't go ask for nobody's fucking, please take me in, black people. Y'all came and got me. Came and got me. Okay?
For our people, when we see our people.
Okay, I've been there since came and got me. Okay, before I even went in the system. It's an anonymous system. It's like it shouldn't be a big motherfucking deal, but it is. It is because I'm the one giving shit to these fucking white broads, telling them, "Look, you fetishizing. You really don't care about this brother like that." Because you're going to, within 30, 40 fucking minutes, you're going to be calling him a bitch, and you're going to be pointing at him and calling him the N-word real hard on. You know, just look at that. Look at the motherfucking, the fucking Insta, what is it? The OnlyFans chick.
Yeah.
Watch that footage, man. You see how quick she was disrespecting that brother? And he
the one that killed Olawale.
Yeah, he took it, and she was calling him out his name, calling him out his race, okay? Yeah. And look at the sister that's in pieces, and they still couldn't find her body. Or they're fucking around with the motherfucking people. Yep, fucking around with their people. So it's always been a dangerous fucking thing. And if you don't realize that, because your dick get hard, or your fucking pussy got wet over a motherfucking white person, you divest it. And I don't know if there's ever any coming back from that. But if you have a child and you're not part of the culture, meaning you don't think you're part of the culture, you can't go nowhere because you're an embarrassment to the motherfucker you're with, right? You ain't part of the culture because you ain't. You're just a fucking basic average motherfucking Wonder Bread snowflake. And you shouldn't have a fucking child. You shouldn't bring a child coming. You shouldn't bring a melanated child in the world if you can't do their hair. You can't relate to them. You can't educate them, first of all. You can't protect them and tell them about the dangers of the fucking world when they grew up. Or even as a small child. You can't tell them that it's a fucking dangerous place for fucking black kids. It is a dangerous place. It is a fucking dangerous place. These motherfucking people don't give a fuck. They send you to school and they leave you there to be terrorized by these motherfucking white kids, and you have nobody to talk to because your mother and father thought it was a good idea to send you to this white school because they thought it was the best idea. That it was good schooling. Well, this good ass school, your kid is being fucking tormented and tortured and called the N-word all motherfucking day long and being fucked with. And the moment they act out, they're the fucking ones in the wrong. When they probably been trying to tell your ass for fucking months they're being fucked with, but nobody ever wants to ask them shit. Nobody wants to listen. That's the fucking dangers of being multiracial. Because at the end of the day, you think it's easy for a biracial kid to even make fucking friends. You gotta pick a side, and nobody says that when you have them. Nobody's gonna say, "Hey, man, you have a baby. You better tell them what side to pick." No, nobody's telling them that. It's not right. It's not right because there's two things. There's another thing that's a very valuable point to bring up. If you're not part of the culture and you don't understand it, it's really the black man, black woman, black child. And when you bring in a multiracial child, you're taking away from the black community. You're taking away a lot of things from the black community by placing this child up there like that. Because you're not preparing them for the world. You're letting them live a privileged fucking life, knowing goddamn well they probably won't. And you're putting all this extra shit into where you're not giving back to the fucking black community at all. So that means you're not teaching them black economics. Mm-mm. You're not teaching them how to grow generational wealth. You're not teaching them how to do for self. You're teaching them how to be like every other motherfucking white kid because that's what it is. And that's wrong. That's fucking wrong. You're not teaching them that just because you're biracial, don't bring no white motherfucker home. Mm-hmm. That's still the devil. You're not teaching them things like that. You know what I mean? Trust me, I know for a fact I had to tell my own fucking kid some crazy ass shit, and because I didn't raise it. It's not my fault. I didn't raise it. You know what I mean? But I got her back. I got her back in. She forgot it. She forgot who the fuck she was talking to. She forgot her whole home training, and her home training is the same kind of home training I got. I was like, man, you like them people. I said that. If my seat is no longer my seat, I had to divest for that. Because when that happened to me, all I saw was them people. Them people are a fucking detriment to our people. Them people cause pain. Them people don't give a fuck. Look how they piggyback on everything that we're trying to do right now. They make it about them and whatever issues they feel like talking about. They'll push us out the way just to talk about the fucking Palestine, knowing goddamn well they don't give a good goddamn about it until it became a thing to talk about. But it's an anti-black thing. At the end of the day, they're still being anti-black. So that's the point. That's the fucking point. And I think unless you live your life every day black, like I do, okay, every day, doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck what you think. I'll let the shade deflect the message. Unless you live your life every day black, current, fucking part of the culture on code, you shouldn't bring a fucking child in the world if you don't respect their mother, the mother of their mate, who is obviously black. Okay, if you can't respect that off top, then you shouldn't bring a child in the world with that. That's a big thing because whites think they can disrespect a black person's mother and father. Mm-hmm. Then that's the wrong thing too. They think they can just talk to anybody any kind of way because it's white. I'm say so. And no, it's not. That is not okay. Like for example, I have major motherfucking major respect for my mate's mother, right? Because that's how I feel like the raising she gave him was the exact same amount of raising, the same way I would raise my child in this day and age. Because it's a dangerous fucking place out there. And people are afraid to even say they're black still, even though we've been making it. Thank you. You're welcome too. We've been making it back to being a fucking feeling empowered by saying you're black and saying it out loud and not having to be hiding.
Well, also part of the Paris Plan and the Paris Plan claim.
Yeah, it's also part of that. You know what I mean? Because you shouldn't be ashamed. And you shouldn't have to grow up like I did too, where you're scared, and then you motherfuckers, the audacity of fucking white people. They told me I'm ashamed of my own villain. I'm not ashamed of that, broad. That's not ashamed of my mother, because my mother's just my mother, but that's my mother. You dig? So it's like nobody can talk about my mama. You talk about my mama, you're gonna get slapped in the fucking mouth. I could talk about my mother because she done some things to me. I experienced some ugly things. I never lived like them. So when people want me to go back to living like them, well, shit, I never lived like them. I've lived the opposite of them. I've lived like how some of us have had to live. Very, very, very wrong, very bad in the fucking system. Some of us were forced to live that way. Okay. It wasn't, I didn't see so many, all the whites who were in the foster care got adopted. They weren't taking us home. They left us in the pound. So no, they didn't take us home. So I don't know when motherfuckers like you need to acknowledge your white side. Fuck that side, man. That side, all that side has done has put me in jail, locked me up, or fucking brutalized me, and to cause me to go to these little situations. So I am good on that. I'm good on that. I'm good on not talking to them. I have to work on it sometimes. Like when I was running for a campaign, all I cared about real shit is our people. And even I have to tell our people what I do for us is bigger than me. It's for the good. So don't stop my work. Just because you hating on me. Don't stop my fucking work because it's not for everybody. It's bigger than me. Reparations is bigger than me. The Black agenda is fucking way bigger than me. This is all bigger than me. And it's you just fucking be thankful that there's a loud motherfucker like me doing the fucking work and spreading the fucking message. Don't stop my fucking hustle. I'm not code switching. I'm doing the right shit because that's who I am. You know what I mean? But when you have multiracial motherfucking kids, cause nobody's empowering them. Nobody's empowering them because then you got them. If you have a motherfucking kid like me, right? You see what happened over there on the other channel. Motherfucker said I had to raise my hand to talk to him because I couldn't be talking.
Oh my God, that motherfucker there.
You did? And I said, "Fuck, what the fuck?" I said, "Where's anybody else like me talking like that?" I said, "You should be thankful. You should be thankful because I'm doing no fucking work." You know what I mean? And at that time, but I was like, the what? Raise my hand because I don't have enough melanation, but I stunt harder than I'm not afraid. That's the point. I'm not fucking afraid to be black. Don't let shade deflect the message. I am not afraid. I'm not ashamed. I'm not embarrassed, and I don't wish nothing else for me. You understand? I don't care. I never want to be anything more than what I look like. Okay, I love me. That's it. You know? But I think that nowadays you got children. You got and they're getting lighter too. You know, and that's the whole point. They're getting lighter, and the lighter they get, the more whitewashed they become. Okay, and the more wigger-like they become. Okay, and that's a thing too. You know what I mean? So we can't do it unless you have your fucking shit in a row. So I would suggest just getting knocked up and knocking up some fucking snowflake because you got the pussy was right. It isn't. You're just tripping. Secondly, nothing like for real. I don't even think I have to say it. There's nothing like the black man, black woman, black seed thing. Okay, so no white bitch is gonna do the same thing as a sister because you're tripping, you're stupid if you think so. It's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. I don't give a fuck what you think, cause they just emulate us. They jiggle, they don't pop like us, cause so no. And I think that too, as a sister, the multiracial ones, unless they built like this on the black side of things, they're gonna be majorly whitewashed and fucking trying to incorporate you in their whitewashing of fucking everything else. And sooner or later, your militants is gone, and now you a coon. That's how I see it, because you got to side with the whites. At the end of the day, you turned into a coon fucking with them snowflakes. So no, I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing unless you fucking seriously codified in the motherfucking culture. You live like us. You are like us. You breathe like us. You fight like us. You really to die like us. You really to go to jail like us. You just like us. 150% live, breathe, eat, fight, racism, white supremacy. I don't think you should have a baby mixed and have it look like myself or that sister right there. You know what I mean? Because you know how hard it is for us, for black people to see us. you got to be on the right side of things. You know what I mean? If not, black people don't see us like that. You know that, right, Jesse? Unless you on the right side of things, i.e. the black side of things, then we don't get saw. But white people don't see us either. You think? I just lucky. I feel like I was lucky. I feel like I'm lucky, and feel like I'm lucky now that I can say all this out loud because I was saying it a long time ago, like 20 years back, and nobody wanted to hear that part. But it was so important for people to understand that. Just you especially passport motherfuckers. Listen, unless you get a motherfucker that is integrated in your motherfucking culture, that speak your language, that understand your culture, you shouldn't breed with them either. Because it's just gonna be bad. You're gonna want to raise your child the way you was raised. So like I said, it's not a good thing unless you totally informed on how your mate's parents raised you or raised them. You know what I mean? So you shouldn't be doing it because you shouldn't want to upset the balance of the universe. That's just off top. It's a whole bunch of reasons. I just say that no. I could say I would have a baby because I thoroughly know what the fuck to do. You know what I'm saying? It deleted your opening. Nothing, because we're talking about this thing right here about people having biracial thing. I caught the end of it. I didn't even catch the whole video, but I didn't get lucky just to go play it. But yeah, real shit. That's how I feel. I feel like
well, you just
motherfuckers I was fetishizing it. It's not a good thing. It's not a fucking good thing. And look at all the shit I give Joe Gibson. I said because you're motherfucking because you motherfuckers raping our fucking beautiful fucking black sisters on the fucking plantation. Them motherfuckers like me would not exist. You know how fucking hard it is? Like, no, hell no. Because he's like, I'm like, yeah, shut the fuck up, you fucking ignorant. Doesn't matter. The fucking white man did this.
Right.
Fucking matter. You did this. You did this. Your people did this. You know what I mean? And we got to live like this. Now this like, oh, well, all the breeding and all the mixing. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, all the mixing is you know what I mean? We gotta carry that on our shoulders too, family. All the mixing of the motherfucking colonizer, we have to carry that on our shoulders too. That's what nobody seems to fucking understand. It's so easy to fucking issue blame when you think that we're trying to steal your man and shit. You know what I mean? But in reality, they don't really choose us. Okay, just so you know, they don't choose us. They'd rather choose anything but a motherfucking, you know what I mean? But a mixed person, mixed girl. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, no. How much work do I give fucking stupid Joe Gibson? I fight with him the most. Lucky I don't get on Blog Talk that much.
Yeah.
Man, I don't think so. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know.
That damn tether anchor baby.
I mean, these white bitches though regularly, family, because they leave their children, and I cuss out black folk too. Leave their children in these schools, not knowing that, or they do know. I think they secretly know. I don't believe anything they say. So I think secretly they know that their children be fucked with because their children are melanated. And they clearly can tell they're melanated. Might be just darker than me melanated, but they're melanated, right? And they're being called everything but a child of motherfucking God. Shout out Jesse Paris. Right? Anything but a child of motherfucking God. I think they know because they had to tell their parents, but the parents leave them in there for 3 or 4 fucking years and then want to complain about the shit. So no, I think that's an act of terrorism, family, that you're putting that they put their children through. So that's another act of fucking, racial white supremacy. And you're doing it to what you bred. That's even worse. Okay, that's how I feel about it because I've seen it. They're like, oh, I didn't know. How you not know? Right. How you not know, man? Like your kid come in there fucking crying because they get called the N-word. And what it mean? How you not know? How you not know? And then you leave them in there. They go through 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. All of a sudden they got an issue. Are you fucking kidding me? You did this. You're part of their torture. You're part of their fucking traumatic pain. You left them there instead of getting off your motherfucking ass and either keep them out of school, homeschooling, or doing something. You decide to be a whore and leave them there.
Because you selfishly wanted them to go to the same school
that you wanted to. And then you got some motherfucking black fool, excuse me. Yeah. I said that right. Yeah, I said that right. Over there at the Coons up talking about you welcome at the motherfucking barbecue. No, the fuck you're not, bitch.
That's the problem. Buying these motherfuckers to the barbecue.
You're not. And your children are starting to turn into coons. So, cause no, you're not. Nobody's gonna try to educate them or teach them differently. Try to teach them black shit because they scared. That's the thing. They scared. Oh, these motherfucking coons scared to teach. Yeah. And so and then you got a motherfucker tell you about, oh, you can come to the barbecue. No, the fuck you can't. Somebody has to be smarter than the fucking coon. Say no, you cannot. Why? Because you intentionally, in my mind, that's how I see it. You intentionally torture your children
in harm's fucking way.
Just like the little boy who got suspended, right, for with his locks, and he had him all tied up and pretty and everything, right? But he in trouble. Yeah, the same thing. His parent is a motherfucking coon, right? Mm-hmm. And she allowed the motherfucking torture of her kid instead of taking him out and either putting him in a school that fucking with kids that are black that look like him. Right. You know what I mean? That he could probably have a friend or two or three, or have some people to chop it up with, instead of fucking, going to this all motherfucking white school that it's not even, they weren't even following the Crown Act, family. If you're really listening, that man the principal was all on his own shit. He basically wanted, if you listen to him say, he basically wanted him to volunteer to cut his motherfucking hair off, but he wasn't going to fucking do it for anybody else. He says that was a selfless act of showing that you're humble and you could do it. No, fuck all that. But this lady let him go to that school and let him get tortured.
Oh, the cool mammy. The mammy.
Yeah, but they'll say to me, I'm an asshole for saying that. Am I? No, I'm just saying what you don't say. What you don't say is that that's an act of fucking terrorism. That you're contributing to the fucking trauma that your kid is going through. Because you don't have the fucking capacity to take them out of school because you don't want to. Look, me and my brother grew up in a house by ourselves with the school. Our dad worked 2 jobs as right before I went into. Mama had left. She left. She fucking did. Okay, she was gone. She was gone for 3 motherfucking 4 years, right? Me and my brother, little. My brother's 2 years younger than me. Me and my brother had to damn near raise ourselves. In school, I had to make sure he ate. I had to make sure his little clothes were ironed for the next day. I had to make sure he was bathed so he'd go to school. I had to make sure he went to sleep. I had to. Well, my dad worked 2 jobs and I was only 10. Can you imagine? He was 8. So we were watching ourselves, feeding ourselves and everything, going to school back and forth on the bus while he was gone at work, fucking off too, because we were bad as fuck. So yeah. So there's no excuse. You can't tell me nothing. I'm a Generation X person. You can't tell me nothing but why you can't take them out of school or why they can't why you can't homeschool them. Because right now, currently, this is a fucking new day, family. They got a whole fucking thing right now. You Google it if you got a kid in 10th grade or something, like K-12, right? They send you a computer, all the books and everything. You can be at home doing that shit. They ain't got to go through this motherfucking oppressive ass school system and fucking be traumatized or forced to, switch up on something that's not natural and decide they want to be a cat the next day. Okay? They can actually become normal and stay with your fucking house and your family versus being at school and being all confused and talking about I'm a trans, this and that, crying and protesting and doing the most. You could really fucking do something different. There's no fucking excuse now. Now you're just pretending. Now you're just playing with everybody's fucking emotions. Stop it. Like, you see what I'm saying? The people don't take their time. They don't take their time to listen. So you got motherfucking mixed kids that are like this. They go 1 or 2. You're either on the black side of shit all the way, live it, breathe it, fight it, die for it. That's it. You know what I mean? You suffer the consequences like any other fucking black person in fucking America. You go through the same fucking rewards and non-rewards, the same fucking everything. Live it, breathe it. That's just the way it is. You're raised on the black side of things, on the black side of codification, just that way. You have fucking home training. You know manners, rights, wrong, and respect. Yes, ma'am. No, sir. Welcome. Thank you. Okay, same shit. Okay, you know the law. You know what you're not. You know what you're willing to and what not willing to do. Right. And you know that you know what's right and wrong, and what's right is not bringing home a motherfucking white girl. That's not right. Okay, that's not right. So you know that. Okay? You know that you're not supposed to breed with anything that's lighter than your fucking mother, right? That's the truth. That's the truth. Don't let the shade deflect the message. I know the fucking truth. Okay, so or you're on the fucking other side of shit where you're like white. But you kind of fucking mix fucking hair like she do, okay? But you're white. You think white thoughts. You think like them people do. You fucking buck us when we talk to you. You know what I mean? You can't say we're a coon. You won't say the N word. You won't say those words because you're not that way. You're not built that way. You know what I mean? And we talk to you like, oh, because don't let me talk to another motherfucker that look like me. I definitely don't call him a coon. I definitely be like, no supremacist ass boy, fucking stupid ass cracker. Because that's exactly how the fuck I talk to them. Why? Because that's how they deserve to be talked to. Because they will never codify. They will never get black. They don't care. They press their hair out. They done fucking been what is it, relaxing and shit. They don't even know what curly hair is anymore. And trust me, I've been looking around because I was having like maybe 4 months ago. I was looking at all these little mixed multiracial channels. They sure is opinionated though. They sure is opinionated, right? And all these mixed motherfuckers that are like my shade are not mixed and black. They don't live black. They don't eat black. They don't sleep black. They don't fucking pray black. They don't go to the bathroom black. They don't live like us. Okay? They don't fucking family. If you don't believe me, just look online. They don't. And they're a bad representation. They're a bad representation. Huh?
I used to work with some. They definitely.
They're a bad reputation because they're the same motherfucking mixed people that all our pro-black and our pro-black channels are always watching and talking about. They're the ones that give us the bad fucking rep because they don't know how to be black because they're raised too close to the proximity of race of whiteness. Right? So they only know how to be white. Nobody ever came and got them and said, "Nah, nigga, come on over here."
Yeah, like the Hodge twins.
Yeah. See, like the Hodge, exactly, just like that. Like, yeah, Jesse, Jay. I was talking about like me, like, I when I was younger, it was different. You know, I said, I didn't go over there now. I said, I didn't go knock on the black person's door. I said, choose me. They came and got me. That's what I'm saying. Because when you see us, when you see me or see us, they sometimes, I said, sometimes black people don't even see us if we're talking like a white person. You know what I mean? And like I said, some people don't they're fucking mixed kids, some mixed ones, they are a bad representation. They're a bad representation. They're the ones that get us always with the negative talk. Like they're the ones that be stealing sisters' boyfriends. You know, those are the types, and then you got motherfuckers like me that be like, nah, sister, I would never do that. Why? Because I know what black women go through. I've seen it my whole fucking life. Right? So you did, but no, these are the types that are like, oh, my skin is light and I can do what I want because it's why I say so, but they ain't saying it like that. Okay, but they are saying it like that. You feel me? Mm-hmm. They are saying it like that. They live white, they fucking eat white, they are white. They will never know what it's like to be black, and then by the time they figure it out, it's too late for them, and they still won't be fucking welcomed in because they think it's like we think it's cosplaying. Mm-hmm. They just pretending. They just want to try to get over here and sneak around and get secrets and shit. You know what I mean? I'm just as untrusting because I see them like me and I hear the way they talk, I hear the way they look and they act. I treat it as the devil. Like, because like this, no, hell no. If I can't talk to white people, I can't talk to you either. Because you're too close to the proximity of whiteness. You know what I mean? And you gonna see me for who I really am, you know what I mean? And when you call me that, I'm gonna slap the fuck out of you. You think I'm gonna treat you just like I would treat a white person?
Yep.
Because that's exactly what happened, dude. I'm saying from experience because I've experienced it. That's exactly what happened. A motherfucker just like me, look like me. Well, not like me, but my skin color, and give me the white conversation. And I was like, what? And we got into it in 30 minutes. I got a 30 minutes or less thing before it called me out my name, out my race. And I slapped the fucking shit out of her. Like, just out, like the hands of a goon, like, bow. I was like, don't you ever in your motherfucking life. Why? Because that word still hurts us. It hurts us. It don't give a fuck if it's just a word or not. You feel me? But, I mean, say, but, however, unless you want to raise them right, meaning you're going to teach them how to interact with the police. You're going to teach them how dangerous the world is. You teach them how much danger it is going to school. Even your fucking white ass teacher could be a fucking supremacist and be fucking with you while you're at school. Because everybody acts like, oh, no, not the teachers. Oh, yeah, the teachers. Teachers are the first motherfucking ones to be telling your kid that you're going to grow up to be a motherfucking criminal and be in prison. Watch.
Yep. Have in books called Monster.
And in my books and shit, but nobody want to get the fucking teacher fired because they like the teacher because the teacher's just panders to their fucking inner slave. You know what I mean? So no. Just think about it like that. You're complicit in your child's motherfucking pain and trauma. If you leave your kid in something like that, especially when then they're around other people that don't have the same type of they're not melanated. They're not black. So can you imagine being a black kid like us? They have to go to an all-white school like that and have to hurt yourself. You know what I mean? I don't even know what I would do. Like, I don't think I could do it. Couldn't do it when I was little in foster care. That's why I don't have no real education. Why do you think that is? Like, that shit is dangerous. Yeah, I ran away, dude. I'm a habitual runaway. But don't put me in no school like that's gonna try to convert my essence. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think that's what I've been bucking. If you really ask.
That's why I stayed in the principal's office majority of the time.
I think that's say it out loud now, family, but because I don't really talk about stuff, but say it out loud. I think that's really what it is. Don't buck try to change my essence. Try to change my inner personality because you want me to be on the white side of things, and that ain't never worked. That ain't never worked. They ain't never worked. It never worked. There's like your nephews is lucky because they was raised probably on the black side of things. Yep. There's like I said, there's two types of fucking mixed people. There's two types, and I don't want to say the third type is the the opposition can go on both sides of things because we've seen that. Me and Jesse seen it. There's third version of fucking mix, and that motherfucker float with us and float with in and out of fucking white society. It's a real bad. That's a fucking threat right there. That right there, that's a fucking dangerous person because you don't know where their fucking mindset is at all. They code switch all day long, so you don't know if they're black women or they're with the blacks. I like saying it because I'm mimicking fucking Jafar. They're with the blacks or they're with the whites. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So you don't really know. And those kind of people do dangerous shit to black people.
Yeah, they do. Like Lisa Calderon.
I was just talking about Lisa Calderon. I was talking about the fucking hybrid.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was
saying. The predator.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. I said, "Oh, hybrid yellow ass motherfucker." Right? Yeah, him. I was talking about. Lisa Calderon is black out of convenience, and that's the thing. Like, I said this to this broad like several times. I was like, "Yeah, you talk at us. You ain't talking with us. You talk at us, cuz you talking at us. Just because you think you got all this education, you talking at us, and you think what I'm offering you is invalid. But I have fucking lived experience. That what I'm bringing to you is not an invalid conversation. What is invalid to me is that you're fucking black 1 minute and Spanish the next, or what is it, Mexican the next, or whatever. When you roll your R's, like first she'll say her name is Lisa Calderon, and then she'll say Calderon. Right? And she had her hair like motherfucking, I get a bob like for how many years, and then all of a sudden I said, "Hey man, you notice anything different about Lisa Calderon, right?" And you didn't get it right away. It's like, cause she did her hair, she got braids and twisted her shit right now, and
Yeah.
said her name right.
Yeah.
Dr. Lisa Calderon.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's black now.
Well, she called herself exposed in DPD for heterosexism.
Yeah, whatever the fuck that means. Hey, but you like, hey, too. I messaged that bro just for real quick. Just I gotta make this little point. I messaged I messaged Dr. Calderon with the oh, she black now. She real black now, right? I messaged that bro, right? I said, because they were having well, what's that political group called?
Carl
that they
Black.
got?
Carl.
No, the other one. The one that teaches politics.
Women Rising.
Yeah. So I mysteriously got this one in this thing in the email, right? From them talking about free boot camp for motherfucking politics to learn, the ins and outs of politics, right? I said, "Oh, say word," right? This is real on the computer. I like say word, like shit, because I'm on my own agenda. Well, frankly, I would share that with you, but I can't have the slave masters listening to us because they're still my thoughts. But if you email me, I'll go ahead and might let you in on a little thing I don't feel suspicious of you to go telling everybody. But I'm on my own shit right now, right? So I was like, let me find out, right? Let me find out. So I emailed. First of all, the website don't work. I don't know what the fuck she tripping on. It don't work. Secondly, I emailed. There's another thing about some of these black women, okay? And she said, what did she say she was? Latin X or some shit? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Whatever's convenient. She's a comedian.
She was Latin X or she said she was a woman of color. I was like, what fucking color is that? All right. I was like, what color is that? And you got mad, remember? Because I'd be like, what color is that? She's like, woman of color. Well, what color is that? And I was like when they tell me in the street, they're like, we're looking for black and brown and women of color. What color is that? What color are you talking about with me?
Right.
Like, because I want to hear them say it.
Yeah.
They're not gonna see me when the people talk to me and I check them on there, they're not gonna say black. They won't say black at all. Okay, that they won't say black. They'll refer to me. They'll look at me and they'll think, well, shit, can't I? Well, she don't look like this, but we just let's throw it out Mexican. Let's throw it Hispanic. See see how far that gets us.
Yeah.
Oh
boy! Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, in hindsight, you ain't gonna get none of that from me. In fact, you're gonna get me to give you the speech talking about. Excuse me. I'm black first, right? I shouldn't even say it. I should just say I'm black first. I shouldn't say because when they intentionally try to ignore me, so I think that they want to get away with that cognitive dissonance shit. And for me, it's like, oh nah, man, you done heard me fucking go the fuck off everywhere. So I don't think you can really play that with me because to me it's like, nah, you tripping, you stupid. No, right? So with Lisa Calderon, I wrote her and told her, say it in Spanish, right? I told her, I said, hey man, I said, I missed the date. I didn't even put my name on it at first. I didn't say, hi, greetings, this is such and such, such and such. Because, bitch, you know who the fuck I am.
All right.
Don't make me do that. I won't do that. You should just know better. I'm not going to do that. Right? Fuck you. You're not worthy of my respect. Because I done seen you do some fuck shit.
Yeah.
And let's not talk about that motherfucking Bear Oil campaign. You know you did some fuck shit on that. Yeah. So let's go ahead and leave that alone. Don't start it, won't beat it, right? So I'm like, all right, bitch. I was like, check this out. On the next one, can you please put me on the list to go to your class? Right? Because contrary to popular belief, these sisters over here that are in the politics, these sisters here refuse to take me seriously. right? I gotta get in their ass in public. I gotta do some really fucking ugly.
Remember, they didn't support Chantel. They supported the white boy.
Right, but look how Chantel treat me, cuz.
Yeah.
And I've been very supportive, super supportive, enough to want to give her the heads up on the warning. But did she heed my warning? No. But I saw her. It says, I saw her give her little speech after fucking around the time Angela Davis came, right?
Yeah.
I saw her do some really. So I saw her say one thing that reminded me and kept me remembering that she's still black. And she said, she said, I forgot what she said. She said, but you could have burned this down. You could have burned all of this down. That's what she said. Right? So to that effect, right? And I was like, that's right, but these white folk don't know how to get active like that. Yeah. They already getting too crazy. They already acting crazy and giving up.
Like indigenous land and all this and that. That was literally
our little worst was to be doing all this shit, right? But they get away with it. They get away with it. I was like, I said, look, man, this is another thing I would not do. If it was me and I was in office, I would not be showing up to these little motherfucking events like this. Let me tell you why. Because I'm gonna keep it black.
Right.
I'm not gonna give no passes. There was nothing but passes given during that whole little speech. Right? I'd have been like, now I would have said, children, go to this little that you must follow the rules. I would probably say, look here, little cockazoid children, we got camping bad, right? You motherfuckers call in every motherfucking Monday to talk shit about the unhoused people and they tents and whatnot. But here, look at you. You would think you can get a sliding pass because you put up a motherfucking tent and you protesting about a motherfucking war, but you got a whole fucking encampment here and you think you untouchable. No. Where they do that at night? No, man. I would have kept it all the way black. I would have said, no, it was good for the goose is good for the gander. I was like, so check this out, little white kids. You gonna move these motherfucking tents, or they're gonna be moved for you every time, just like you made us do for the unhoused.
Yep.
It's not a problem for the T's to come put their motherfucking hands on us when we was unhoused. Pull us out of shit, crush our shit. I lost 2 motherfucking chairs being swept. It's on camera. Go ahead and look that shit up. It's there.
All documented. Yep.
All documented. How many times the T's had to move me, physically move me to the motherfucking rescue mission because I refused to go.
Yep.
Right? They had to do it. They had to. They come and get me when they lock everything down and shut the alleys down just to get me. They know it's a fucking problem. But I would have been like, I'd have kept it all the way black. I would have said, look here. First of all, be ashamed of this. What kind of action is this, man?
Yeah.
You just go lay down, let them pick you up, huh? That's crazy. All right, but secondly, where did you, man? Come on now. You doing the most. You guys have the audacity to call and talk shit about the unhoused people, about how you can't talk shit about unhoused people, you can't talk shit about black people, you can't talk shit about everything. But when it's quick, when you want to fucking be on the support of something because you feel like it, because you're white and you say so, right? You feel empowered to get behind something for a little while. You go and get you a scarf or a Black Lives Matter t-shirt or whatever the fuck, and you think you fucking doing something, right? Check it out. You gonna move this motherfucking tents and you gonna stop acting stupid, just like you want us to do.
Yep.
Right? Because black people, we need to be doing more, man. We need to be calling on these white people all the time. Like they be calling on us. We shouldn't feel like you need to call and be making there's a suspicious person in our neighborhood. Yeah, he's walking around the blocks, looking at cars. There's a white man, about 6 foot, 175, 80 pounds, wearing a white t-shirt, black pants.
That's what
right. We need to be doing that kind of shit. Why? Because that's what they do to us.
Yeah, that's what next door and all snitching apps is for.
I know, man. You lucky that I was like, read that shit. I was like, you know what? Why ain't we on this shit? Why? You know why? Because they want your details. Sign up. They want your real name, your real address, your real phone number. And I'm like, man, I don't know any white folks to get that from.
I know maybe a handful.
I was like, I don't know any white folk, but if I knew a white person I could get that from, I would totally grab that so I could be looking at shit like they do so I could be alert because they over there talking about us, family, on next door. You can be outside, them like they talking about us in the worst way. Just look in your neighborhood, go next door, look at it. You can look at it for a few minutes.
Just cars you see jogging, walking their dogs through the neighborhood. Yep.
Yeah, they stitch it on us. They're like, there's a couple of black people gathered around the liquor store.
All the ones that smile and wave. Hi.
I tried to go get gas, and there was a whole bunch of black. There were like 3-4 black people just lingering right there in front of the door at 7-Eleven.
The ones that
stupid shit, cuz like we ain't on that. They've been snitching on us. Like you think you talking to your homie and shit. You think you just having a casual conversation? No, cuz you being spied on. I had to tell my motherfucking outside people. I said, check this out, man. They're walking around. They getting the demographics of where everybody is. Got little dapper tents and shit. They know exactly who's where. That's how it's so easy to come and swoop up on an encampment and just take one motherfucker.
Because they already know what the layout is. They already know who's there.
And they know that presence, their presence, the police presence, is enough to make motherfuckers go inside somewhere and sit it down. And you move around real quick. But they'll come like they did with what they did with Cuz at one time. And I was filming it. They were like, cuz I was over there chopping it up with him. Motherfucker was so comfortable. He came out in his motherfucker damn near naked in little shorts and shit. And came outside and was like, hey, cuz, what you want? Hey, what you doing over here? Oh, hey, what's up, cuz? Here, you want a Newport? Here, smoke square with us. He's talking to me, and all of a sudden, woo, 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 woo. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then motherfucking T was like, you better move or we're taking you in. Let me get up out the way real quick. What the fuck is going on right here? And I filmed it. I was like, don't worry, cuz I was on camera. Why? Because it was on camera. That was some fuck shit they did. They had no warning. Motherfuckers chilling. Like literally, that's how comfortable you gotta be when you're outside in just your little shorts and shit. You just outside kicking in, about to play some ball with homies. You know what I mean? Right there at the park. You're about to walk down to the park and play some basketball. Literally a fucking block away. And they come and get you. That's how much they know about what's going on out here. You could thank fucking the rich motherfucking whites that they've helped get that shit moving around. So it's a whole bunch of things. It's a whole bunch of things, family. And don't let the shade fucking deflect the motherfucking message. The doll is telling you the fucking truth. Straight up from lived experience. So when motherfuckers come at me all stupid about this, I've been telling them straight up. I don't know what it's like to live white. I don't know what it's like to have any privilege or anything like that. I don't know what it's like for somebody to tell me yes. I don't know what it's like. I don't know because it never happened. It never happened to me. They don't talk to me. They want, if you want me to speak to them, good luck. I'm gonna try my hardest, but I'm probably gonna say some offensive shit. The moment they start talking, I'm gonna try to tell them not to tokenize me or something like that. You know what I mean? I'm not your friend. Don't speak to me. We don't have no friends. They can't even be relied upon to be allies. They're so quick to side back with the white side of things, family. You gotta understand that. I don't care. I'm be who I am. The militant in me, my essence are never gonna fucking change. So I've been like this. It's only new on the internet, okay, to you. But to me and everybody who knows me for generations and years, they'll tell you that this is the way I am all day long, every day, live and breathe and fucking speak like this. It gets on motherfuckers' nerves because they want me to do one thing that I'm not trying to do. And that's to be inclusive. And I was like, no, that fucking integration. Oh, we should go back to segregating. Why? Because in my opinion, I was thinking maybe they're onto something. We're a lot happier when it's just us. We're also a lot happier when it's just us that are on the right side of things. Some things we can't. Some people we can't just have around us. You can't do. There's like a happy medium with black people. You feel me? There's a happy medium with black people. And this is too much cooning right now, and we got to check that. But there's also some uglier shit that we don't mention, and that too we can't have. There's a happy medium there, and everybody knows where it is. And you have to pick that happy medium if we're all going to live together at the end of times when we have to survive together as one race, right? We're gonna have to learn how to live together. Meaning we're not gonna have to watch our brother or sister steal from us or try to give us some lecture. You feel me? So there's gotta be no cooning and no other shit. You know what I mean? So really ugly shit, that we don't like. So we do have a happy medium. We can be with our own. I feel like maybe they were onto something. Because it really makes me laugh. It's like they the whites have always been trying to they come get us, then they don't want us. Then they come get us, then they don't want us. Then they want us to want them. But they're fucking confused. And they're trying to confuse us. You dig? Like when we were just by ourselves, just black people. A lot of nations were happier just with them. All right, we were happy building our own shit till they came. Then we won't want to be around them. Then you got that couple motherfuckers that try to sway the movement, and then all of a sudden everybody wants to be inclusive again, and they want to talk about that shit. That shit was Warhouse. That shit was to me, in my opinion, wrong. When them brothers were over there getting upset, talking about the war and shit in Gaza, it's like I was like ready to say like, no man, no. But I'd be worried about home first. And really be worried about where your money is going and why it's going over there, and why you ain't got no money in your state, and why your people are begging city council for money for food banks and whatnot to feed the people they can't afford to feed fed, and yet they can't afford to feed them too. So you might want to wonder why all this money is going everywhere but to things that are actually needed by the people. Why you're worried about Gaza and all this other extra shit that has nothing to do with you. Why don't you just ask those questions? Because no one wants to do it. And I'm asking those questions, though. I'm asking those questions. And I'm making a statement saying, like, check this out, man. Before we do all this for others, and we be making these fucking weird-ass motherfucking performances, why don't we feed our people? Why are people that are dedicated to feeding our people can't feed our people? Like these what do you call them? 501(c)(3)s. These fucking these little what do you call them, Jesse? The 501(c)(3)s? Huh? No. The ones the businesses that run off donations. What was yeah, there you go, nonprofit. There you go. The nonprofit. Jesse coming right back. The nonprofits, all right? So them nonprofits, why do you think them nonprofits are city council begging for money or more money, and they can't get the money because the money is going to take care of immigrants, funding wars, and other fucking nonsensical things instead of actually being allocated for them so they can feed the people who are in food deserts and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like we learned about today. Hold on, Jesse. I got you. Let let you in. There you go. Yeah. Like today, like we heard on city council. That shit was it should be a fucking it should be a shame. Like you working over there at city council, you sitting on the panel like that, you should be ashamed of yourself that they gotta come over there and ask for money to feed
Yeah, thank you, Lady K. My whole computer crashed, so thank you for holding it down.
Yeah, like at city council. Remember that man was talking earlier, all the people coming about the food budget?
Yeah.
The city council need to be ashamed of themselves, letting all the protesting and shit go on, and listening to all that bullshit when they could be really focused on giving them people the money so they could feed the people that can't afford to be fed, like the people that they have to deal with the food banks. Like, look, check it out. You get food bank stuff to feed the food bank.
Yep.
To feed the food bank for the elders, right?
Yep.
You see what kind and what did the man say? He said, we're getting old, stale food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We need funding so we can get this, and that to feed it, And I was like, this should be a shame right here. They should be ashamed of themselves.
They should.
They really should, because while they're over there sitting there letting that white lady terrorize them, they should be trying to focus on that.
Right.
And two, this is another thing, Black family. Don't let them get away with it by putting when you have Hispanic people on city council or white people, well, especially Hispanic people on city council. White people are already ran by racial and white supremacy. That's what
Yeah,
they
it's 7 Latinas.
right. Them 7 Latinas, one's already guilty of misappropriation of funds, right? She just got the slap on the hand. The other ones, right, though, they're only there for their people. They make a fucking emphasis to remind us
They're
that
Latino
they're
first.
first. Right. And that they truly care.
Or Latinx first, whatever the hell.
Whatever the fuck that means, man. That they're brown and proud, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's okay. So don't let anybody shame you, black person, whoever's listening, about being black and proud or black first, because everybody else is doing it, and they try to make everything that black people say as a wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're the problem because we don't want to be inclusive right now. Well, yeah, goddamn right. Where the fuck has it got us? Name an instant. The world was great for us, really great for us. But we didn't have. Has there ever been a year where we didn't have no black people die by the hands of police or white people?
Not that I can recall.
Ever 1 year where it was just non black death or black shames or black problems that they were capitalizing on.
One victim of all of these crimes. So no.
So no, I've been alive 44 fucking years. I have to say no, not one fucking year of my life has there ever been a whole year where a fucking crime or atrocity has not been committed against a black person.
But they're trying to convince you that you're not a victim. And then they had the audacity to play victim.
Mm-hmm. And cry. They cried today. They were literally fucking shaking and crying and making scenes about the protesting and what they were doing. I was laughing over here. I was laughing in the back. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. I was laughing, right? Because it's stupid.
Yeah.
To me, first of all, you didn't even do the most. You were getting you were so fucking shook when the fucking police came, and you thought that your privilege would not allow you to be touched or talked to.
Yep.
Any kind of way. And you thought you could talk to the fucking mayor, who's also white, any kind of way.
Yeah.
And he wasn't going to shut that shit down like he was speaking. He was like, I'm talking here. When I'm done, you know what I mean? That was kind of like, there you go. Look at it. Look at him. He's just turning race to the white supremacy right back on him. And he didn't even walk fast when he was walking out of there.
He didn't, but he had his bodyguards making way for him.
Yeah, his body was a black. It's a black bodyguard.
He was throwing them. He was throwing protesters everywhere.
Oh, the white guy?
Yeah. Out the way, out there. Get the hell out the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. His bodyguard's white, right?
Yeah.
White or black? Yeah.
He's white.
What's about the dude that was trying to manage you that one time? He was trying to maneuver you. Remember, he's a black dude.
Yeah.
That was like gatekeepers, and they come in all colors.
Not Max, not Khadijah's son.
The other one. When you're at that one town hall, we can say he's busy.
Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Chris.
And I was like, it couldn't be me. This now, hey, newsflash, family, your girl gonna be back outside again on the 14th. So it's gonna be on and cracking then. You think it's a real problem right now because I've been at home fucking up shit over here behind the scenes, making scenes, okay? It's gonna be a real fucking problem on the 14th. And after that, because your girl's shit is coming on the 14th. Shit, her little whip is gonna be ready for me to drive solo dolo.
Great news.
That is great news. Like it is good news. Because if the motherfuckers thought I was a problem online, because you don't remember seeing me, I haven't been anywhere because I've been sick. Oh Lord, you ain't seen shit yet. I'm so super aggressive nowadays because I've been mad. I'm mad. And we're gonna be for city council. I'll be like, man, sit it down somewhere. Oh, right. Like, and that white lady really thinks she's gonna get somewhere. She really thinks that she gonna just get to where she's talking to the city council like that. Like, look, no. It's bad enough to know. Because I'm gonna start checking it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. You cannot let shit like that slide, and you fucking criminalize black people. You can't. You're just not gonna. I'm not gonna let you do it. Why? Because I've seen enough. And sorry, family. Yeah, you gotta dig deep for your empowerment today. Nowadays, I don't know why, but you need to get right with yourself. Dig deep, dig it out, dust it, like blow the dust off, put your bucket empowerment back on, and get black.
Get black again.
Yeah, black. Get black. Get black. He says
Bring
again.
black back.
Yeah, you should feel sexy saying it. Just say you're black again and feel sexy about it.
Yeah.
Because it's not obnoxious. You have to do it now because now we're at a pinnacle point in the beginning of our motherfucking revolution where we're saying it's okay, man. Go ahead and get back, go ahead and dust that blackness off and put it back on because their cooning is out of control. And you're gonna get left behind. So go ahead and dust your empowerment off and get black with us. You know what I mean?
Right. All right, well, Lady Che, I hate
what?
But we got to move on to the next topic.
Hey, good. Are you gonna let me do? Are you gonna let me do
that? Yes, that's where we're going.
Okay, go.
Before we get there, well, it's along them lines. It's not exactly there, but it's close. We got Lisa Cabrera going to give us an update on the eye-opening comparison between the treatment that the African illegal immigrants face versus the South American, the Venezuelans, etc., migrants' treatment.
Are is it the black migrants or the black Venezuelans or because there's two different types of
Americans.
they get the black ones get treated kind of different too.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't recognize themselves as our brothers.
Unfortunately, it's really sad. It's a really sad state of affairs.
Very sad. Very sad.
Good to see everybody here. I hope everybody is having a wonderful, wonderful weekend. So we're going to talk about the African migrants that are complaining that they're being treated completely different from other migrants in New York.
Yep.
Now, this does not come as a surprise because, America is still a slave nation. They just got new slaves coming south of the border now.
That's it, Lisa.
But the racism is all the same. I don't see how any African in this time period don't know about the racism in America. American racism is world renowned.
Yep.
You got to be living under a rock not to hear about how racist it is in America. Okay, you got to be living under two rocks for that matter.
Right.
So I don't know. You see how we have been getting treated for centuries. And some of y'all are even more melanated than we are. You know, these people have melanin intolerance over here. They don't get down with melanin. They want melanin, but they don't want the kind that comes from Africa, okay, and coming into their country to live. They don't want that kind of melanin.
Oh, no.
So let's get into what's going on. They had a big protest. The African migrants had a big protest
in New York.
And let's hear some of the things they were saying. Nothing, by the way, nothing that we have not heard ourselves. So they go on to say pets are treated better than us. Pets are treated better than us. Migrants who spend life savings traveling from Africa to New York. Well, these folks will cry over a dog.
Yep.
before they cry over any of us killed out in the streets.
Facts.
We already know this. Again, they're not saying anything that we haven't heard, right? These people will cry over some pet dog before they weep over someone getting gunned down in the street. That's how they are.
Yeah.
That's how they are.
Mm-hmm.
We already knew this. And then they go on to say, you know, they feel like they've been sold a lie by Hollywood. Yes, they lie to the entire planet. So does Europe. Europe and America, in fact, all of these Western Hemisphere countries, they lie to you. They sell you a dream, but when you get here to live, it's not a dream at all. It's nothing close to a dream. And see, y'all buy into what these Europeans and these Americans say about the country, and when you make it here, it is not what they claim. They greatly over exaggerate Europe and the Americas, greatly over exaggerate, for real. And 9 times out of 10, many migrants get here, and when they start living and have to work and pay the taxes and deal with all the red tape, many wish they never left their nations. It's not a good trade-off at all. So anyway, but the American dream isn't like the movies. No. Reality in America is far from a movie. So migrants who spent their life savings traveling from Africa to New York said they are the victims of lies in the movies after life in the Big Apple was not what they expected. No, because like I said, these folks go around lying to everybody on the planet about how great it is in these Western nations, and it's no greatness in it at all. It's never been great. Hundreds of homeless expats, mostly young and middle-aged African men, were waiting in line outside of a church on East 7th Street in Manhattan, East Village. I know where East Village is. On Thursday, hoping to find a place to sleep. Now listen to that. But those Venezuelans and Chileans, they got hotel rooms and shelters, and some got apartments that the city is footing the bill on. They got shelter. And they're the biggest ones out here robbing and committing all the crimes, right? But the Africans are telling you they're sleeping on these cold behind streets. Among them was Landry, 40 years old, from Congo. And he said he spent his life saving $9,000 to travel to the U.S. He said it was a difficult decision for him to make because he was not taking his wife and his 14-year-old son. So he put a lot of thought into it before he came. So, wow. That's a shame. But, you know, and these folks got the nerve to look at these same people and say, well, why did they come to Europe? Why did they come? Because Africa's not good. No, that's not why. They come because y'all lie to these people. And you try to make America and European nations sound bigger and grander than what they really are. You lie to them. That's why they feel that way. It's not that they think, oh, just naturally believe it's better where you are. You lie about where you are. You definitely over exaggerate, overemphasize the greatness of these nations, and these nations are not great. They're not great. So he goes on to say it's like prison here. Oh, now you know what it's like to really be black.
Yep.
Welcome, Africa. Welcome. So anyway, he was speaking in French because, you know, Congo. It's negligence We have no access to food, toilets, or anything. Animals live better here. Pets in the streets are treated better than us. The UN building is right there to talk about the problems around the world, but look at all of this on their doorstep, desperate and lack of services. Now, the Venezuelans, aren't they getting hundreds and even $1,000 a month? And what was Leonel Moreno said he was getting $350 a month, and they were getting that $1,000 a month, and he was panhandling. So I guess they're giving all of the money to the south of the border people, but if you came from Africa, they ain't giving you squat. So this is what he's putting out there. So he goes on to say, we were sold a dream in Hollywood films and TV, but the reality of life in New York City is not like the movies, he said, adding that he had been bused. He was bussed over to New York from California. Wow, that's a long journey on a bus. From California to New York, that is a long journey. And he said that when he was asked about how he felt and what was he, thinking, and of course, he was thinking of his family back in Congo. And he said, I cry and think, why did I do this? But it's too late. I spent my life savings coming here, and now I can't get a job. What can I do? Landry, trying to learn Spanish in hopes of eventually securing a job at the Latino restaurant. Many of the other migrants in the queue had similar stories. All right, so there's another Abdoulaye from Guinea spent $10,000 to travel from Africa through Turkey, Colombia, Panama, Guatemala, Mexico, and then landed in Texas. Wow. He really did go through a lot of countries to get here. So he said he was given shelter for the first few weeks of his stay in New York City, but have been sleeping on the streets for the past few days. After 1 month, they put you outside, he said. Sleeping outside in the cold is too much. The situation is no good right now. Okay, friends, Viviana, 44, Selena, 22, from Ecuador, were the only two women in the 100-strong queue Thursday afternoon. Speaking Spanish, they said they fled danger in South America only to sleep on the streets in New York, where they don't feel safe. Wow. Yeah, well, that's the way it is. Oh boy, those are some dark women. That's why. Yeah, they're from Ecuador. Yeah, well, now you know why they're on the street. They're not light and bright. Okay, so anyway, the alarming scene underscores Mayor Eric Adams' own recent admission that New York City, proudly touted as a beacon of Democrats' sanctuary city, policy is now the breaking point. But look at what they're doing. And it's, y'all pay attention. Now, you got these Africans that are saying they are on the streets. They're not getting money. They're not getting food. They're not getting help, right? But the ones south of the border are getting all the help. And this is happening in a democratic city with a Democratic Black mayor, and you got a Democratic president, a Democratic Congress. You see, this is what the Democrats are doing. This is what the Democrats are doing. And recently Joe Biden has been trying to shift the blame on Trump. There ain't none of this is Donald Trump's fault. Donald Trump has been out of office for the past few years now. You can't lay none of this on Donald Trump, but he's definitely trying to. He's trying to do it. Okay. So more than 160,000 migrants have arrived in the city since spring of 2022. The crisis is only deepening as they continue to be bussed from Texas, where record numbers are pouring over the border. Some 300,000 breached the U.S.-Mexico border back in December. Yes, they said that was the highest number that came in. While more than 785,000 have entered the country since October, marking the highest quarter total on record. Adams confessed on Fox 5 earlier this week that we're getting close to where somewhere of 2,500 to peak at 4,000 a week. So they're getting 4,000 new migrants coming in per week. That's crazy. That's unsustainable. You can't never mind. So what happens when there's no more room? He said, we were not just saying we're out of room as a soundbite. Adams answered, citing that more than 161,000 migrants whom have arrived sought city aid since spring of 2022. So, we're out of room, literally. The Democratic city declared people are going to be sleeping on the streets. Well, the Africans are. y'all ain't giving them nothing, not even helping them financially like you are the people from south of the border. Adams replied that he simply could not, due to laws that prohibit both state and local officers from enforcing federal immigration laws. I don't have the authority to tell people that they can't come to New York City, Adams explained to an unaware Scotto. So he said it's against the law, seemingly angry at the question. He then said it's the second time asserting once more it's against the law. Estimates from earlier this week show that the city spent $2 billion in housing migrants. $2 billion.
Oh my God.
You know, y'all are throwing money away on people when they do get jobs and work here in the U.S. They're going to send that money back home. They're not even going to boost the economy that much in the city.
Nope.
$2 billion to house migrants. But as soon as you say reparations, they don't have nothing.
Yeah.
Still continues to pour money into the crisis. Poll after poll shows New Yorkers are unhappy with how Biden is handling the current situation after it allocated only $140 million to aid the city. Mayor Adams has had to go to D.C. more than 10 times over the past few months to plead for more aid as he faces a prospective $12 billion cost if the crisis continues. Those calls have so far gone unanswered. For now, the Big Apple appears to be on its own. Well, I'm not surprised. You got to understand, Joe Biden, he don't see none of this. See, he's all for the borders, but as far as seeing these people and dealing with them on a regular basis, he doesn't have to. He's not seeing them like we are. He's not seeing these migrants all out there wherever he's staying in D.C. We know he's in the presidential mansion, but look, y'all, he don't have to look at this. And trust me, he's not dealing with no migrants on no regular basis. I bet you he never sees this unless he makes a trip to New York City. Otherwise, where he is, he don't see this. Totally unaffected by it. Republicans have seized upon the border security issue as the main 2024 election issue. Yeah, well, the Republicans are sitting there on Capitol Hill too. They're not putting up that big of a fight about these people being here. They're not, which has become a political headache for President Biden. Speaker Mike Johnson and 60 House Republicans toured the U.S.-Mexico border at Eagle Pass on Wednesday as part of their campaign. The group, hosted by GOP Rep. Tony Gonzalez, who represents the area, will hear from the Border Patrol, Texas Department of Public Safety, and other stakeholders touring the region. They're only going there just so they can put their political ads on. They're going to film the border and then throw their political ads on so they can win the election. They're not going over there because they really give a... Trust me, this is very political. It's politics. It's the first large-scale congressional delegate to the border led by the new speaker. No, they're running. A lot of these Republicans are up for election. They want to just get their cameras and videos, filmed around that area, and then you'll see their political ads with the southern border in it. That's all. These people are so pathetic. In December, Johnson sent a letter urging Biden to use executive power to immediately stem the flow of migrants. No, he needs to sit down and use his executive power and give us our damn reparations. That's what he needs to do. So anyway, the speaker directed the president to end the catch and release, turning away any migrants encountered between ports of entry, and use patrol only on a case-by-case basis. He also called the president to reinstate Trump-era policies like building the wall, reinstating the Remain in Mexico program, and expanding removal of those who cannot demonstrate asylum eligibility. Well, none of those are going to happen. The only thing I think Biden might do, as the election gets close, he may try to start shutting down the border or really cutting the amount of people coming across the border, because he knows a lot of the American citizens are upset about this big flow of people coming in. So he'll do a slick political move and start slowing down things at the border just so he can win the election. And then, of course, once he wins, he's going to open the floodgates up again. That's how these folks are. You can't trust nothing they say. Nothing. You can't believe it and you can't trust it. And I'm not surprised that these Africans are saying they've been out there all this time. They don't have money. They don't have food. They're sleeping on the streets. And then you see the Venezuelans and the Chileans and the Ecuadorians on mopeds out there snatching women purses and snatching iPhones. They can get mopeds. They can get all kinds of, they're in the stores shoplifting. They're getting brand new clothes, brand new sneakers that they're stealing out of the store. And all they do is arrest them, hold them for a moment, and then let them go. But they sure have a lot more compared to the African migrants. And they notice it too. That's why they went up about a week ago and protested at City Hall in New York. But you can best believe, y'all, yeah, new cars. Yeah, you see what the Venezuelans got. New cars. Now they got guns and all kinds of weaponry. Yeah, they got all of that. Yeah, it's a world of difference, isn't it? But you know what? If you are a melanated immigrant, just know when you step foot on American soil, the racism will begin. It will begin. Yep. Squatting in homes. Oh yeah, the Venezuelans and they're doing fine. They know how to
play the system when they get here. They know, and they're teaching each other. You can best believe Moreno was not the only one teaching this stuff. They're teaching it. They're all out there doing that. No, don't send them to Russia. Send them to the White House. Send them to the White House, and when they get there, sleep all over the White House lawn. Go send them up to the White House. Park the bus right in front of the White House and let them get out and let them deal with the migrants every day. Send them to Capitol Hill, wherever these politicians are, the White House, send them over there. Send them over there. Let them sleep all on the ground around the White House.
Yes.
And Capitol Hill. Or we get the names and addresses of all the politicians in this country and send them over to their house. That's what you do. No, don't send them elsewhere. No, send them over, since they really want these people here. We get the names of all of these politicians that are voting to give all kinds of aid and money and shelter to the migrants. Get their names and addresses and send these migrants over there. That's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the only reason why they're for everything is because they don't have to deal with it. None of these politicians are dealing with these migrants like the average citizen is out here. So it's time to make them deal with it. Get their names, get their addresses, and start shipping these migrants over to where they live.
Right. I agree. I second that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's a shame they spent their life savings coming all the way over here. But, for a while, Eric Adams was offering plane tickets to any location they wanted to go in the world, and they would foot the bill. Maybe the Africans can figure out how to get in on that and maybe fly their way back home. Because at this rate, I don't know how they're going to get off the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
How are they going to get off the streets? It's hard enough being a working poor person in America, but you have nothing and you're here. Oh no, that's a tough thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is one place that you should never be penniless in. It's a tough place to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Yes, she like.
Mm-hmm. And the more you see the melanated men, yeah, the more melanated you are, the less likely they want to help you over here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but I understand where they say, you watch the movies and they always make it look so good and happy and everybody is just doing well. It's just, they've been selling that fakery for a long time. And when I talked to back in the day when I was working with some of these foreigners, I knew instantly they were lying to a lot of them about how it is here. Come on. People don't tell the truth about anything. Onika, thank you so much for the super chat. Queen Lisa, we've been warning them for a long time. You're right. We have, and like I said, I don't see how they don't know how racist it is over here, right? And in these Western nations.
They do. Don't believe that. They do.
I was reading about some of the Africans talking about how badly they're treated over there in Italy. And in Spain, and all over Europe, the people are, you got to understand, these people have been this way for centuries.
Yep.
And they're not going to change because some foreigners with melanin came floating over here. In fact, they'll double down before they change.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They should know better.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably stop it.
Wow.
Okay.
So, y'all, I'm not going to hold you any longer, but maybe they should look for, and I don't know if they can even help. Maybe they should look for the African embassy, of their country.
Right.
There in New York. I know they got all of them right there in New York. They may have to just go to the embassy and see what they can do. And maybe they can help them get back home if they want to leave out of New York. I mean, the embassy, I think, would be their only option at this point.
Yeah.
Go ahead and line up to get deported. You're gonna
But
be all right.
we shall see.
You will get right home right
So,
away.
everybody, I will be doing another live stream, the Bible.
I'm in it there. And thank you, Lisa, for that. Lady Chen, what are your thoughts on pulling up the next topic?
I think that of course they should already know. I mean, like you got news, you got a lot of things going on in Africa, or wherever that you could be able to watch. You know how to get on the internet. They got internet cafes and shit, and it's worse in certain areas of fucking Africa that it's like it's really bad. You know what I mean? Versus what it is here. However, it doesn't take away from the fact that even me, just joking, should I say to Jesse this week, like maybe we should go ahead and pretend we're immigrants, seeing that I speak Spanish is like one of my 5 languages, and then I'd like go and pretend we're immigrants so we can actually get the benefits that we're supposed to get anyway here, and just go get it from over there because they don't want to put us here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was saying that as a joke because we get told no or that we don't qualify or can't get this, can't get that, but yet they'll give it away to a migrant that illegally jumped over here. We're naturally born. I was like, maybe we should go pretend and see if we can live a little better, just a little bit, like because we get denied for everything we're from here.
Yeah.
He started. He wasn't. He thought he wasn't even giggling with me about that. I was like, thought I was being funny, but I was gonna say this, but I had said this to the homeless about this when the immigrants started really coming over, and New York is infamous for fucking leaving black people on the street cold.
Mm-hmm.
And all the natural born citizens that are homeless, the older men, then they had to live in them were living like in projects, kind of like. But then they would kick them out and put them in the tents. Remember? Shout out to CD Hip Hop
Yeah.
too. That story, bringing those stories to because if it wasn't for TD Hip Hop, we wouldn't be able to really talk about this a lot. Yeah, yes, it was TD Hip Hop though that
Yeah.
he had showed us some things earlier last year about this where the brothers couldn't even get they living all messed up and they had been asking for help and Eric Adams didn't want to help that native born men at all. I mean they were really trying to get help. And then when the migrants started coming over, they were living better. They're like they were getting to go into hotels, the nice hotels too. You getting to go into hotels and they fucking up shit. And I was like, brothers, I was like, you should just go ahead and since they ain't asking them too many questions, you just go ahead and be a migrant. You know what I mean? And see, and go up in there and go up in them hotels, stay in there for a few months to get your life right. Since you're from here, you know what I mean? Really, if you really, you're from here, it ain't gonna be no big thing to. I was like, and I said it. Yeah, I said it ain't gonna be no big deal to pretend you're something until you get it, and then once you get out, you get it. You go try to look for a job, or you're an American citizen. You gonna find one quicker. You just need You just need somewhere to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying a long time ago. And I was telling Jesse just this weekend. I was like, maybe we should just pretend. And they said, I'll help you, Jesse. I was like, because I speak Spanish, you don't even have to worry about it. I was telling her like that. I was like, maybe we should just go pretend because I said, look, there's certain agendas that have been pretending they're special characters. And they get legislation, they get all this shit. I was like, but then you got the illegals, living better than us, and they putting on this front like they innocent and they don't do nothing. When these motherfuckers are still quick to go rob the store because they know how to get it how they live, manly. But you let the fucking mayor tell it, and everybody else, oh, they just want to work. But nah, because they don't really want that. They just say they don't even want to say that. And now you look at shit. These motherfuckers content with never going into a shelter, but they want what they want because they want the program that the mayor promised, and they gonna be mad about it, and they gonna flex on us if they don't get it. But that's how they're acting. So that's like, nah, you couldn't play me like that. Like, shh. Yeah, okay. I said you home with a bill.
Yeah, right.
Reported with a bill. You know what I mean? This is how much you cost my city and my taxpayers and especially my taxpayers.
Right.
We pay for everything. I'm like, but we can't feed ourselves. There's a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's why I don't understand. That's why people are like not even white people. Are you not seeing that your money is going to everything but feeding yourself?
Right.
Like, I don't know how your tax dollars are being spent differently. It seems like there's a different little process because it looks all the same, but it isn't. Because the white people are not really, they weren't really all that bad about funding all these wars and all this extra shit. You understand that?
Yeah.
Well, look at it. They're not mad about funding the wars. They're not mad about feeding, funding these migrants to live here till just recently. And then the reason they're not really mad about it. It's not the money they're mad about. I don't know what they're like. Look, the white people are confusing. They need to be mad though about this money shit. Like, if they're really so worried about giving us they don't want to give us the reparations. But I mean, why are you funding the wars then? Why are you doing the most? Like, why would you agree to this? Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why? It don't make no damn sense to me. Is you gonna go ahead and let them live? Let the elite. First of all, when the white people started opening up their own assets,
Yeah, they're taking them in.
let the migrants live rent free,
Mm-hmm.
and they got the mayor who said, we found people that allow us to let migrants be there rent free for 6 months. Cause are you serious? Like, what is that saying? Like, what is the underline of that? Do you know? Like, I have questions. I want to know what people are saying. I know the reason because I'm asking the question, but I'm like, God damn, why are they not upset yet?
Our viewers fell asleep on us. But
It's all right. Be all right. They're gonna live. They'll watch the playback.
I got some videos up.
Fine, go ahead. I'm ready.
So the first one is migrant advocates.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Fear Denver is misleading newcomers.
Have been traveling from Venezuela since early December to get here. A friend we knew from the jungle came here, Juan says. He got here first and got an appointment quickly to get settled. Denver is their first choice, so they went to the city's human services offices for help. We knocked on the door, Juan says, and they came out and said they could not help us at all, and that all they could do was give us a free trip to another city. Other migrants gave Juan and Adisa contact information for V. Reeves, a known advocate for migrants settling in the city. Give V a call, Juan says he was told. At the very least, they can help you with something, and V has helped, and we are very grateful. V intervened in the couple's efforts to get help from the city.
If I hadn't, had certain connections and been able to call and follow up and cause a fuss, they would have been turned away, and they would have been left back out on the streets with this child, again, of just under 2 years old.
Juan and Adisa traveled across the continent with Juan's cousin, his wife, and their toddler. The families were separated when the city eventually gave them shelter. Juan and Adisa to a hotel and his cousin's family to a city facility. This separation, Juan says. This is the first time we've been separated in 5 months that we've been traveling, and I feel terrible. For its part, the city says it is offering trips as an option for new migrants arriving in town. Signage at DHS tells migrants other cities might have more resources for them and that Denver would pay their way there.
Tonight, as the immigration crisis continues in Denver.
So they're sending them to other cities now. Got to get the hell out of Denver.
Yeah, because they got busted in that hot mic moment.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep that in mind. I don't care how they package that. That was a hot mic moment.
So here it is, where they're sending them to.
That's fucked up.
Oh,
I've been sending these motherfuckers back here with a bill.
So Denver is now cop and please, like New York was not too long ago. Now sending city employees to El Paso, Texas, meaning the border, to meet with immigrants. Yep. And tell them, no, don't come to my high-income city. No. Go to Kansas City instead.
Mm-hmm.
Denver. The city is sending one of its employees to a community on the southern border for an extended stay.
That employee will spend the next several weeks in El Paso, encouraging immigrants to think again before hopping on a bus to the Mile High City. Denver 7's Brandon Richard has more on Denver's newest effort to try to manage the crisis.
Denver's new immigration strategy has completely shifted from helping all who come here to managing expectations for those who do land here.
We want people to know what the new plan is. We don't want them to think that it is the old plan.
That's why the city is now gearing up to send a city employee to the Texas-Mexico border in the next few days.
We know that often things are miscommunicated to folks before they ever arrive in Denver. We also know there's a large number of people who arrive in Denver knowing nothing about Denver, having never intended to come to Denver.
Public Information Officer for Denver Human Services, Victoria Aguilar, will spend about a month in El Paso. She wasn't available for an interview Thursday, but her colleague, John Ewing, says she'll meet with immigrants as well as nonprofit leaders in Texas.
What we wanted to do is go down there, have a conversation with folks on the ground in El Paso and say, what are people being told? What are they hearing before they even arrive in this country? And see where the disconnect lies.
Of course, the city is still running shelters like the Denver Community Church here for new immigrants, but the resources available to them today are much different than they were just a few weeks ago. That's why the city says it's important to have that employee there in El Paso to communicate the change. Even though immigrants have put a strain on the city's budget, Ewing says Aguilar's visit to El Paso is not necessarily meant to discourage immigrants from coming to Denver. But they don't want to encourage them either.
We don't want to encourage people to come here and think that they're getting 6 weeks of travel or 6 weeks of stay. That's for sure. But no, it is not a means of discouraging people.
Aguilar will leave for El Paso this weekend and will certainly follow up. In Denver, Brandon Richard, Denver 7.
It's not a means of discouraging them from coming to Denver when you're literally going down to the border, telling them to find different options.
That's a double talk, man. That's a double talk. Not only that, but I mean, come on, look at this broad. Like, you know, she got family near there.
Oh, you know it.
A motherfucking vacation for this bride. Mm-hmm. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna visit everybody, and I'm gonna be at work for like 2 hours. Yeah. Just like casually talk to motherfuckers, just be like, wait, are you? Who's going to Denver? No, you're not. Here you go. You go to Nebraska. Yeah. They're closed up. Sorry for your issue, but yeah, I guess you gonna have to write your family when you get to Nebraska. But don't you dare come here. Don't bring your motherfucking ass here.
In fact, why don't you go to Kansas instead?
Matter of fact, why don't you go deeper into Texas? I mean, while you're at it, or why don't you just go back home? I mean, that'd be a much safer bet. I mean, if you really go, it's just like abstinence. Just say no. You know what I mean? Like, just say no. Then go this way, but don't come to Denver. You know, because we can't help you there. Don't think that it's just gonna be a free lunch and shit, because it ain't happening now. Because you know, them motherfucking black people are very, very, very upset. They done made a scene.
It's not happening now because the mayor has to cut budget.
And dude, you should thank us for that later. You know, we're gladly say glad to accept your thank yous on that because we're the assholes to help you to push that along. Because it wouldn't have happened on the Paris under the Paris administration. That's for sure.
Right. That's for damn.
The Paris administration was all already on it. Like, nah, nope, and no. You gotta take care of your home first before you start inviting guests over.
Right.
I mean, that's just well-meaning shit. Like, for example, prime example, motherfuckers want to take care of their crew before they have fucking visitors from their family coming from different places. Especially when you have them over, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we got to do. So why wouldn't you think we take care of our city before we have guests and make special arrangements for something manageable migrant situation? And so now he's doing all this late work. But I didn't get to Mayor fucking Johnston for beating everybody to the punch.
Yeah.
Because he's making these other mayors look bad, even though he's fucking up epically.
Right.
He's still making them look bad. Where's your delicate fucking Mayor Adams? Where's your delicate Johnson?
Remember Mayor Adams was going down to Columbia.
Yeah.
To New York City.
Yeah, they were like, no, take your motherfucking ass back home. We don't want you here.
Mm-hmm.
They told him that there.
Yeah, they called him a xenophobe. And
you can imagine Mayor Adams is going to other countries and they're telling him to take his ass home.
Mm-hmm.
And we coming over here and do whatever we want.
Get out of here, you immigrant hater.
Yeah. They had signs, nice signs. That's the thing. I brought that up. Remember, somebody brought it up recently, but I brought it up first. I was like, they had nice ass signs, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kinko's printed out.
Yeah.
Someone put some money into that to call them bad names in another country. But what did they say? They said, I don't give a fuck. They sending people over here. So now you can't put the bill, right?
Yeah.
You can't put the bill. There's some parts of the media saying that these migrants are everywhere. They're on the floor, sleeping, whoop de whoop. And then there's other means like that'll say like, nope, they really ain't doing it like that there. You don't ever see, like, I ain't seen a Cash Jordan video. That motherfucker be all over fucking New York. You ain't seen no Cash Jordan video talking about the migrants in a while.
Oh, well, he does one like every week.
Yeah, but not that. No, you just talking about the Unhoused.
Oh.
Yeah, he does talk about stuff, but he doesn't. I haven't seen what to say. Hey, these migrants are way out of control. Look. He's the first motherfucker to do it.
When they close down the shelters.
Yeah, but what has he done since then? He's talking about hospital infrastructure and all kinds of shit. I haven't looked at it. Like, okay, look, I haven't done one that I've seen in like a week or so. They're real shit about the migrants fucking
like 2 days ago or yesterday.
I don't know, Jesse. Don't combat me on that. I'm just saying. I've not seen it.
So, plans and budgets. Denver's migrant crisis is a $30 million plan.
Oh shit! Yeah. Are you? What are you gonna pull up?
Denver faces a fiscal tug of war as Mayor Mike Johnston's $45 million budget cuts coincide with a $30 million allocation for stagehand services across city-owned venues. This financial juggling act occurs amidst a migrant influx, with 40,000 arrivals since December 2022, straining resources and prompting adjustments. Johnston's newcomer program strategy prioritizes migrants' dignified treatment while preserving city services. The allocated $30 million aims to sustain cultural venues like Red Rocks Amphitheater and the Denver Performing Arts Complex. Simultaneously, Denver grapples with sheltering migrants, with 78 in short-term facilities and 710 in hotels. To manage costs, the city plans to shut down 4 shelters, potentially saving $60 million. Johnston reinstates a length of stay policy and aims to assist migrants in finding work. Yet, these efforts face backlash with calls to defund the police to offset migrant aid costs. Social media erupts with discontent, criticizing the allocation of funds amid pressing local issues like homelessness and infrastructure. Denver's balancing act reflects the complex challenges cities face in managing crises while upholding civic responsibilities.
Yep.
So Denver itself is not a very large city. I mean, we're talking about a city with rough.
No, I don't know who this nigga is.
I do. Okay. I see him all the time. And what he was reporting on, I'm like, yeah, until like, you know, he get a pass because he's black. He's on it. He's on it. But I have this thing about it. What y'all are seeing when you don't live here, you're getting like the whatever the media has put out.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it is like we live here, so and we're actively engaged in what's going on. So you getting that perspective for the new black media to understand. So you got to get an understanding. We other than that, we have no conscious new codified black media other than us giving you the reality of what's going on, because you know they don't like it that we were trying to put black people first anyway. But the lies is like, it's ridiculous. The mayor did all this pandering and shit when they were running for mayor.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into it because it'll upset me. But the thing is, he's basically enabling fucking homelessness right now.
Oh yeah.
Migrants. I mean, that's just an added factor of it. You know what I mean? He's basically creating this homeless thing going on, and the fact that he's placating to their will. Like a strong mayor, if he was really a strong mayor, mayor wouldn't listen to that bullshit and believe in the games. He wouldn't do that. If he was a strong mayor, he would do the opposite of that, which would look like that radical shit everybody's always accusing me of, right? Because I'm like, fuck no, send everybody back with a bill. That's a strong mayor.
Hold the line, Lady Chain.
Yeah, that's because you know, white supremacy has bought him. He's paid for it. He's a lying to her. You couldn't. If it was like me, like you couldn't be a strong mayor. Like strong mayor. If I was a mayor, hypothetically, yeah, everybody would call me a tyrant and a fucking anarchist, and I don't know what else, because I would be like, hell nah, fuck no, I don't give a fuck what you think this could boost the economy. Fuck no, man, send everybody back. Matter of fact, let me make these calls and figure out how I can work with these countries to make it better for them, so that they don't run away from their shit. Let me make some calls and delegate some phone calls, like, you know, to other countries and other people's people, so that they can, you know, get some understanding to stop them at the next country. What the fuck? Like, what I gotta do to make it stop? You know what I mean? If he was a strong mayor, you know what I gotta do? So I'm going to the White House. What else do I gotta do? Because I'm gonna put the work.
8 o'clock. God, this is.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Roughly 710,000 people that have taken more than 40,000 migrants within the last year, with 20,000 of them going on to other places, 20,000 staying. It also makes them the smallest city to take the largest amount of migrants. Right? They cannot handle that. They can't, under any circumstance, can a city that small withstand that wild of an influx, guys. But all right, listen, let's go ahead and jump into this video immediately. The name of the video is Denver is hitting a breaking point in handling the migrant influx, says Mayor Johnston. All right.
You're welcome.
This is a suggestion via Discord, guys.
And joining me now is Denver Mayor Mike Johnston. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being with us. And my first question is, what resources, just generally, do you feel like you need from the federal government right now amid this surge in migrants?
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I mean, I think we have been pushing really hard that there are 3 key items we need right now. We definitely need the Congress to take action on dollars for support for cities. That's key. I think the second is we need more work authorization for folks that are arriving to our cities. The biggest issue is we have folks here who want to work and are not able to work. And the third is we need their help on a plan for coordinated entry, so we don't have just the governor of one state deciding where all newcomers go, but actually a coordinated plan nationwide for all of our cities and states to be a part of the solution. And we think those 3 things can actually help us be very successful. We just need those 3 things from Congress to be able to succeed here at the state level.
You've been pushing on the issue of work authorization specifically for some time now. You asked the White House last month for more authorizations. Have you gotten any response from the Biden administration or any indication that increased authorizations might be part of the negotiations that are going on in D.C. around this border issue?
We're working hard at it. I think they understand it and see it. I met with Secretary Mayorkas months ago, and that was before he then took the step to grant temporary protective status for Venezuelans that came before July 31. That was a tremendous help for many of our Venezuelan newcomers who arrived in August and September. The challenge is now, we have 4,500 migrants in shelter tonight in Denver. We are the single largest recipient of migrants per capita of any city in America. And almost all those folks that have arrived now don't have access to that temporary protective status, so they don't have a clear path to work authorization. That makes it harder and harder for us to help them. And every time I see folks, they ask me the same thing, which is just, how can I get a job? All I need is access to work. And so we're optimistic that that's making progress, and we think there's should be an area of bipartisan support. Nothing more un-American than having someone come to the country and telling them they can't work to support themselves once they get here. So we think whatever Congress decides is their admission policy, that's got to come with clear and immediate access to work once they arrive.
We had the mayor of Houston on just before Christmas. We've had a lot of mayors who've been talking about this issue publicly. I'm curious what the conversations are like behind the scenes, the contact you have with your fellow big city mayors, all of you trying to address this issue from slightly different perspectives all around the country.
Guys, so basically from what I'm hearing is that he is completely fine. If that's the case, then bro, keep sending them. They would love for them to be.
We're not fine.
I'm not sure I like the concept of
like if you've been paying attention,
specifically coming in and just
he has found a way.
Income
he's going to allow them to work
in America and bring it elsewhere, because that's basically what they're saying without actually saying it, right? Other than the crazy amount of interviews we've actually seen.
We'll talk about this later. I don't want to talk about
people that are
I don't want to talk about with you online because
saying that they're just basically here for money.
No, we'll just act like
not to enrich the nation or not to.
I'm talking to the people watching. Black
give
family.
us new things just to withdraw money.
He's found
it
a
seems
way
like he's completely willing and ready for that to happen. So, I would say that I think they probably need more than that.
I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation and partnership. Obviously, right now, Chicago and New York and Denver together, we've accepted more than 200,000 migrants. So we are the great majority of all of the incoming traffic right now. So we have been in regular contact. I've also been in a lot of contact with other mayors of other cities. Some of whom have less inflow of migrants right now and are willing to be a part of a coalition to find a better solution. So I think when you're a city mayor, you're nonpartisan. You don't have a flag in the ideological battle in DC. You just want to be.
Yeah, that's not actually factual though, because I see your name has a D next to it. So you in fact are partisan by definition.
City mayor, you're nonpartisan. You don't have a flag in the ideological battle in DC. You just want to be able to run your city effectively. And what we need really is this work authorization plus resources and a coordinated plan. And we think that gets us a long way towards a succceptual strategy.
Yeah, but where do those resources come from?
Taxpayers.
Plus resources and a coordinated plan. And we think
because the federal government cannot continue to just print money, bro. Right? Like this is the situation we're currently in economically. We are here because of the crazy amount of printed money during the 19 guys, right? Absolutely. So where does this money come from?
From the mint.
Where did it come from? Taxes? You raise our taxes specifically?
That gets us a long way towards a successful strategy.
Well, my understanding is this has become something of a political fight in Colorado, where you've had some of the surrounding counties and communities very concerned about how Denver is handling this. Does the governor step in that situation? I mean, talk to me about how this is working in your region, in your broader community.
Now, the governor has been a great support for us, so we're lucky to have Governor Polis, and his team has done a fantastic job to help us with resources and other supports. But we do know this is a regional issue. I mean, the major reason we're the top recipient.
Yeah, it's definitely not a regional issue, bro.
No, he's getting sued.
But we do know this is a regional issue. I mean, the major reason we're the top recipient for migrants right now is because we are the shortest and cheapest bus ticket north of El Paso. You come straight north on I-25 from El Paso. Denver's the first big city you hit. And so we think this does need to be a regional solution. We're talking to mayors around the region. And frankly, we're hitting a point where there's not much else we can do. We have almost filled every single available hotel room in the city and county of Denver. So we're over 4,500 migrants in shelter tonight. If that number continues to rise, we just wouldn't have the capacity in Denver to support it. So we are reaching out beyond our borders. And
bro, just build more. Like this is what you do. Do like all the other cities are doing. Find a public school, close it, and then turn it into a migrant shelter. That's all you have to do, bro. I mean, just follow the trend.
He's already doing it, bro. You don't even want to know.
People
He's
have
already
questions
doing
and
it.
concerns, but I think they
Yeah,
also
he's got
don't want to
caught a
see
couple of times.
families and kids homeless in the streets of our cities, and so we want to make sure we find a solution that can
That's
avoid
I mean,
that.
no one wants to see anyone homeless, bro.
Well, to that end, you said you've not
How many times
considered
did,
turning away
Justin
any of these
got?
buses of migrants that are coming to your
Oh,
city,
too
but is
many
there a point
already.
in which that's something Denver
Yeah,
might
that's
have
what I
to
said.
do, or
Yeah,
something you
but
might
the
have
office
to
full
consider?
year yet.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
we're going to hit a capacity at which
That
we just
guy?
won't be
No.
able anymore to manage the amount of inflow, and so we're trying to avoid that problem. But we know we can't keep growing at this pace. When I took the oath of
Yeah, this is actually footage from Manhattan.
office 6 months ago, we had about 400 migrants in shelter. We are more than 10 times that number right now.
Yeah,
We've
it's
brought
been like
35,000
9 months
through
now.
this
But that's
year.
a lie. You've
And
been
remarkably,
kicking
we've
them
been able
out
to get
too.
99% of them
And
up and
sleeping
placed
them.
into housing or work or onward travel. And so we have been very successful, but now we're hitting a breaking point at which there's just not enough volume of work or of housing in the city to support this ongoing volume. Not to mention the impact on city budgets. This could be $160 or $180 million of impact on our budget next year. That's almost 15% of the entire city budget. So those are numbers we certainly couldn't accommodate on our own without real help.
And
Listen, here's the thing. But if you cannot accommodate it on your own without like federal government help, then why are you saying everything's fine then, bro?
Right.
Like you're saying one thing, but your word, like literally, how you're saying it is one way, but the words you're using are saying almost the exact opposite.
Yeah, that double
You said you're about to hit a breaking point.
Yeah.
In fact, you are. You probably have already. But
Yeah,
the problem is
yeah.
that now you are taking most likely
I
away
mean, we're
from
definitely
the
riding that out.
citizens of the area specifically.
Oh yeah, every
to
Monday.
move
You're riding
those
that
funds
hard, okay?
to
You're welcome.
and that's where, you know, like,
Yeah,
listen, I
we don't
understand
tell
help
them.
is help if you can,
Let them have it.
but the amount of people that have hit Denver
That's why they
is
say I'm an
craziness,
asshole, 'cause
and
it
he's
is- I'm
fine
going
with it. So
hard.
send more.
to that end, I mean, New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, they've been getting hammered by this. He told a reporter recently, he said something to the effect of, not everyone that's coming into this country is pursuing the American dream. It sounded somewhat
Yeah.
Trumpian. I mean, I wonder how you feel.
Because here's the problem here, guys. I have never been someone that would have been that's considered right leaning or left leaning, really, right? But the dilemma here is the fact that when the mayor of New York finally says something that's honest and true without caring at all about what anyone else has to say, he's like, listen, bro, this is getting crazy enough, right? And you say that's Trumpian? What does that even mean, bro?
Right.
All right. It means that this has gotten too crazy. They can no longer handle it. And they now see the forest through the trees, guys. They see it. And they see it. All right. And this guy here hasn't gotten enough yet. So just move everyone there and say, Denver's where you need to be. Make TikTok videos about how everyone needs to go to Denver.
Like, does that narrative,
If that's the
kind of
case,
play into the
Right,
anti-immigrant
don't
argument that
encourage
we're
him,
hearing from Donald Trump and some of his supporters? How do you view that?
Coming here.
I mean,
Yeah,
the thing that actually gives me
I
hope
that's
about this
exactly how I
scenario
feel.
is that every day it's quite clear to me there is a path to
Yeah,
solve
you
it. And
should
when I
have
talk
sent
to
me.
migrants
I'd be
every
like,
single
look,
day,
here, check it out.
all they
You
say is, thank you,
Give it
Mr.
to me.
Mayor. I don't need help or charity. All I want is a
Why?
job.
Because I'm
But at the
telling
same
you,
time, I get calls every day from
very
employers and
racist.
CEOs who say, hey, Mike, I hear there are a bunch of migrants just arrived. I want to hire them. Can I please hire
Going
them?
with that
So we have
same democratic narrative.
at below minimum wage. Keep that in mind. That's
No,
what
no,
exactly
no.
they're saying.
$20
They're
an
looking for
hour.
cheap
$20
labor.
an hour right
people
now.
here who desperately
That's what he's
want to
talking
work.
about.
We have employers here who definitely want to hire them. We have a federal government that stands in the way of our ability to get them hired. I talked to a migrant on Friday
No,
who
no,
is here
you're
on an asylum claim, and that asylum
you're
claim is set to
breaking
be
federal
adjudicated right
law.
now in the year 2029.
You're a liar.
And so
Since
that
when
is
no
not
one's
a
going
path
to
to
get
success for him or
under
for
the
our city,
table
but
in trouble?
I agree. The length of time it actually takes for asylum to actually go through, or any type of like serious visas and things like that, like, yeah, that's a problem. And the reason why a lot of these people are doing
fair
this
to
is
the ones that
because
had
of
to
the
wait
length of
10,
time it
15 years.
actually requires
That's
to
not
actually
fair.
get
That
into
is
the
fucking
country.
not fair.
And that's why these people are
Because
like, listen, I'm
they
not
don't want work like that.
right?
They're telling you that just so you
That's
can
what
get
this
them.
is.
they do desperately want to work.
Whatever.
We just want to give them the chance to get
These
it.
mothers that just got
All right, a message from the middle of the country to Washington. Help us get these people to work. Mayor
He's
Mike Johnson,
submitted,
thank you for
family.
your time.
He's submitted.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a great
Right
day.
down and submitted.
All right, Johnston.
No.
All right, I'll look into him a
He
little
is
more, I
making it
guess.
look
But
bad.
now here's the thing: I definitely do not want
time is
to ever
wrong.
come off as I'm anti-immigrant. That's not a thing. My wife is from Spain. I've immigrated into multiple countries. I immigrated my son into this country along with my wife. And so like, just keep this in mind. I am under no circumstance am I anti-immigrant. That's not the overall messaging here. My only thing is that it's too much. Like, there has to be a limit to how much. We cannot take the world's population.
Jesse, are you on the same page? Are you on the same page?
That's just the reality of things. And honestly, 6 months ago, my statements that I'm making now would have been completely different.
I wouldn't have thought he was a
until I saw all of this, right? Seeing all of this to the level that I've seen it, experiencing, all types of crazy, similar migrancy that happens in the south of Spain specifically, is interesting. Also, it's the same type of thing. Ever since the 19, people have been trying to get to the West. They've just been running to the West, running as fast as they possibly could. Because, guys, imagine if our economy is this bad and everything is backed off the dollar. Imagine what these other countries are experiencing. Inflation went up throughout the world. Anyone that uses the U.S. dollar is suffering inflation, massive inflation.
He said, "I immigrated my son here."
You guys all have an absolutely amazing day. Enjoy your day thoroughly. Guys, before we go, are you guys subscribed to the other channels? Logical Movie Reviews with Mr. L. Boyd.
But it don't matter. It don't matter. He don't give me tether vibes. He don't give me tether vibes until he said that.
Until he said that.
Yeah, he didn't really. He didn't give me tether vibes. He didn't give you tether vibes until he said that.
Yeah.
He gave you tether vibes?
Mm-hmm.
Until he said that? Before he said that? Don't lie, Jesse, because I'm feeling like you're about to lie. He didn't give me no.
Opened his mouth initially, I thought he was a raccoon.
Yeah, raccoon and tethering is two different things, cuz.
No.
Yes, not every raccoon, or not every coon, Jesse, not every coon is a tether.
Foreign coons are tethers.
What?
You didn't know that?
What? Say it
Foreign
again.
coons.
He's not. He didn't seem foreign to me, cuz
He just said it. No.
He said it after the fact. When he started the video, he did not sound foreign, cuz.
He said she sounded coonish.
Yeah, but he's not a coon and a fucking foreigner are two different things.
Yeah, a tether is a foreign coon.
Yes, but I said, cut. Stay with me. Stay with the black train. All right, listen. A coon is one thing. You said he sounded like a coon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I said, before you said that, I said, did he give you tether vibes before he said all that shit? And that's when you should have just said, the real answer was no. Coon, yeah, he sounded like a coon for sure. Definitely. Okay. And then when he said all that other shit about being anti this, anti that, and he, had his family, that's when I was like, are you a tether? And that's when you were on the same page. So let's get back to that part. I was like, he didn't give me no tether vibes when he was speaking. Not that he didn't create tethers. Okay. Not that he's not guilty of the creation of tethering. You dig?
Yeah.
Because he's guilty of that for sure. For sure. But either way, that's where we go. Okay, is that the only one you got on there? On the Denver thing?
Yeah. I think that's all I added.
Jesus, Jesse.
Leave me something for the RBA.
Oh, man, you get nearly nothing covered close to that. That's cool, family. That's cool. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. And I'll be making these scenes and everything. I thought he had more to add to that. Thought he had like one more.
I was trying to find the suite.
Which suite?
That happened last week.
Oh, that's easy.
It's not showing up.
Why don't you just type in the news, Jesse?
I did. It's not showing up.
I can't tell because I've been watching this whole time. And I think I have too much sugar going on right now. Oh, weird. Smoke this shit.
What going on?
Feel weird right now. Oh, you know what it is? You have any water, baby, up there? You should have shown the protesting, dude. Wait. No, never mind. I did, because it was like them protesting because when they skipped the city council today was the shit. It did not know. I was laughing at you, white folk. So heavy. White tears, man.
It was 169 years.
Huh?
Oh, that was 4 years ago.
Yeah. Where was it at? The sweep was on just put migrant encampment.
It's on the west side.
Yeah, just put migrant encampment.
It's in Baker.
So yes, type in migrant encampment. Because migrant encampment sweep or whatever. Just pull the latest one. It's really like, I don't want to do it. I'm in the middle of fucking this little project up I'm doing over here. Keeps messing up every time I move my hands.
Yeah, so the sweeps continue under a Johnston administration.
I just wanted he needs to say he's guilty of fucking creating homelessness right now.
So the faces change, but the game is the same.
Yeah.
Happening today, Denver cleaning up a homeless encampment in the Baker neighborhood.
Well, many moved there after crews cleared out another nearby encampment. Today's sweep is happening at 4th and Calumet. Let's get right to Lisa D'Souza on it this morning. And that's often the trouble with the situation is that once you clean one encampment up, it just moves to another area.
We've been saying that for
Good morning. That's right. So city officials say with that last encampment over in the Lincoln Park area, it was simply too big to offer housing to everyone. So we saw about 30 to 40 people move here to 4th and Calumet. Here's the...
Now, mind you, when this motherfucker called himself running for mayor, before he got
here we go.
He said
Eating over there.
There would not be any sweeps of pistachios. And he said there'll be no sweeps unless he has somewhere to put the people besides a jail or a shelter. Now, here you go. He ain't even been in office a full year yet, and he's back to business as usual. The Hancock administration. I want to point that out. The hypocrisy is real, and the broken promises are already occurring. I haven't even been in office a full year yet, so don't get Johnston remorse now, Denver.
The difference is the city says it will be offering housing to anyone here that wants it. So to break down some of the details, just within the past few minutes, police on scene here and city workers have put up this fencing. Obviously, Calumet is a very busy stretch. So they're trying to be just as safe as possible while clearing out this camp. This is all part of the mayor's goal to get people into housing. Take a look. Right now, Denver has helped more than 1,480 people move out of tents and move into housing, according to the city dashboard. You see it there. Again, today, about 30 to 40 people here will be moving into housing as part of this goal. We know outreach workers, according to the city, have been visiting people here earlier in the week. Police were actually at the camp yesterday trying to get people to move. In fact, they arrested 11 people, we're told, that they say had existing warrants tied to other offenses. So certainly a lot to follow here. And I will say, when we first got out here earlier this morning, we saw probably about 7 people moving out of this camp. So based off of that, it could appear that maybe not everybody is going to be taking advantage of the housing opportunities offered by the city. Of course, we're going to be out here all morning bringing you the very latest live here as this all gets underway. For now,
one of these clips, they actually showed the people that got swept. And one of them, we both would know, Lady Shay.
Today, city crews clearing out and fencing off a homeless encampment. This is in the Baker.
I think they're in this one.
It's a Kyle Clark thing.
That's the Kyle Clark?
Yeah, of course it's Kyle Clark.
Neighborhood here in Denver at 4th and Calumet.
And many people say they moved here after a nearby encampment at the Lincoln Park area was closed last week. Fox 31's Andrea Henderson has more on the city's plan and reaction from people who are living there.
their belongings packed up.
Told us we have a certain amount of time to get our stuff together and get outside the fences.
Emotions running high.
Stressed out, depressed. You know, it's the same thing over and over again.
This after the city closed the encampment at 4th and Calumet in the Baker neighborhood. Many people moved here after the city closed down the one near 8th and Mariposa last week.
I mean, we're just out here trying to live like everybody else. Like, most of us have jobs, most of us do work. We just not enough to pay rent in a house.
City officials say outreach workers started meeting with people living here on April 18th. The city created a list of about 50 individuals that will be transitioned into housing as part of the mayor's All-In Mile High initiative. The city tells us those individuals will receive units and wraparound services. However, some people say they missed the sign up and are left stranded.
We got here and they closed sign up already.
Yeah, bro. Don't you look familiar?
Yeah. There you go. I've sent it to the private chat. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Don't this bra look familiar though?
Yes, go ahead.
Ready, and I'm 18.
I was over at a friend's house the day that they came through and gave everybody the lottery. People that got the lottery get to go to either the tiny homes, like I said, or the hotels.
Now?
And the rest of us that missed out that day get stuck moving again and getting pushed out for further.
That was Andrea Henderson there reporting.
She's 18 now?
Yes, she's 18 now.
Oh my God. So that means she was younger than that when we was outside.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the most.
She was a baby doing the most, cuz.
Hey, check the private chat. I sent you a link in the private chat for the next. Yeah. Ooh. Damn. Ooh.
Is more than just walls and a roof.
A whole bunch of us lived here.
It's a place to feel safe. And when that's taken away, it can be devastating.
This is just so sad.
Sadness, frustration, and fear of the unknown.
I have no idea where I'm going.
Alex Holt does not feel safe anymore.
This has been a nightmare. I feel like I'm in prison, honestly.
Alex is currently homeless, has been for 9 months. Tuesday morning, her world was turned upside down, along with 150 others who've been living here in tents.
See, I don't think I can fill out a job application like this, you know?
Alex knew a sweep was coming, but she didn't know it was going to end with her searching for a new place to put her stuff down.
It affects the whole community when we do this. And so we're just transferring from community to community, terrorizing the place.
It's the first time in 6 months the city of Denver isn't providing housing for those swept out of homeless encampments. The mayor's office says they just don't have enough space for everyone.
We can't take it all with us, so we have to leave the trash, which ends up looking like this.
Mixed in with this are people's belongings. Shoes, a doll, and a mountain of mattresses. People watch in horror as crews are directed to shovel the rest of it into the trash.
We're literally on the corner and we don't know where to go. And we don't want to terrorize communities. We don't want this. We just want to be able to help ourselves. And we can't do that when we don't even know where we're going to spend the night.
So I spoke to a security guard earlier today who manages some of the properties, oversees some of the properties in this area. She tells me they are now dealing with the fallout from this as folks try and find new places to set up camp.
The week before last.
Now, as you know, all of this is part of the mayor's homelessness initiative, which has a goal of helping to move 2,000 people indoors. The mayor's office tells me of the nearly 1,500 people they've helped, 90% are still indoors.
How and where?
Right.
That just don't, none of that just don't add up. None of this adds up. And then remember when the city council subcommittee meeting, Cole Chandler was talking about, we had this many go to jail, this many go back to the streets. It was horrible with the tiny villages, tiny home villages.
Yeah.
He tried to co-opt from us, the micro communities, whatever.
Yeah.
The succession rate is horrible. The completion rate or whatever is horrible. Yeah. What they said, like 80-90% of them went back to the streets.
Yeah.
So how the hell is 90% still indoors?
It's not a success, like they were trying to tell it. They try to sell it as a success. That House 1000 bullshit that he couldn't do when he incorporated all the migrants and shit. When we watch that shit, that's not all the numbers. When you look at the dashboard, it is not a success. That shit right there. You're welcome again. That shit right there is a motherfucking tragedy. They are not doing what they said they were doing. And all these advocates, man, you jumping on the wrong bandwagon.
Right.
You know what I mean? Really are. And you gotta talk shit to us again. Like, look, man, I don't know why all this shit talking is happening, because we're telling the truth. This is the truthful thing right here. That he ain't doing what he said he's doing, and the numbers don't reflect it. And it's not a good situation. It's not. It's not.
We've learned they're staying an average of 98 days at these shelters. More than 200 people have already transferred out. Of that, 132 of them are living back on the streets where they were before.
See, that's horrible. Like, what the fuck? There's no success in any of that.
They went into the shelters. Live in Denver, Brianna Clark, 9 News.
And once again, Brianna, you said about 150 lived at this encampment.
Yeah, that's what the city is saying. And they're saying it's going to take several days to get this all cleared. We actually just ran into a nice gentleman here. His name's Tommy. He got up this morning, went to work, came back and realized everything he owns
is gone.
Is now.
Oh, yeah, remember King was at that camp too.
Yeah, but that's Jesse. Jesse, stop it.
He is a different name though.
Shut up, guys. Shut up.
That name, I was like, wait a minute, I know who that
Shut
is.
up, Jesse. Just shut up.
What is his name?
Man, because that's why Jesse can't be in charge. Like, yeah. Like that's just supposed to be funny just between us, because like you can't have conversations in front of Jesse. Like, that's it. It's a wrap. Just know he's gonna tell her. Just know he's gonna tell it, because I'm like, shut up, Jesse. Shut up.
Talking about?
Shut up, Jesse. Nobody knows what we're talking about. It's supposed to be funny because I pointed it out to you. You didn't even catch on when you did it. I pointed it out to you. That's why it's supposed to be quiet. You know?
I said, wait a minute.
You pointed it out to us. You pointed it out, but you didn't point it out.
Yes, I did. I said, we know who that is.
I said, yeah. And then I pointed the rest of it out to you.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, that's.
What? Say for me though, I mean, cuz.
And I was like, I know.
No, you don't. Because if you did, you wouldn't say nothing about it right now. Stop it. I'm about to find it right now so you can laugh about it again.
Okay.
Looking right now. I'm looking for it right now. It's crazy.
I think it was Kyle Clark, yeah.
Yeah, it was a Kyle Clark thing, dude. I'm telling you. It's definitely
It was
a
one of
Kyle.
his next shows.
I know, because I'm looking right now. I'm looking for it. I'm looking right now for it. Just carry on. Keep doing what you're doing.
I guess we could play the Palestinian video in the meantime.
I wish we could pull that fucking footage from today's city council event. Jesus, I heard me like they're talking shit.
Hey, Dave, thank you. Right now, we are monitoring that pro-Palestinian rally.
You record it? You always do?
Yes.
Oh. So people would have seen it then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was curious. Carry on.
Do you want me to play that video, or you want to play the encampments, the Palestinian protests?
It's all the same to me. Really, it's all the same to me. It's all the same to me, really. I'm finding the one video you're laughing about that you're not supposed to be talking about, but yeah.
I'm sure the city council.
Yeah, I'm looking. It was a Kyle Clark thing that I was looking for. Go ahead, carry on.
You want me to play the city council, or?
Yeah, just scroll through it real fast to the parts where we were laughing about. Well, I was laughing about.
Okay. Oh my God! All the trans shit. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not gonna talk about that part, but I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna, cause I was taking that shit for myself. That shit for me. That shit was epic.
No. The reason I wanted that I'm here today is about the budget.
Like enjoying this time here.
Thank you for tuning in. This is
And yeah, I'm gonna get to that.
Monday Denver City Council
So
meeting.
our youth were here
General public
protesting
comment.
peacefully on campus. Children were hurt. I was hurt. They did not care. The police every single time they heard it and mistreated us. What are you doing about this? Your silence is complicit to the many killed people in Gaza and children and the West Bank, and now it is hurting directly the children and youth of Denver. I heard about the police. I heard about the
Oh gosh.
What's up? Oh shit, we almost have 5 hours, guys.
Laura, can you hear us? Your feed
Yeah, bad
froze.
connection.
We'll see if she is able to reconnect. It's probably a difficult place. Let's go ahead and move on. We did get Aram to join.
Yeah, the 5 days.
Aram, if you can unmute your mic, we'll begin your time.
Laura.
Hello. My name is Aram Bingham. I want to point out that I never received the Zoom in email. Or
I don't know how you can get an email. We always get an email.
Join this meeting, so I would like you all to look into that to hopefully improve it for future
How you
city
get on?
meetings. I teach mathematics
Nice.
at the Colorado School of Mines. I'm also here to express my solidarity with the students of the area campus and all of the students in the state of Colorado demanding the divestment of their universities from the apartheid state of Israel, and to condemn the city's violent treatment of its young people attempting to exercise their right to free speech and peaceful protests by arresting dozens of protesters on Friday in a very violent and brutal manner.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
It's shameful that the city and the institutions of higher education here are willing to spare no expense in repressing those that demand accountability and justice. And yet the city council, as others have,
People are not saying
doesn't
nothing.
have the time or resources to craft and pass a ceasefire resolution.
Trayvon Martin got killed.
And honestly, how much it costs
After Mike Brown
send all
got
those police
killed.
to raid the encampment there on Friday?
This goes
Not just
on
in
and
dollars
on
and
and
cents.
on. They wasn't saying no problem rating that.
Just to say nothing of the emotional and physical toll
Yeah, I didn't say
it took
nothing
on the
about
students
that.
and their supporters. Arresting and jailing student activists is incomprehensible. I'm disgusted that the city is effectively criminalizing expressions that want our institutions to stop profiting from genocide, and ask how can that be such a noxious idea to those of you in city government.
Under the
I demand that
Democrats.
the city attorney drop all charges against the arrested and jailed protesters immediately, and the city and Mayor Johnston commit to never employing police violence against peaceful protests ever again. This country's on a dangerous path towards the criminalization of free speech, especially that which criticizes
you gotta look at him.
apartheid
Already
government in
there.
Israel. If you really can't stand this peaceful campaign,
I thought I'm white and I say so, and I can set a tent up. I don't care if there's a camping van. I can do it anyway. And the mayor said, either move the encampment or else. And they did not comply like they was telling us, comply, just comply. All you got to do is comply. They didn't comply with the mayor's order, and the state came down on them. I don't have no pity for them. Hey, nobody bats an eye. Nobody cries a tear. When we get roughed up and manhandled, like Lady Chase said.
Oh yeah, nobody gave a fuck about that at all. Like, they did not care.
It happens to them, and that was the problem. We need to do
Oh yeah, oh my god, the suffering. Yeah, I'm in the back, like talking shit.
Our representatives in Washington, you need to tell Joe Biden, Michael Bennett, John Hickenlooper that they cannot stop aiding.
This is all the people that you voted for.
keep aiding and abetting genocide. You need to tell Congress that we can't have them censoring words that call for the liberation of the Palestinian people and not the oppression of Jews. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Stop silencing our voices, start raising yours. The longer you delay, the further on the wrong side of history you will be. Ceasefire now. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From Gaza to the occupied West Bank, with or without you. But think about how this story will be told years from now and reflect on whether you want to be on the side of justice or the side of oppression. Ceasefire now.
Oh my God, there's some guilt mongering.
Patty, let's go back to you. We can give you 30 seconds.
You still don't know how this genocide that's going on right here.
You want to unmute? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
What? My computer's gonna die, so tell him I'm gonna use yours.
Okay, and is it possible the next speaker, Laura, through these
Hey, they would never let me do this. FYI, they never let me do it.
So you don't have to.
They never let me do it.
Anyway, I was talking about
they would never let me do it.
in particular the trans and queer students
Yeah.
that were arrested last
They would
Friday.
never let me do that.
The next
Okay,
one.
these
Yes.
students were treated like with
They would never let me do this.
and like they
Shut
had
it.
such trauma
Are you
from being
listening?
arrested after the brutal force
Transphobia.
of the
These
police
motherfuckers, man, they just be making up
used
words
on
by the
them.
day.
Denver
Cause
police, again, Denver police does not come to campus and
xenophobia,
leave the university
heterosexism,
closed
just
in
ridiculous shit.
particular, okay? So you
You're
are
talking to
using
oh.
city resources to use brutal force with our students and
They don't care.
not only like that, we were all beaten up, but there
Rare
were
campus
many
don't give a damn.
arrested,
They banned
okay?
me for 8
For
years
protesting peacefully
for
and
standing up against
demanding
racism and white
That's the
supremacy.
time we're able to give you to make up for the other block.
Is it
We'll go
possible
ahead and
that
go.
Laura
Here go
can...
this
I will call her next, Patty. Thank
My
you.
computer died. But her
Laura?
computer died. She needs to use this one.
That's fine. I know she's there, right there with you. Laura, go ahead. You have 3
They
minutes.
never let me do it.
Okay.
Ain't that
My name is Laura Gonzalez, and I am here with Lane Helms.
This
I
$5
would
Indian
like for
right
you
here.
to see them. This is a
That's the one that called me
trans student who was
xenophobic.
arrested on Friday. And I know you're not going to allow me to see them at the time, even though I do think you should allow that.
Oh my
They're going to
God.
read what they have to say to y'all, and I will say it.
I was
She thought she was gonna get fight quick.
Friday.
There were one
Yeah,
of the
she
trans
did.
students arrested on Friday.
I was taken into holding. We were held there for 4 hours.
They were taken into holding, and they were there for 4 hours,
Where they let us use the restroom for a very long time.
where they wouldn't allow them to use the restroom for a very long time.
We had to bang on the door and scream medical emergency.
We had to bang on the door and scream medical emergency for them to let us use the restroom.
Eventually, they let us use the restroom, and then they took us to intake.
Eventually, they let us use the restroom and take us to intake.
And I was held in intake with one other trans man for 20 hours.
And I was held in intake with another trans man for 20 hours.
If you don't know what intake is, that is where they take you out. That is before you are given a bed.
I already know.
You are in bed all night.
If you don't know what taking is, it's what you are given after holding, and they were not given a bed the whole time. That is just ridiculous.
I was there for 20 hours, and I was refused a bed.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Treatment. I was
there for 20 hours. I was refused a bed. I was refused medical treatment. I was.
We can hear her. We don't need to translate.
And my trans women friends
Or
were
it,
treated
whatever
far
fuck.
worse than I was.
And my trans women friends were treated far worse as I was.
They were forced to strip in front of male officers.
They were forced to strip in front
They're
of male
men.
officers. I can't even say that, y'all.
They are
They were taken into the male
Of
detention.
course they were sent to the
side of the thing.
They were
Yeah.
taken into the male detention side of
What
the
did you
thing.
think they
were
was gonna be
given,
taken to?
Isolated rooms,
They were given isolated rooms,
but still on the men's side.
but
Of
still on the
course,
men's
they're
side.
biologically
One of my
men.
trans friends was kept
The
in
fuck?
medical isolation for
God, these people are
26
sick.
hours.
One of my trans friends was kept in medical
That's
isolation
what
for
the hell it is.
26 hours.
Kind of stupid.
The
Or
other
do
trans
whatever.
I was
Stupid.
in intake with,
The other trans man I was in intake with,
they initially took his glasses that he needed to see
You
when
hear what
he
you're
was
munching on, lady.
they initially took his glasses that he needed to see when he was arrested.
and he's disabled. He needs to walk with a cane.
Oh, what's that
and
mean?
that as well.
And he's disabled and he needs a cane to walk, and they took that as well as that. That is
psychological and physical torture. This is my words, not Blaine's.
Stop it. Stop. Stop.
It was horrible.
Stop. Stop.
I was
don't want to
horrible, and I'm
hear.
out now. And this is loud again because you did what you hear, Lane. You should give students more time. This is absolutely ridiculous. You have
No, she did. No.
as city council members. I do give props to the
White
council staff
privilege.
that came here. They should
You
have
know,
no
white
and
privilege,
stay
like,
in the
go
right
on.
history.
You know, white
Thank you very
privilege.
much.
Your time is up, bitch.
We'll go ahead and go to the next
Yeah,
speaker
shut
who's
that
joined
down.
us.
Shut that
I
down.
called her name earlier, and she's joining us via Zoom. Andrea
Stupid
Loud.
shit. Oh, what you expect? Where do you think he was gonna be
Andrea, go
sent?
ahead and unmute your microphone.
I tell you what, I told you what I said.
Sit to the women pod, like.
Yeah,
We'll try
right.
to get her back in. Let's go
That
ahead and
was
keep
they
going.
got
Do
that.
we have Felicia Salter in chambers? And I don't see her on Zoom. Andrea, are you there?
And that broad, she should have been at the bottom of the list, y'all.
Andrea?
She signed up to speak last week.
Okay,
Yep.
we'll keep going while you try to connect. Our next speaker in queue is Rebecca Gillett.
Oh, you could.
My name is Rebecca Gillett. I am a
I know, cuz it's retarded. They should give us more time.
And I'm here to provide support for the Food Justice Fund proposed by the Southwest Food Coalition.
Damn, I am loud.
Leading causes of death in our community
Yeah.
of color in Denver are
Oh,
heart
see,
disease,
Kelly, now you know I go
cancer, stroke,
change
and
however
diabetes.
I'm thinking.
As
Look,
we're
you see how
all
we got
aware,
an asterisk by our names? That broad should have a damn asterisk around her name. She added another name. That's how she was able to speak.
That bro was crazy. Like, and so when she talked to, I'm like, man, the audacity of you think you could just apply your white privilege everywhere. No.
Now she has some white privilege.
No, and each shit had my way. You would not get nowhere with any of this shit. Like, I would shut that shit down quickly. Like, nah, you're gonna be. They're lucky they didn't. For some reason, the universe did not want me to speak today. Because the universe was like, oh fuck, maybe we should just drag this out a little bit. That was the whole people I was gonna have a chance to speak because there wasn't a lot of people there.
Yeah.
They were just flying through the list. I don't know why it took so long. Judge came in, he's like, duh, 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 duh. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? Sometimes we get to like 19. Me and Jesse be like 18, 19, and we can still be able to speak. So fuckery happened right there.
Yeah, like I said, that broad should not even been able to speak because she spoke last week when she called herself calling me xenophobic.
Yeah, and she had motherfucking old man that was in a dress that wanted to complain about jails. And then they want to be like, we were brutalized. It's mistreated. It mess us with that bullshit. It's fake. That's fucking fake. So fake because you like this. This is hey, look, Dom. It ain't happening anymore, man. It ain't happening. You're not getting any treatment for it. They bruised me. They made it. It's so brutal. It's so traumatizing.
How dare they put the pod? Can't they see?
The police were so hostile. Oh, but that's not what it looked like over here. It didn't look like that over here. And young family anyway with your little actions. So it's not like you were really getting all that crunk. I don't understand. I understand why you're tripping. You didn't hear us tripping, and when we were terrorizing the motherfucking city for fucking like what, 2 months straight?
Yep.
Yeah. And then motherfuckers were scared to come out the building at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what you talking about? Dude, them fucking helicopters didn't leave.
White tears matter.
White tears. This is the horse treatment I've ever had to endure. And went to jail. I went to jail. If you don't know what intake is, let me describe it for you. Nah, bitch, I've been to jail plenty of times. You ain't gonna describe it for me. Why
Right.
you having a hard time is because you ain't special, cuz you
Right.
complicated.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the problem. You aren't special. You complicated. You's a man. At the end of the day, you still got a dick. They got to put you with the men. The only thing difference is you got a special little circumstance to due to your complications. So they got to separate you because you're a target for actual men to fuck with.
Yep.
In their pods, because actual men don't want to be around that type of shit.
Right.
If they can avoid it, they will avoid it. But if you start intermingling with actual men in jail, actual men are going to feel some kind of way, and they're going to target you for a whole bunch of different things. So you're due to your special fucking complications that you put on yourself. He's got to treat you a different way. That's why it's taking a little longer. They got to deal with your complications as you present them. So that's why it's taking 20 hours. It don't take 20 hours for a motherfucker to get through Denver City. It take like 4 to 6.
So just to give y'all a snippet before we close it out, because we're almost on a 6-hour show.
It's January 3rd day, though.
Pro-Palestinian protest encampment grows at Aurora campus. So this is the video of
I ain't gonna lie, I was laughing all the time. Fuck you. You're going to get me to back that down and tell you different. I was back here laughing. And I was counting all the black people. Shame on you, black people. Including
this is going
This
is Denver.
Yep, we're in Denver. Yep, we got a camping ban. If you could enforce that shit on me, I got a couple of Gettys to show you enforced it on me, because then you getting the same goddamn treatment. Don't think you white and complicated. You won't. I'm not hearing it, because I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing it at all. I think a man handled you too. And what they did was so patient and gentle. Real shit. Don't let me pull this footage of how they were doing us during that motherfucking during those two protests for Elijah McClain and George Floyd. Let me pull the footage of how they treated us. Okay, what they did y'all was nothing, and y'all couldn't even make it. You couldn't make it fucking six hours before you started getting, oh my god, falling out. Oh, stop it, man! Stop it. We were doing days on end.
Yep.
Yep. We were good to jail. You didn't hear none of us say, they took us to jail. We were traumatized. I know we was traumatized by getting fucking hit with the fucking can pellets and sprayed in the face and shit like that.
Yeah.
That was it. You didn't hear us say, they took us to jail for standing up for our rights. You know, the atrocity of the killings that were happening. They took us to jail. You didn't see none of us doing that. Black people don't do that type of shit, okay? Because we don't. I hope somebody caught that footage of that ass whooping they were giving me. That's what you're gonna hear about it. You're gonna hear, I hope somebody caught that on camera. You know, the way they stomped me out like that. That's what you hear saying before we get put in the car.
Well, never have to pay out over $20 million.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, don't let me pull up like some of our advocate friends. They got put their hand, they got paws and feet put on them by the police and shit, and see how they get treated. Don't let us get to it, because whatever you're talking about with this little school Palestine protest and shit, that ain't nothing. Come at us when you put it to real work.
Right.
You get sprayed. The teeth you can't even look in the teeth's direction, because them motherfuckers ready to do something to you.
Yep.
They ready to do something to you. Try to talk to you, and you're like, oh, fuck that. It's getting crunk right here. Then just ask Denver how Denver had the police locked in their building.
Yep.
They wouldn't come out. They were scared.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't white folk doing it. It wasn't white folk that made them scared either.
It was black people.
Exactly.
I know, because I was there.
Exactly. And I was rolling around in my wheelchair. I was outside. I was outside every day. I was outside every day moving around. So I don't want to hear shit. Because these were white folks. You don't never see us doing that. Oh my God. Oh my God. They put their hands on me. No, not even when they did that. Not even when they did that to me. Did you see me do it? In fact, I was trying to get them not to be fucking manhandling me while the fucking people were driving on the street, fucking watching and filming it. I was like, the people are filming you, officer. Please, officer, don't make a scene. And they're like, I got my camera on too. Oh no, it's different though. It's coming from the people. What happened? The people had their way. Yeah, don't be fucking with me because I'm an asshole. Please, officer, don't touch me like that. Don't make me do that, officer. The people are watching.
Yeah, all on camera. Caught it on camera.
They're like, I don't give a fuck. I got my camera on too. Yeah, okay, but it's different. You can't change what the people are seeing. Yeah, you can't change the people recording on Park Avenue, waiting at the light while you're been fucking with me.
I'm gonna find the one where the mayor security guard was throwing people out.
Oh yeah. That's when he shows up at the camp. And they try to overtalk him. They try to give him the white privilege talk too.
Yeah.
And he's white privileged him back. I was like, dude, I was laughing the whole time, family. The whole time this was going on, I was laughing and I was pointing out black people because that's what I do every time we see gatherings like this. Then I was like, how many black people do you think showed up? And I pointed out, and then I feel ashamed. They were like, God damn it, this is embarrassing. And then to know that your city council people were there. Code switching. Yeah, code switching. Yeah. I was still laughing. Code switching, family. Code switching. The worst of the worst of coon behavior.
There it is.
Okay. Code switching. You can't believe these motherfuckers do.
Oh, shit, y'all ain't seeing it. God damn it. I gotta be one. I was like, there it is right there. Okay. Now y'all can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we ain't moving.
Laughing.
We ain't going nowhere. That's what they said.
Yep.
With what they're saying, Vicente.
The old boy
they are not going to leave until some very specific demands are met. But take a look behind me. You can see it's very quiet. There's not a whole lot of action going here, but that certainly was not the case today when they began a rally where it could be heard for quite a distance around here.
Pro-Palestinian protesters back on the Auraria campus today. This time, though, no police in sight.
On Friday, when the police decided to show up, they warned all of you students on account of civil unrest. And I can guarantee you none of that was happening while I was here.
44 people were arrested as they set up an encampment on Friday and demanded an end to the Israel-Hamas war.
Hey, look at the white people. Look
22
at that.
of those arrested were students, most charged with trespassing. We spoke to Lucia Feast, who said she was hauled off to jail.
The message is we're going to be here until our demands are met.
Today, protesters making 7 specific demands of CU Denver. They include demanding that CU condemn what these groups describe as genocidal actions in Israel. And they want a face-to-face meeting with CU Denver's chancellor within 2 weeks.
Caring about people, even if they're like on the other side of the planet.
You see this
and I
stuff
just really hope that one day we can get to a place where everyone is safe and has food. And
some students saying their
motherfuckers might as well call it quits. They put your scholarships, you're fucked.
That support Israel.
They won't tell us how our own tuition money is aiding a genocide across the world.
At the encampment today, groups are learning more about how to protest effectively. The sizes of the tents vary. Some holding supplies, others sleeping bags. Some protesters clearly ready to stay here for a while.
The students today also said they're demanding that those who are arrested, that the charges be dropped against them. And the campus making it very clear that protests are welcome here, but tents like these are not. So a lot of people watching to see if police will come back at some point to try to clear in the encampment and make more arrests.
Yeah, lower that with the mayor. You're close though. You're close.
Yeah, I want to play the one with the mayor.
Yeah, the one with the mayor, dude. Because when the mayor shows up, it's even funnier. Like these motherfuckers, you're gonna really regret this, fucking stupid kids. You're gonna regret this. I hope you're doing your legwork because you asking for a lot. So when they pull your fucking tuition, they kick you out of school. That's gonna fly. That's gonna look real good. Trying to go into another school, you're gonna be all
Student protests grew in size today on Denver's Auraria campus as demonstrations against the Israel.
I see how your parents feel too. That they pay after your
walkouts are taking place during a time when students would usually
same people. Goddammit.
Yeah. Like,
I want to see the one with the mirror. God damn it, where's the one with the mirror?
I like how they're talking. They're protesting like a motherfucker. Y'all are stupid. I'm telling you, you're not doing your research. You better do your research. Because what you're speaking of, do these motherfucking kids run this shit by their parents? Like,
No.
when you get kicked out of school, what do you think your parents are going to do when they foot half the bill for you to live? What do you think the parents are going to do when you can't go to job? You got to move back home.
I found it. So this is in the middle of the rain, y'all.
Well, now to Denver's Auraria campus, where it was a tense night as protesters demanded the university share the campus end all ties with Israel. The group pitching tents on the campus last night. Police moved in this afternoon after campus leaders called them in. More than 40 people arrested, and now they face trespassing charges. It's overturned tonight when this protest restarted. Now, at this time, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston was with them.
Our demands are not being met. Hold on, can you let me talk then? Thank you. Do you support genocide? I'm sorry, can you let me talk? I'm going to talk for 60 seconds. It's a really simple question. Yes or no? Our demands are not 60 seconds.
Oh, look, you're the black person for this.
So what we want to do is we want to make sure people can protest.
We gotta shut it down.
We also have to have a campus that can continue to operate here. So our ask is we need you all to be able to pull down the tents. That is against the campus policy. You can continue to protest peacefully here. It's the tents. We have no desire to make any arrests for anyone. We want them to be able to protest.
What about the people already arrested?
If the tents can come, I need to finish talking, please. Tents can come in the next 30 minutes. The tents can be removed from this.
The group then shouted and cursed at the mayor as he walked away with Police Chief Ron Thomas and several other officers. The small group got the idea from larger protests in other cities.
Oh my
This is
God, I want
video
to
from
see
New
the one
York,
where
where
he
members
was
of the
talking about it. He just tossed it. Like, get out the way.
Oh God! Speaking of like black person, whoever was there talking to him like that, like this—that's a wrong question. You need to be asking him.
Right.
That is the wrong question. Wrong question. You should be asking them different questions according to your melanation. Not that though. Especially when you're breaking the rules. The audacity. So just so you know, when they sweep the unhoused, they don't let them talk to them like this.
Not at all.
Not at all. They motherfuckers going straight to jail as soon as they start getting loud. So yeah, I was even more mad about that.
Look, they got damn no riot gear on. I want them to mix their skills.
They're not sharing yet.
Oh, I keep forgetting them. Okay. Let me try this again.
Were demonstrators or ralliers, you may call them protesters. They were rallying for an end to the war in Gaza with Israel. They've been out there for about the last day or so. And then about noon, so a little more than an hour and a half ago, Denver police and the investigators who were out there told most of the protesters you had to go ahead and clear out. Apparently some didn't. Now, some are getting arrested. I want to point out here, no violence, no tear gas. Doesn't look like anything's being thrown.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. But again,
it didn't even happen yet. They were chill.
Handcuffed or basically have their hands
traumatized.
Carried out of the area. You see him right here talking with police. Again, this is going on downtown Denver. at the MSU Auraria campus. So here's two different vantage points. One is on the ground from a safe distance away. You see people right there talking with officers. Again, there's there. It looks like Denver's SWAT team. The officers you see in the green on the left are there as well. Then in the middle, this is where some of the more intensity is happening, I guess you could say, and people not necessarily following Denver police commands. And that is why some of them have been taken away. But again, want to stress, this has been non-violent so far, yet police have issued an order more than an hour ago. They've issued it numerous times for people to clear out of the area. Again, these a lot of them students and some other people gathered yesterday. They set up tents down here. This is in the Tivoli Quad on the Auraria campus down by MSU, just across the street from CU Denver. Give you a little bit wider vantage point right here. So you're looking at what, about 100, 150 people or so. Not an overwhelming number of people, but still a lot. And again, Denver police down there, there's a sheriff's van nearby. That is where they've taken a few people who they've detained. Not even sure if they're actually been arrested or what that situation is, but they've cleared them out of the area and they've told them they have to go. And so this is what the situation is right now, basically a standoff. And there you see a little more activity as Denver police sort of wait for the chopper to get around that steeple right there. More officers now moving in. You see, it looks like some there carrying some of those zip ties on his left arm. They have their helmets on. They have their face shields. They are down there. Again, the people you see in green, that is Denver SWAT. They're breaking up this protest. The reason for the protest or for the rally, we've seen this on campuses all across the country. In many cases, it has gotten much more intense and in a little bit of violence. We've not seen that here in the Denver area. But these are people who are saying they want an end to the war in Gaza with Israel. They want CU, whether it be CU Denver, CU Boulder, the entire system, along with MSU, to divest any interest that they have with Israel, whether it be an investment or any sort of research connection that they have with Israel in the country right there. And again, on the left there, you see some pro-Palestine, pro-Palestinian people talking with Denver police and officers pointing at them. Not sure exactly what they are saying. There's one gentleman on the right there beating a drum. But the reason police are out there, it is private property. They have told the protesters that you have to go, and they have yet to go ahead and do that. We've seen at least half a dozen or so be carried away and be detained. And as that was happening, you see people right here surrounding the police and those who are sitting down. That certainly draws up the concern of the officers in the area. Fox 31 has crews on the scene, on the ground, multiple of them. Sky Fox is going to stay up. There you see someone else there. It looks like be arrested. The person's hands are go ahead and handcuffed or zip tied behind his back. Again, we're going to keep you posted on exactly what happens here as Denver police do this. This is the Tivoli area. In fact, we're going to stay right here for a few more minutes and see exactly what happens. And there you see a little bit of pushing as police are trying to take that person out of there. And this was one of the concerns that police had. And there they go tumbling. Trying to get a better idea of exactly what is happening right here. Police continue to take the person who is handcuffed out of the area. It looks like a young lady potentially. And we're going to go ahead and stay and follow this here on Fox 31. Again, the breaking news right now is some intensity. Downtown Denver right here. This was a pro-Palestine, a pro-Palestinian rally or protest that was happening at the Tivoli campus or Tivoli Quad rather, on the Auraria campus. And police have started to arrest people. That is why we are on the air here on Fox 31 this afternoon, keeping an eye on what is going on. Again, for the most part, this has been a very non-violent demonstration, but police have told people to leave, and they have not done that right now. Many of the protesters, we've been out there, they gathered yesterday afternoon, and they are largely, they're calling for a stop to the civilian deaths in Gaza. And police, some of them set up tents. People have been out there. Police have told them, again, you have to go. But many of them do not want to. They believe it is their right to go ahead and be out here and to protest. So we're going to keep an eye on this as Sky Fox circles the area. Again, we have crews on the ground as well, a little bit back away from what action may be happening right here. People on the ground apparently not going anywhere. Off in the distance, there were some tents there as well. We're talking a couple hundred people overall. Sky Fox going to zoom out right now. I'll give you a little bit bigger of a picture of what is going on right there. So we're going to continue this. Sky Fox is going to stay right here, and we'll keep you posted on exactly what happens. If nothing more, you'll be able to watch it streaming right now at KDVR.com. Sky Fox will be there, and of course, we'll have the very latest on the Fox 31 News.
I mean, yeah, I get the free speech thing, but I also think that
Dave, thank you. Right now, we are monitoring.
And you doing the most, like not listening to the
A
law.
home is more than just walls and a roof.
Dave, thank you. Right now, we are monitoring that pro-Palestinian rally at the Auraria.
Like, really, get expelled. Whose idea was it to do this motherfucking protesting on schoolgirls? What person decided that they were going to make an executive decision for all these white folk to fucking go protest the college campus?
They're doing it all over.
I know, like, how did it, like, who did it first? That's what I want to know.
It could have been a flash mob.
Yeah, what state did it first, though? I forgot.
I think it was back east.
Jesus. We're lucky that Jesse's tired. He should have pulled up what it looked like during the riot, the last riot we had, or the last protest we had. Was it George Floyd? Yeah, it was George Floyd.
That's George Floyd, yeah.
And how they were doing a real protest. They were like peaceful.
There's nothing peaceful about it.
Or what about the protest that was happening during the fucking sweeps?
Oh God, yeah, that's
there was so much footage for that. Yeah, that's what we should use for the comparison notes for the motherfuckers that always talking shit to us. We should pull up that beautiful beat footage of how much footage we got from fucking protesting during the sweeps and how it got physical.
Real physical.
Real physical. And how much when they shut that one shelter down.
On Denver's Auraria campus, police arrested around 40 students at an encampment. They're protesting U.S. ties to Israel amid the ongoing war in Gaza.
According to school officials, those who were arrested are facing trespassing charges against school policy to camp on school property. Protesters that had been camping on the quad since last night after refusing to move when police ordered them to were told to move along today. If they didn't, copters spotted police cuffing some of them, loading them onto a bus labeled Denver Sheriff. That was around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Shortly after that crowd cleared, more protesters showed up again with their tents. Your reporter in Denver, Jasmine Arenas, has been out at Auraria campus most of the day today.
And Jasmine, protesters got into a few scuffles with police out there today, and now officers have returned.
Yes, officers have returned. As you can see to the left of me, there are officers in riot gear here, ready to arrest anyone who does trespass. And to the right of me, you can see protesters standing in solidarity. And as you can see, they've taken their tents down once again, and that's because Auraria campus does prohibit camping on campus. And just a bit ago, I spoke with council member Sarah Parody, who tells me police are now taking a new position, and that is they will not conduct any arrest, that is if all tents are removed. And that's something that certainly did not happen earlier today.
Nah, that's because the mayor said.
Protesters standing in solidarity while others were getting arrested.
Administration has brought police to a peaceful protest and is now violently attacking protesters. And
No, they weren't.
want to see an end to the genocide.
I think that it's egregious.
No, they
It
weren't.
doesn't make sense. There's no reason to be arresting them. They're not doing anything wrong. They're not hurting anyone.
At least 100 people showed up in support of the pro-Palestine protest Friday afternoon. Police made about 50 arrests, and those folks are facing trespassing charges for the campus camping policy, which prohibits camping.
Right. They don't let the homeless do it. They're not going to let you do it, weirdo.
Spaces, disrupting more events, because every day that passes, hundreds of people die in Gaza. And that's our tax dollars.
Protests coincide with ongoing protests across the country, demanding universities divest from companies that support Israel in any way, shape, or form.
They're asking for peace in a Palestinian state. I'm with them. They ask to boycott Israel and to treat Israel differently than any sovereign country, and I'm not.
Daniel Bennett with the Hillel of Colorado, an organization who serves and protects Jewish students on campus, says he stands by a peaceful protest, but doesn't agree with demands protesters are asking for, which also include an end to the University of Colorado's study abroad programs in Israel.
When anybody demands that Israel be treated differently than any other sovereign state, that's anti-Semitism, whether they believe it is or not.
The more that we can get out and disrupt business as usual until the U.S. pulls their support from this genocide, the better.
Oh, but what about Ukraine? What about other places?
Now, Auraria campus says they do support protesters and demonstrators exercising their right to free speech and to protest, but what they do not support is someone breaking these policies, and those policies again was camping on campus, which is prohibited.
Yeah, you
I'm
know,
live in Denver. Jasmine Medenas covering Colorado First.
Kind of changed.
Thank you.
They didn't even protest, but when they didn't do it like that.
No, they didn't.
They weren't getting in trouble. The police were called, but they sure did say they were. Their people were scared of those people. I don't know what that's about, but I mean, it's obviously there's some kind of issue there. I don't really know. Pay attention because it's not my business.
When the RBA is going to go over all these protests across the country.
Eventually, yeah, because I just like to if you would have seen how they treated us during the George Floyd thing, or even the sweeps couple years back, 2 years back or whatever, how when they protested the sweeps. Protesting motherfuckers are putting us up, but they ain't hearing it. It's getting violent, like for real violent. So these motherfuckers thought they get away with it. Like you're the same motherfuckers that call and talk about the homeless.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't go to school. It don't apply to you. No, and we're on campus. None of them campuses allow homeless people there.
Nope.
What makes you think they're gonna allow you to put a tent there?
Exactly.
That's off top. Like you're dumb. You call up and talk shit every fucking Monday. That is dumb. You're the worst motherfuckers to complain about. I'm going to go to school with all these homeless. They're all on drugs.
Look, here's one. I'm probably in this one too.
Okay. They're all on drugs. They're on the RTD and the light rail. They're sleeping at the bus stop. They're everywhere. Get them away from our schools. And here you go.
Y'all gonna learn today. This is how it's done.
Dangerous stunts among the crowd. Cell phone. There's one driver doing a burnout, a donut right there in front of the Capitol as other people watched. Our cameras captured some people smashing the window.
He's like, cuz, mask up.
Right. We saw police taking several people into custody. And a tense moment as a driver who tried to move through the crowd ended up with people on the hood of this SUV. Then the driver turned the vehicle into a protester who had been in the hood, hitting him. The driver then took off. Our Jacqueline Quinn's live in Denver this morning, and she was there last night when these protests were going on. And
they just show when they were really cranked out. It usually got worse.
They wanted to come out here and express how they felt, and also they just wanted to witness, to make sure that everything was actually peaceful. But that really contributed to a lot of people out here. Now, we have had protests here before. It hasn't turned out like this. If you go back to even 2008 when we had Occupy Wall Street, some of that got a little bit ugly. But really, last night, a lot of notable events around here. So there were hundreds of people when we got here in the evening around this Capitol area. The atmosphere was a little bit less charged, but we still saw, some of the people out here just standing, trying to, again, make their voices heard, chant, while police were there in their riot gear, sort of a standoff there that we could witness. That was by Sherman and 14th. And the police, they were trying to get people to move, disperse them. They were using their loudspeaker to address the crowd. Now, while this was going on, I talked with a mother who came out here and was actually concerned about the tear gas that might be used and that was used later on. But I just talked to her about why she decided to come out here, and she said she really just wanted to demonstrate peacefully.
I'm standing back because of the tear gas. I started feeling it, and I was reading what to do about it, and it's ironic that they suggest you don't breathe. And that just really hit me hard, because that's, of course, what happened to George Floyd as we watched him slowly not be able to breathe.
And that is what makes a lot of people out here, or who were out here last night, felt very emotional, and then, of course, also charged. Now, people are still concerned about what could happen today. I know of another protest that's actually planned tomorrow at City Park. That is done by an activist, and he says really he is trying to stress to all the people out there to keep calm.
The dude was not trying to talk to black people during those the protests.
Oh no, they weren't.
They were like anybody but black people.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
A chaotic night in Denver after shots are fired during a protest. People shut down an interstate and a pedestrian gets hit in the middle of the protest. We'll start at the beginning at 5 o'clock tonight. People gathered outside the state capitol to protest the killing of George Floyd, the black man who told police he couldn't breathe as a white officer kneeled on his neck in Minneapolis. After a larger group marched toward downtown, police say 6 or 7 shots were fired near the Capitol shortly before 6. Police told protesters to get on the ground. No one was hurt. The larger group marched down the 16th Street Mall. Police tried to block the protesters before they eventually got onto I-25 and shut it down. Witnesses saw protesters throw water bottles and police fired pepper balls to disperse the crowd. Back at the Capitol, video showed an SUV swerve to hit a man after the protester jumped on the car. The man appeared to get up and be okay. And late tonight, protesters vandalized a few cars outside the Capitol.
Hours later, the protests in Denver continue as hundreds of protesters have gathered in front of the state capitol tonight. An unusual scene in this city, which does not have the recent history of protests that have been seen in so many other American cities. But the name George Floyd has been on the lips of protesters tonight, as well as public officials who have been urging calm. You think back, and Denver just does not see protests of great magnitude, at least not since the civil rights era. There were the Occupy Denver protests of 2012 through 2014.
And you didn't think that fucking Elijah McClain shit was...
The idea that Denver would have hundreds of protesters in the streets sustained for 4 hours now, Kim, is really a sight to see.
It is really unusual. And when you point out how many hours this has been going on, and the crowd has moved to various places and dispersed, and police are responding. I mean, and we continue to hear about more police showing up and helicopters over the area. But this is something the entire country has really been angry and upset about. And while sometimes we think news is settled in one city, like in Minneapolis and St. Paul, we have seen what has happened over the last 2 days and how across this country now, people are taking to the streets. And then sadly, these protests cross that line. So many people take their feelings, their personal emotions, and it just crosses that line with everyone getting involved. And it's hard to say when this one's going to end.
How long did it take? It took a long time.
We were building there, passing the foreground of Sky 9 gives us a look at that crowd. And Kim, as we've watched the protest tonight, one thing that we've been watching for is when things cross a line into violence, who exactly precipitated that? The incident of shots fired near the Capitol earlier tonight. State Representative Leslie Herod, the Democrat from Denver, was in the crowd, said the shots were fired from outside the crowd into the crowd. You showed everyone that video of the car that appears to veer and hit the protester who had fallen off the roof. Clearly an act of violence, but precipitated by whom? It would not appear, at least based on the video, it was precipitated by the protester. And as we see hour 4 of protests in Denver tonight, a sustained protest like we have not seen in years, it's also worth noting, Kim, you talked about how the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis has ricocheted around the nation. While Denver does not have the mass protest history of some other cities in recent years, we do have the history of incidents of police brutality and of massive payouts for police and sheriff's department misconduct on behalf of the city of Denver. It just has not always provoked this kind of reaction in the streets.
Yeah. No, and it was interesting that it was just after 5 o'clock that Denver's police chief put out a message saying, our hearts go out to the family of George Floyd. And you know, obviously you have no idea what the reaction is going to be, but it was like sending that message that we're thinking of them as a police department. We're thinking of that family.
So we know violence is stopped.
It was a cautious message, a tweet. But it is interesting. We have had those incidents here, but we've not seen protests like this. We certainly haven't seen anything anything like this. We have seen those payouts and things where people have said, what in the world happened? A use of police force, whether it was in Aurora or Denver, some of the metropolitan cities. We haven't seen anything like this.
Striking difference between the posture of Denver police, who have been very aggressive in moving protesters out of areas like intersections, and the hands-off approach of the Capitol Police, the state patrol that you just saw there on the steps of the Capitol in the blue uniforms, just a couple of them, not all laden in the riot gear and this and that and everything else, but just calmly standing there on the steps of the state Capitol. We'll take you back to this live picture as things develop there, but want to show you one area where protesters faced off with police within the last hour. Protesters were headed east out Colfax, right at Washington near Argonaut Liquors and Slice Works there, and they took over the intersection for a time and shut down Colfax, and then police moved in with what appeared to be tear gas with some chemical rounds, firing off a number of those over-moving traffic at times. Right before this video you see here, they're firing over-moving traffic at the protesters, which were on the south side of the intersection. And there's an RTD bus driver who just says, nah, forget it. I got places to be, and drives through the intersection where the tear gas was going. It's absolutely wild out there tonight.
I was in a wheelchair.
Eastman has been there all night long, and she is joining us. Yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
Katie has moved to several spots for us tonight. Katie?
Yeah, Kim and Kyle, we started walking with the protesters around 5 o'clock from the Capitol. It was never very clear where they were going, but it was clear that officers wanted to try to keep them off of the interstate. We walked with them down 16th Street Mall, all the way to 20th and Chestnut, where officers blocked them from going any closer to I-25. Well, they just took a left, walked towards Confluence Park, and onto I-25 from there. Since then, we've just been trying to follow where this is going, and it's a lot different. It seems like protesters have spread out around the city, and there is a much larger police presence. We are here on 6th Street in Washington, just where we heard that it did seem like police were firing tear gas at protesters earlier.
Oh, they were.
Sure where the protesters are right now. I tried walking towards Colfax, but police officers in full riot gear.
The fucking streets look like
and I asked them, where are the protesters right now? They just said everywhere, and it seems like they are just kind of slowly dispersing out through the city, and we following them. Every once in a while, you'll see several.
Wait till they get to the looting.
It seems like they're headed east. I think you guys have
the vandalism and shit.
View of the sky, looking at the Sky 9 overhead, seeing where people are going. We're just
motherfuckers just taking everything, man, and selling it on the street.
I'm not sure what it's like down the road, but we'll just continue to bring you what it looks
like.
Look,
they're scared. Look. Yeah, I want to see them in interviews.
Be safe, Doris, and Kathy and Katie will stay tuned to everything that you have to share with us tonight. We know the crowd has been moving around, and you're trying to keep up as best as you can.
Oh my God, dude. They were scared. They were so scared.
The protest against police brutality and in memory of George Floyd spread out across the city as the protest groups began to splinter and break up around town. Things got started there near the Capitol, and it was early on, before 6 o'clock, when there was the report of shots fired at the Capitol. That was as the crowd had moved away. Then people have sporadically returned throughout the evening. Marshall Zellinger is down there for us. Marshall, when some of the protesters returned to the Capitol, we saw some acts of vandalism and so forth there in that area.
Yeah, different from what Katie's experiencing. If it's quiet where she is, it's totally not quiet where I am on the south side of the Capitol. When I got here just before 8 o'clock, that's when the protesters just arrived again, coming up 14th to Sherman on the south side. They ran up. Well, right now they're in the intersection of 14th and Sherman, where there's a standoff with police. About 3 minutes ago, they started to run in our direction because I've seen that twice now in 45 minutes where they just scatter because there's the belief I've heard from people running by, they think there's tear gas about to be thrown. That hasn't happened. Police have been pretty tame right now, at least in keeping the line where they're at. Here at the Capitol, there's been vandalism. Over here, Colorado State Patrol cruiser and this truck belonging to Senate President Leroy Garcia has been destroyed. The windows smashed out, the tires slashed. The Capitol itself has been graffitied
Yeah,
and
they
some
were
windows
like
were smashed with
motherfucking
rocks and
police
sticks
cars
thrown
going
at the
on
windows.
fire and everything.
Earlier, Kyle, you mentioned the shots fired
Yeah,
when the
remember
protest was on the west side of the Capitol. Representative Leslie Herod and Representative Jonathan Singer were outside with a second group of protesters. The first group had already left to go down the 16th Street Mall. The second group was still at the Capitol when, as we've heard from multiple lawmakers, multiple shots were heard. About a half hour into the protest, as the march went down towards Civics, or away from Civic Center Park down to the 16th Street Mall, we heard 6 to 8 shots fired. People went scrambling after that. State Patrol cleared the crowd, had us move to the west side of the building. And it's a shame when you see a peaceful protest broken up by random gun violence. Now, the gun violence that he talks about being investigated by the Denver Police Department, Travis Cacciatorian, our photojournalist, said he saw a bullet hole on that side of the Capitol, but we don't know if it's related to what happened there. What you just saw, or where we're at here at the Capitol, there's that smashed window of the second floor of the Capitol. Again, what's happening now at the intersection is just a standoff. It's just the protesters holding their ground.
They're outside cleaning up every day.
Denver police in the dark military-style riot gear, for lack of a better term. And I just heard something in the distance, and now you see people scrambling. You can see tear gas on the south side of the steps here, Kyle. This is the first time we've seen. There's another canister that's thrown. And no sooner do I say police were just standing their ground. Now they're tired of standing their ground, and they are getting the protesters out of here. Travis and I are walking back toward the east. People are coughing. I'm assuming these are the ones that were right near where the canister went off. I've been part of tear gas once, Kyle. It was a CU-CSU football game, and it's not pleasant, so we're going to keep backing up. We know of no injuries so far from what we talked about earlier, and now you can tell in my voice, I'm feeling the impact of the tear gas. So we're going to walk this way, and I'm going to toss it back to the both of you.
Thank you, Marshall. Appreciate it. Stay safe. That is nasty stuff. If you've ever gotten a taste of that. We're again giving you a live look from Sky 9 over the Capitol, where apparently Denver police stations have run out with the protesters who have stopped in the street outside the state capitol. We've watched this play out again and again and again throughout the city. This idea that police will allow the protesters to take and hold space briefly, but then if they don't disperse, that's what they're going to get from Denver police. So if there was any thought that perhaps Denver police on a Thursday night at 9 p.m. in a city that's under a safer-at-home order might let people stand in the street and shout for a couple of hours, that answer appears to be no. They're going to give them the tear gas, and they're going to clear them out, and they're going to allow traffic to flow again in front of the Capitol. There you see a news truck and an operator, and there you go. Shut that door before the tear gas gets inside. So this is the scene in Denver tonight, where we have an interesting dynamic where you have elected leadership in the city that is openly sympathetic to a lot of the protesters' views, but at the same time is directing the actions of the police department, which many of the protesters have expressed tonight on social media that they feel has been overbearing. I'll share with you what the mayor said earlier tonight. He tweeted out and then released a video message that said largely the same thing. Mayor Hancock was saying that folks can be angry about what's going on, and that they can feel that the killing of George Floyd was in fact murder, but that he asks that protests remain peaceful throughout the evening. His newly appointed director of public safety, Murphy Robinson, sent out a message much to the same effect. That would appear to be a tear gas round that was returned to police courtesy of a protester, assuming that police are not lobbing those rounds.
Bubba's got great aim,
dude. Continue to monitor the situation at the state capitol and throughout Denver, and we'll get to other news of the evening.
Yeah, you keep your shit over there.
Oh my gosh, 12:30. Okay. So on that note, we are definitely wrapping up a 6-hour show. Let me say, what are your closing statements?
Nothing. Just wrap it up. I'll save my shit for later. Good.
All right. Well, thank y'all for tuning into this episode of the Frontline Black News, season 4, episode 4, part 3 or part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X. And make sure y'all join us later on today for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. It's either going to be on Blog Talk, on StreamYard, or a combination of both.
Probably a combination of both.
Depending on how Blog Talk wants to act, right? So please call up. The call-in number is 516-418-5996. I believe we are going to be touching on the 32nd annual anniversary of the largest urban city rebellion, not riot, in American history. And that was the one that occurred in 1992 in South Central Los Angeles after the officers involved in the beating of Rodney King were acquitted.
Yeah.
And LaTosha Hall was killed, which we covered in our third season, the end of our third season, around that same time. So the fervor was definitely there. And then we had the OJ situation shortly after.
Talk about when he said, "Can't we all just get along?"
Oh, that was Rodney King. Oh, yeah. We can't just all get along.
Yeah, this is that time we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're also going to be talking about Sadie Robinson, who dated a suspected white supremacist. Met on a dating app and ended up dead and dismembered in Milwaukee.
Yeah, and the family are going to look for him because police were going to do shit about it.
So please call in with your comments, questions, and concerns. Number is 516-418-5996. And we'll see y'all then at 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Central, and 9 p.m. in the East. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations. Oh, Lady Che, when is that RBA dropping?
I was hoping I could do it tomorrow. It's a little late now. So, yeah, it's going to be here tomorrow. It's giving me a hard time, family. I've been over here working on this little project, and I had to keep taking breaks, and then I can see why Jesse never gets nothing done, because sometimes these fucking podcasts catch up on the news, taking out all the time. Especially if you're an active participant, you know what I mean? In all the things we follow, it takes a lot of time out.
Right.
So I'm giving them a hard time, but I can dig it now.
Shout out to everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Shy. Go Nuggets. We smoking on that Laker pack all week long. And then we got our sister Ashita. We appreciate her definitely tapping in. Of course, Jay Militant, who's touching down tomorrow now. Yay, can't wait. MD20 was in the building. Yeah, that's all I can see in the chat. So, and of course, thank you to Shabaka for staying up late with us. So, with that being said, I'm going to close out the show. So, peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We will see y'all later for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Season 8, Episode 32. Peace.
Peace.
Love.